Hey everyone, and welcome to Nighttime Stories. I'm here to help you drift off into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy these stories, feel free to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Let me know where you're watching from. I always love seeing how far these stories reach. Now, get comfortable and relax. My name is James Holden, and I am a babysitter for the supernatural. No, seriously, that is actually my job. The only real difference between me and the average babysitter from your neighborhood is my list of clients. I have been doing this for 7 years now, and in that time I have babysat for creatures and families most people think only exist in stories. Werewolves, angels, banshees, dwarves, elves, fairies, fae, golems, you name it. Some of them you probably have not even heard of. Every single one of them is different, and every single one brings its own level of risk. I enjoy the work. I do. But that does not mean it is easy or safe. It all started when I was a teenager, just a regular guy trying to make some extra money after school. Babysitting was a pretty easy gig, a few hours here and there, maybe a Saturday night. I mostly sat for a handful of families, and they would tell their friends about me. So I stayed busy enough. The pay was nothing amazing, just around minimum wage, but it was fine for what I needed. The job never really interfered with my life. It gave me enough cash for small things and kept my parents off my back. One day I got a new call. It was different. A woman said she needed someone to watch her twin daughters overnight and offered to pay more than double what I normally made. I was excited. That kind of money was a big deal to me back then. I figured it was just because it was an overnight job. Most people did not want to stay at someone else's house while the kids slept, but I did not mind. The way I saw it, they would sleep through most of it, and I would just have to be there in case of emergencies. Easy. I made sure to get there early. I always tried to make a good first impression. If they liked me, I figured they would hire me again. The house was way off in the woods. The road getting there was narrow and surrounded by thick trees that leaned in from both sides, almost closing in. The deeper I drove, the darker it got. The trees blocked out the sky, and the only sound was the low hum of my car engine. Eventually, I saw a gravel driveway winding up to a large house that looked like something out of a novel. It was tall, 3 stories, made of stone and nearly swallowed by the surrounding trees. The shutters on every window were closed tight, and the whole place looked like it had not seen daylight in years. I pulled up and turned off the engine. My watch said 7:15, which meant I was 15 minutes early. I checked myself in the mirror, made sure I looked clean and presentable, and got out of the car. The gravel crunched under my feet louder than it should have. Everything around me was quiet, too quiet. It felt like the air was holding its breath. I walked to the big double front door and raised my hand to knock, but before I could even touch it, the door opened on its own. I jumped. The silence had already been messing with me, and I had not expected anyone to open it that fast. A woman stood there, smiling warmly. She had a kind face and a calm presence. "You must be James. You are early," she said, her voice soft and a little accented. "Please, come in. My girls have been talking about you all day." I stepped into the house and took off my shoes like I always did. The inside was brightly lit, which surprised me after how dark the outside was. The lights were strong and white, filling the space and bouncing off the polished wood floors. She led me through a wide hallway and into a large kitchen. Sitting at the counter were 2 identical girls, both around 10 years old. "Hi, I'm Stacy," said the girl on the right. "And I'm Stephanie," said the one on the left. They smiled at me like they already knew me. I said hello back, and we chatted for a few minutes before their mother, who introduced herself as Minerva, asked them to head to their rooms so we could talk. "They seem really sweet," I said, trying to sound polite. "They are," Minerva replied. "I should probably tell you a bit more about us. I'm very grateful that you agreed to babysit. I have not been able to attend a council meeting in person in a long time." "What kind of council meeting?" I asked. "The Council of Witches. I am second to the High Witch." I thought she was joking. I laughed. She didn't. She just looked at me with the same calm expression. "You are serious?" "I assumed you already knew. I hired you because I was told you were comfortable with demonic children. My girls are easier than that." I looked at her for a long moment, expecting her to break into a smile and laugh at the joke, but she never did. Her eyes were steady, calm, and strange. I could not explain what was off, but something was. Then she stepped closer and looked me in the eye. Her eyes were deep, not just in color but in feeling. They changed color slightly as she stared, red, then green, then blue. I could not look away. It felt like I was falling into her gaze. She sighed. "You are telling the truth. You had no idea." "No," I said, "none." "That is unfortunate. I cannot leave my children with someone who knows nothing of the supernatural. That would be irresponsible." "I can do it," I said quickly. "Let me try. One night. Think of it as a trial run." She hesitated, clearly unsure. "I'll be careful. I'll follow all your rules. Just let me try." "Very well," she said finally. "One night. But you must follow the rules I give you exactly. If something goes wrong, call me. If a rule is broken, call me right away." She handed me a letter with a list of instructions. After that, she left. And that was how it all began. Once the door closed behind Minerva, the weight of the house settled around me. I stood there for a moment, holding the letter she gave me. My fingers gripped it tighter than I meant them to. I unfolded the paper and started reading, eyes scanning the neatly written words. The handwriting was elegant, with small curls at the ends of the letters, like it belonged to someone from another time. It began warmly enough, thanking me again for agreeing to babysit. Then it got strange. The letter listed out rules, not the usual kind like no sugar after 8 or bedtime by 9. These were different. They were precise and weird. Some of them involved knocking on doors in specific ways. Others talked about ignoring voices that might come from outside, no matter what or who they sounded like. One mentioned mirrors. Another said to leave a glass of water on the counter at exactly 9:15 and not to go back into the kitchen until 9:30. The letter said that the girls would go to bed at 8 and I should lock their bedroom doors behind them from the outside. That alone made me pause. Who locks kids in their rooms? Still, I told myself it was probably just a precaution. Maybe the girls sleepwalked. Maybe there were pets. Maybe the family was just really into routine. I had babysat for picky parents before, and some of them had 100 quirky rules. This wasn't that different, or so I told myself. But there was a part of me, a quiet voice at the back of my mind, that was already saying this was something else entirely. I went back into the kitchen. The twins were sitting at the counter again, playing some kind of card game. They smiled when they saw me, like they didn't have a care in the world. Their energy was calm, polite. It was weird how obedient they were. At 7:55, one of them looked at the clock and said, "Time for bed." Just like that, no arguing. No asking for 5 more minutes. I walked them upstairs, and they showed me to their room. There were 2 separate beds, identical down to the color of the pillows. They brushed their teeth, got into bed, and pulled the covers up to their chins. I stood in the hallway with the door open, unsure of what to say. Then Stephanie spoke. "You have to lock the door now." "Yeah," Stacy added, "it's safer." I hesitated. "Are you sure? Your mom didn't say anything about that to me directly." They nodded in unison. "We always get locked in. It's just how it works here." I reached out, slowly turned the key in the lock, and heard the faint click as it settled into place. It felt wrong. Everything about it felt wrong. But they had said it was normal. I stepped away from the door and went downstairs, still holding the letter. I sat on the couch in the living room, staring at the paper again. There were times listed. Things I had to do at exactly certain moments. I glanced at my watch. It was 8:20. The first thing I had to do was turn on all the televisions in the house at 8:30. 4 of them. One in the living room, one in the den, and one in each of the first-floor bedrooms. It sounded like the easiest thing in the world. Turn on some TVs, no big deal. But the letter insisted I try to turn them on all at the same time. It didn't say why, just that it mattered. At 8:28 I stood up and went into the den first. I found the TV and turned it on, switching to some random channel. Then I hurried through the hallway, opening one of the bedroom doors after knocking, just like the letter said. Nothing unusual happened. I turned on that TV. Same thing in the second bedroom. Then I circled back to the living room. As I clicked on the final TV, my watch turned to 8:30 exactly. 4 TVs on. Task complete. I sank into the couch again and tried to relax, but something about the house made that impossible. The lights were still too bright, casting hard edges on everything. The silence pressed in. I kept looking around, half expecting something to happen. At 9, I had to take the brown package from the kitchen and carry it up to the 3rd floor. The letter said I needed to use the red flashlight. I had found it earlier and left it on the counter next to the package. It was heavier than I expected. When the time came, I picked it up, turned on the flashlight, and headed up the stairs. The 3rd floor was dark, just like the letter said it would be. Unlike the rest of the house, there were no lights at all. The red beam from the flashlight made everything look strange, like the walls were covered in blood instead of paint. I stepped carefully, avoiding the creaky spots on the steps. At the top of the stairs, I found a hallway lined with doors. I chose the first room on the left. I knocked 3 times, waited, then opened the door. Inside it was quiet, just a simple bedroom. I walked in, turned around, and shut the door behind me, just like the letter said. Then I placed the package on the bed and turned to leave. The moment I opened the door, I heard something behind me, a faint whisper. I didn't look back. I closed the door as calmly as I could and made my way back to the stairs. As I reached the 2nd floor, I felt something shift in the air, like the temperature had dropped or the house had taken a breath. I could not explain it, but it made the hairs on my arms stand up. I hurried down to the kitchen, filled a glass of water, and placed it on the counter at exactly 9:15. Then I backed out of the kitchen and waited in the hallway. The letter said not to go back in until 9:30, no matter what I heard. At first, there was nothing, but a minute later, I heard a sound. A soft creak, like a cabinet opening, then a shuffle. I stood perfectly still. My heart thudded in my chest. The sound continued, slow movement, something brushing across the floor. It circled through the kitchen and stopped near the counter. I kept my eyes on the clock. 9:28, 9:29. At 9:30, everything stopped. The silence returned. I stepped cautiously into the kitchen. The glass of water was gone. That was the moment I knew this was real. I had just begun my first night as a supernatural babysitter. I stared at the empty counter where the glass of water had been. Just 10 minutes earlier, I had placed it there myself. I remembered the way the cold tap had felt, the sound of the water filling the glass, and how careful I had been setting it down at exactly 9:15. Now it was gone, not broken, not moved. Just gone. The surface was dry. No ring, no droplets, nothing to show it had ever existed. I did not know what to do with that. I stood there for a long time, thinking maybe I had hallucinated it all. Maybe the stress of the strange house and all the bizarre rules was getting to me. But deep down, I knew better. Whatever this place was, whatever Minerva had gotten me into, it was real, and it was just beginning. I wandered back into the living room, my body tense, eyes darting to every shadow. I checked the letter again. The next instruction said I could go to bed any time after placing the water out, as long as I avoided the kitchen until 9:30, which I had. The rest of the night was supposed to be quiet. The girls would stay asleep. I was allowed to use any room except Minerva's or the twins. She also recommended I avoid the 3rd floor if I could. After everything I had seen and felt, I had no plans to go back up there unless absolutely necessary. There was one final warning in the letter. It was short and simple, written as if it were an afterthought. If you hear footsteps or anything moving toward you after midnight, go to the nearest corner, stand facing the wall, and stay completely still. Do not look, do not speak, do not react. Wait until the footsteps reach the 4th floor. Then, and only then, you may move again. That line stuck with me. There were parts of the house I had not even seen yet. The second floor, the basement, maybe even secret rooms for all I knew. But now the thought of footsteps climbing the stairs and passing by terrified me more than anything else. I decided to sleep in the first floor bedroom closest to the front door. Not because I planned to run, but because it felt safer to have an easy escape route. I grabbed the red flashlight again, even though the hallway was still bright, and carried it with me like a charm. The room was small and clean. There was a bed, a nightstand, and a lamp. No TV in this one, which felt like a relief. I closed the door and checked it twice, even though it never said anything in the letter about locking it from the inside. Lying in that bed, I listened to the silence of the house. It was so quiet I could hear the ticking of my watch on the nightstand. Every little creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind outside, every shift of the house made me flinch. At some point, I must have dozed off because I remember dreaming about a hallway that never ended. A hallway with lights that kept getting dimmer the further you went, and a shape that followed behind me, dripping as it walked. I woke up with a jolt. It was dark. The bright lights in the hallway were off now. I sat up, heart pounding, and looked around the room. I did not know what time it was yet, so I reached for my watch. It was 12:05. The moment I saw the time, I heard it. A step, then another. Slow and heavy. Something was walking up the stairs. Step, pause, step, drip, step. My chest tightened. It sounded far away, probably still down on the first steps, but the letter was clear. If I heard footsteps after midnight, I had to get to a corner. I scrambled out of bed and found the nearest corner of the room. It was between the dresser and the wall. I pressed my back into it and turned to face the wall like I was being punished by some invisible teacher. My breathing was too loud. I held it in and clenched my fists. The footsteps grew louder. They reached the second floor, then they paused, then another step, drip, the sound of something wet dragging behind it. I squeezed my eyes shut. I could feel the presence in the house. It was not human, it was not natural, and it was not friendly. The footsteps continued, climbing higher. Step, step, drip, step. I counted them in my head, every step a drumbeat, every pause a scream waiting to happen. It passed my floor. I felt it, like a pressure in the air lifting slightly as the sound moved away. It climbed higher, slower now. Step, drip, step. It reached the third floor, then silence. I stayed in that corner for another 10 minutes, not daring to move. When I finally turned around, the room looked the same. Nothing had changed, but I had. I got back in bed and stared at the ceiling until the light began to return to the hallway. It must have been around 5:30 when I finally drifted back to sleep, more from exhaustion than peace. No dreams this time, just blackness. The next thing I knew, my watch said 6:50. I sat up and rubbed my face. I had survived the night, almost. At exactly 7, I went upstairs and unlocked the girls' door. They came out smiling and asked if we could make pancakes. I tried to smile back and nodded. We went down to the kitchen, and I helped them mix the batter. The mood felt lighter somehow, like whatever had crept through the house during the night was gone now. While we cooked, a knock came at the front door. "Hello in there," a voice called. "It's Minerva. I'm back." The twins froze. Stacy turned to me and slowly shook her head. "She always comes at 9, Stephanie whispered. I remembered the rule. Do not open the door before 9, no matter what voice you hear or what they say. I did not speak. I just kept flipping pancakes while my hands trembled. "James," the voice said again, sharper now. "Let me in. I forgot my key." No one moved. The girls stared at the floor. The voice grew angry. "I want to see my girls. Let me in." We waited in silence. Eventually the footsteps faded and the voice disappeared. The girls started talking again like nothing had happened. And that was when I truly understood the world I had just stepped into. This job was real. The monsters were real. The rules were real. And somehow I had followed just enough of them to make it through the first night. I still had questions, a lot of them, but I also had a choice. And I already knew I was going to take another job. Later that morning, after the girls had eaten and gone off to read quietly in their room, I sat on the edge of the living room couch, just holding the letter. I had reread it 4 or 5 times by then, checking off every rule I had followed, and all the ones I had almost missed. The events of the night still didn't fully make sense in my head. I remembered the footsteps, the way the kitchen had come alive for 15 minutes, the empty space where the glass had vanished, and the 4th floor that should not have existed. I wasn't sure if I was relieved to still be in one piece or just confused about how I managed to pull it off. At exactly 9 o'clock, the front door opened without a knock. Minerva stepped in like nothing unusual had happened. She looked refreshed, smiling, and wearing the same long coat she'd worn the night before. There was no sound of her walking up the path, no headlights from a car, no sign of anything approaching before the door clicked open. "Good morning," she said with a warm voice that somehow made the house feel just a little less cold. "You did very well." I wasn't sure how to respond, so I just nodded. "Thanks." Minerva looked around, taking a quick glance at the girls upstairs, and then scanning the living room. "You followed the rules, most of them anyway. That's more than most first-timers manage." That surprised me. Most? Yes, people rarely take the rules seriously the first time. I usually get a call around midnight from someone crying in the pantry, or worse, not at all. I had a good feeling about you, though. I blinked. "So this happens often?" She smiled gently. "Often enough. My daughters may look sweet, and they are, but the house, well, the house is another matter. It's old, older than even I am, and it doesn't always behave." I wanted to ask more, but I wasn't sure where to begin. Everything I had just gone through felt like it needed hours of explanation, maybe days. But Minerva was already walking into the kitchen, humming softly as if it was just another regular morning. I followed her in, unsure if I should bring up the dripping footsteps or the 4th floor. She stopped at the counter where I had placed the glass the night before. "I see the water was accepted," she said simply, almost to herself. Then she turned back to me. "Tell me about your night." So I did. I told her everything. The TVs, the knocking, the mistake I made by going too far upstairs, the voice that tried to mimic hers before 9. I even told her about calling her from the 4th floor and how I threw the package and ran. She listened to all of it carefully, only interrupting to ask a few short questions here and there. When I finished, she gave a long sigh. "You did better than I hoped. That floor has taken people before. The fact that you left it unharmed is rare." "I almost didn't," I admitted, "if you hadn't answered your phone." "I always answer when I'm needed," she replied, "especially when the house gets curious." That word, curious, sent a chill through me. Minerva leaned against the counter, folding her arms. "You've now seen the basics. I won't sugarcoat it, James. This world is bigger and darker than most people ever know. You've stepped into a corner of it, and if you choose to keep working in it, you need to understand what you're agreeing to." I stayed quiet, unsure what to say. She continued, "There are others like me, families, creatures, entities, many of them peaceful, but some, not so much. We're not all monsters, but some monsters do require sitters. And those sitters need to be brave, careful, and respectful of the rules. This isn't a game." I nodded slowly. "I understand." "Do you?" she asked, her gaze sharp. "Because if you take another job, there will be more rules, some stranger than these. You'll see things that will haunt you. But you'll also gain knowledge most mortals will never touch. That kind of knowledge comes with a price." "What kind of price?" I asked. Minerva tilted her head. "Sleep, simplicity, certainty, but also safety, respect, and belonging. There's a place for people like you, if you choose it." It was a lot to take in. Part of me wanted to walk out, go home, forget all of this, pretend it was a dream. But another part of me, the part that had stayed calm in the face of impossible things, was already thinking about what could come next, what kind of creatures might need a babysitter. What kind of stories I might one day be able to tell. "Will I see the girls again?" I asked. "If you like," Minerva said. "They've already asked if you'll come back next week." I smiled despite myself. "They're good kids." She smiled back. "They are, but they're not human, and eventually you'll see that too." She handed me a card. It was black, with silver lettering that shimmered when the light caught it. There was no number, no name, just a phrase. "For those who know." "How do I contact you?" I asked. "You'll know when you need to," she said. "The same way I'll know when you're ready for your next job." And with that, she opened the fridge, pulled out a pitcher of something that looked like green tea but smelled like cedar wood, and poured herself a glass. I took that as my cue to leave. I thanked her again, said goodbye to the girls, and stepped out into the bright morning sun. The air felt warmer now, the trees less menacing, but I knew it was not because the world had changed. I had. The drive back felt like stepping into another life. The streets were quiet. The gas stations and grocery stores were just waking up. People walked dogs and kids rode bikes, unaware that just a few miles away, tucked into the forest, was a house that demanded rules to keep its inhabitants alive. I gripped the wheel tighter and let my thoughts run wild. I had gone in expecting a babysitting job. I left with a glimpse into something ancient and strange. And deep down I knew I would say yes again. I did not sleep much that night. Even after I got home and climbed into my bed, my mind refused to let go of what I had experienced. I stared at the ceiling for hours, thoughts spinning like a carousel that refused to stop. The sound of dripping footsteps, the endless fourth floor, the way the house seemed to shift around me. I kept seeing flashes of things I had only glimpsed. The way the air had gone still just before something walked by, that deep, pressing silence that had clung to the walls like a second skin. By the time morning rolled around again, I was running on just a few hours of restless sleep and more questions than answers. Still, something inside me felt awake in a way it never had before. It was like a door had opened in my brain, and I could not close it even if I wanted to. Every small noise suddenly meant something. Every shadow had potential. I saw shapes in places where there were none. I knew I was safe now, but my senses were still on high alert. 2 days passed before I heard from Minerva again. It was not a phone call, not a text. I woke up to find a small black envelope pushed through my mail slot. No stamp, no return address. Just my name written on the front in the same silver lettering as her card. Inside was a single sheet of paper, folded twice. "James, there is a family in need of someone like you. If you are willing, meet me tonight at the corner of Redfern and Valley at 7:15. Do not be late. Wear something comfortable, and bring nothing you would mind losing. Minerva." That was it. No details, no explanation, just a location, a time, and that quiet warning about not being late. I read the note 3 more times before finally setting it down. My pulse was already picking up, a mix of dread and curiosity climbing through me like a vine. I spent the rest of the day going back and forth in my mind. I could say no. I could ignore the note and go about my normal life. But what was normal anymore? After what I had seen, pretending it never happened felt like lying to myself. There was no going back. Not now. So that night, I drove to the location she mentioned. Redfern and Valley was a small, forgotten intersection just outside the city. There were no streetlights there, just old cracked pavement and empty lots choked by weeds. The sky was cloudy, and the air felt damp like it was about to rain, but it never did. I arrived at exactly 7:15. Minerva was already there. She stood beneath a flickering lamppost, her hands tucked into the sleeves of a long coat. She looked different somehow, more serious than the first time we met. She did not smile when she saw me, but she nodded, as if confirming something in her mind. "I was not sure you would come," she said softly. "I wasn't either," I admitted. She stepped closer and looked me over. "Good, you dressed properly. Now listen carefully." I nodded. "This job is not like the last one. This family has special requirements. They live on the edge of our world and something else. You will be watched, not just by the parents, by the house itself. You must follow every instruction I give you, even if they do not make sense." "Understood," I said. She handed me a folded piece of paper and a small brass key. "The house is on Holloway Street, number 42. Do not get out of the car until exactly 7:45. Enter the front door using this key. Inside, you will find a hallway and a child waiting for you. Say only the words written on the paper, nothing more. Wait until the child leads you to the sitting room. Do not stray. No matter what you see or hear, stay with the child. Do not touch anything." I nodded again, clutching the paper tighter. "Once you are in the sitting room, you will receive the rest of the instructions," she continued. "You will remain in the house until dawn. If you succeed, the family will speak with me. If you fail, I will know." Her voice dropped. "And if you run, James, something will follow you home, so do not run." I swallowed hard but did not speak. There was nothing I could say that would make this feel less surreal. She gave me a final glance and then turned, vanishing into the dark with no sound at all. I stood there for a long moment, trying to gather my thoughts. Then I got back in my car and drove. The house on Holloway Street was like something from an old black and white movie. Tall, narrow, and pressed tightly between two empty lots filled with weeds. Its windows were completely black, no lights. No signs of life, but the porch light flickered on exactly as my clock hit 7:45. I stepped out of the car, locked the door behind me, and walked up the creaking wooden steps. The brass key fit the lock perfectly, and with one soft click, the door swung open. Inside was nothing but shadows. And a child. He stood there barefoot on the hardwood floor, wearing a small gray suit and holding a candle. His eyes were too large for his face, not wide with fear or surprise, just large, round, too deep. He said nothing but waited for me. I unfolded the paper and read the words. "I am the evening guest. I come with peace in patient hands." The child nodded once, turned, and walked silently down the hallway. I followed. The house was dead quiet. My footsteps made no sound. The floor did not creak. The air had a faint scent of something burnt, though I saw no smoke. We passed several closed doors, none of which I dared to glance into. The hallway seemed to stretch longer than the house looked from outside. The candlelight barely reached the walls. Finally, we reached the sitting room. It was wide, low-ceilinged, and full of mismatched furniture. At the center was a heavy chair facing the fireplace. In it sat someone, or something. I could only see the back of its head. White hair hung down like dry grass. The child left the room without a word. I stood there, waiting, as the figure in the chair slowly turned. And then it smiled. The thing in the chair did not speak at first. It just sat there smiling, its face pale and stretched too thin, like paper pulled over a lantern. Its eyes shimmered in the firelight, glassy and unmoving. I had never seen anything that looked quite like it. Not dead, not alive, just there, watching me with the quiet intensity of something that had been waiting a very long time. I stood completely still, unsure if I should sit down, speak, or just keep standing. I remembered Minerva's warning, "Do not do anything unless told," so I waited. The fireplace crackled gently behind the chair, but the heat did not reach the rest of the room. I felt cold, despite the flames. The creature finally blinked, then spoke. "You smell like her," it said, voice low and raspy. "Minerva. She always sends the nervous ones." I did not know what to say, so I said nothing. "That is good," it continued. "Fear is the proper beginning." Its head tilted slightly, bird-like. "Do you wish to complete this job?" I nodded once. It smiled wider. "Then the rules must be known." Out of nowhere, a thin piece of parchment appeared in its hands. It handed it to me, and I took it carefully, trying not to let my fingers brush against its skin. The parchment felt warm, like it had been resting under a candle flame. I unfolded it and began reading the new list of instructions. There were 5 rules this time. Rule 1. Do not leave the sitting room until the clock chimes once, not a moment sooner. Rule 2. If the fire dies, you must relight it using only the single match provided in the box under the left chair cushion. No other fire will work. Rule 3. You may hear a knock at the door behind you. Do not answer. Do not turn. Do not acknowledge it. Rule 4. At some point during the night, the child may return. He may ask you to follow him. You must not. He will not be the same. Rule 5. When the clock strikes twice, you may rise and go upstairs. Do not go to the 3rd door on the left. That room is not part of this house anymore. I folded the parchment slowly, trying to let every word sink in. You may sit, the thing in the chair said. I obeyed and sat on the sofa to the right of the fireplace. It felt stiff and unused, like no one had sat there in years. The thing said nothing more. It just watched me. After a few minutes, it turned its chair slightly away and stared into the fire, as if I was no longer there. And then time passed. It is hard to describe exactly how long I sat there. The room did not have a clock I could see, though the fire burned steadily. At some point I began to wonder if it was a trick. Maybe I had misunderstood the instructions. Maybe the chiming already happened, and I had missed it. But I kept still. I did not move. I did not ask. And then, somewhere far off in the house, I heard it. A single deep chime, slow and heavy. The thing turned its head and looked at me. Then it stood, its limbs unfolding like paper being unrolled. It walked out of the room through the far doorway without a sound. I was alone again. That is when I heard the knock. 3 times, sharp, close. It came from the door just behind me. I had not noticed it before. I stared straight ahead. The knock came again, and then a voice. "James," it whispered. "James, it's Minerva. Something is wrong. Let me in." My hands clenched into fists. That was not Minerva. I knew that. It could not be. She had warned me herself. "Please," the voice said again. "They lied to you. Let me in. You're in danger." I bit the inside of my cheek, grounding myself with the pain. I kept my eyes fixed on the fireplace. The knock did not return. The voice went silent. Slowly, I let out the breath I had been holding. Then the fire dimmed. I watched the flames flicker and die, one by one, until only a faint orange glow remained. The room grew colder. I remembered the 2nd rule. I reached under the left chair cushion and found a small wooden matchbox. 1 match. That was it. I pulled it out with steady hands, struck it against the side, and held it to the kindling in the fireplace. The flame caught just barely, then began to grow. The light returned, warming the edges of the room. I let out a long, slow breath. It was quiet again. Minutes passed, maybe hours. I kept my eyes on the fire, not daring to glance behind me. The creature never came back, at least not yet. And then, without warning, the child appeared again. He stood in the hallway, holding the same candle, but this time he looked different. His eyes were empty, black and glassy, his skin pale and tight. His clothes were no longer clean. He looked almost melted. "Come with me," he said. His voice was flat and wrong. I did not move. He stepped closer. "It is safe now. You can leave the room." I shook my head once. He tilted his head, like the thing had done before, then turned and walked away, vanishing into the dark. The moment he disappeared, the house groaned. I could feel it, deep in the floorboards. The walls seemed to sigh, as if something very large had stopped holding its breath. I waited. And then, finally, the 2nd chime came. I stood up, slowly, and walked through the hallway that the boy had just used. It was long and narrow, filled with cold air and flickering lights. I reached the stairs and began to climb. The 2nd floor was empty. I walked past several doors, keeping count in my head. 1, 2, 3. I stopped in front of the third door on the left. The wood of the door pulsed slightly, almost like it was breathing. A soft blue light leaked out from under the door frame, fading in and out like waves. I kept walking. I found the last room at the end of the hall and entered. It was a bedroom, plain and quiet. A small bed, a chair, and a table. That was all. No mirror, no windows. Just walls that kept the rest of the house out. I closed the door behind me, sat on the bed, and waited for dawn. The bedroom was silent, but not empty. Even with the door shut and no windows, I could feel the house moving. Not physically, not like a building swaying or shifting. It was more like being inside a living thing. The walls breathed slow and deep. The air carried a low hum I could feel in my bones but not hear with my ears. Something about that room kept me safe, but it did not make me comfortable. It was not a refuge. It was more like being in the belly of a beast that had decided, for now, not to swallow. I sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the wall across from me. I did not want to sleep. Every time I blinked too slowly, I saw flashes of things that might have been memories or just tricks of my tired mind. I saw the child with the empty eyes. I saw the figure in the chair still smiling. I saw the blue light from the forbidden door down the hallway, pulsing like a heartbeat I was not meant to know. At some point, the house began to change again. It started small. The floor cooled beneath my feet. The hum in the walls slowed. The air no longer felt thick. Then, far away, I heard a sound I did recognize. Bird song. Soft, clear, gentle. Morning. The house creaked one last time. It was like it sighed, a long and deep exhale after holding something in all night. I stood up slowly and walked back to the door. When I opened it, the hallway was different. No more flickering lights, no shadows, no strange colors leaking from under doors. Just an ordinary hallway. I walked down to the stairs. They looked normal now. They felt normal under my feet. No groaning steps, no shifting beneath me. The sitting room was empty. No fire, no chair, nothing. Even the candle wax on the floor was gone. It was like none of it had happened. I stepped out the front door and into the early morning air. The sky was soft gray and the sun was just beginning to rise. My car was where I had left it, untouched. And standing beside it was Minerva. She was smiling again, but this time it looked real, not mysterious, not careful, just real. "You made it," she said. I nodded, barely. She looked me over, as if checking for anything missing. "You followed the rules," she said, "not perfectly, but well enough. And you survived the second trial. That's more than most." I wanted to ask what she meant by most, but I did not. Some answers are better left alone. "I still don't understand any of this," I admitted. "You're not supposed to. Not yet," she said. "You're still new. But you followed instructions. You stayed calm. You listened. That's all the supernatural world needs from people like you." I looked back at the house. In the daylight it looked smaller, older, just a house. But I knew that was not true. "What was that place?" I asked quietly. "A family home," she said. "Old, powerful, full of history. Not all of it human." I turned back to her. Was that thing in the chair the parent? Minerva looked thoughtful. "In a way, the house has caretakers, hosts, spirits. Some are bound by duty, others by choice. You met one. There are more." "And the boy?" She hesitated. "A memory. That is the easiest way to explain him. A reflection of someone who once lived, but is now part of the house. Sometimes they return to test us." I wanted to ask more, but Minerva raised a hand gently. "There will be time for questions, but not today. You need rest and reflection." I nodded, feeling the exhaustion creeping into my bones now that the danger had passed. I leaned against my car and stared down the road. "What happens now?" "Now," she said, "you have a decision to make. You can walk away. No one will stop you. You can pretend this was all a strange dream, something you barely remember. Or you can keep going. You can continue learning, meeting others. seeing what lies beneath the skin of the world. I looked at her. Why me? Because you showed up, she said simply. Most don't. She reached into her coat pocket and handed me another envelope. This one was red. There's another family. Not like the last. Not like the first. Every house is different. Every child, every rule, every secret. I took the envelope and held it in my hand. It was warm. If I say no? I asked. She smiled again. Then you live a normal life. That's a gift too. I thought about that, about everything I had seen, about the rules, the footsteps, the cold feeling of being watched by something you cannot see. And then I looked at the envelope again. I'll think about it, I said. Good, Minerva replied. That's all I ask. She turned to leave but paused. One last thing, she said. You're not alone. There are others like you, people who know, people who help. You're part of something bigger now, whether you want to be or not. I watched her disappear down the road, her figure fading into the morning light like a shadow lifting off the earth. I stood there for a long time, the red envelope in my hand, the breeze cool on my face. I did not open it right away. I went home, took a shower, slept for 13 straight hours. When I woke up, I put the envelope on my desk. I did not need to open it to know what was inside. Another address, another set of rules, another child. My name is James Holden, and I babysit for the supernatural. I don't remember when the silence started feeling heavy, like it had weight. I don't mean awkward silence or the kind that settles after someone says something weird. I mean the kind of quiet that presses against your ribs like a second heartbeat, the kind that creeps into your lungs and makes it hard to breathe, like the air itself is waiting for something. That's how Whispering Seasons Park felt the moment I stepped inside, like the land had been holding its breath, like it was watching me, not with interest or curiosity, but with hunger. I didn't go looking for a job at some forgotten theme park. I wasn't chasing nostalgia or trying to reconnect with some lost childhood memory. I was desperate, jobless, broke. And the letter came on a Thursday morning when my world was already crumbling. I remember because my apartment roof had started leaking again. Rain soaked everything, bills, coupons, random flyers, but not the envelope. It was perfectly dry, as if it had been placed there after the rain, almost respectfully. Just sitting there like it belonged. No return address, no sender name, just my apartment number written in thick block letters. Inside, a single folded sheet of paper. At the top, faint and almost faded, was an old logo, Whispering Seasons Park. Below it, neat printed words. We remember your application. A position has opened. 1 week. $7,000. Housing included. You will follow the rules. Failure to follow them will result in immediate dismissal. I hadn't applied to any park. Definitely not one with a name like Whispering Seasons. I hadn't even heard of it. But I was $23 away from getting evicted. My phone was already off. My fridge was empty except for a bottle of expired mustard and a half-eaten granola bar. I reread the letter 6 times before flipping it over, and that's when I saw them. 7 rules typed in that same sterile font. You must not be outside between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. If a ride is running by itself, do not approach it. Do not enter the autumn hall after midnight, no matter what you hear. If you hear laughter coming from the petting zoo, leave that area immediately. Between 1 p.m. and 1:15, do not speak to anyone wearing green face paint. If you find leaves falling indoors, follow them, but only if they're red. The man in the harvest mask is not an employee. Do not make eye contact. It looked real, not like a prank or some social media gimmick. The paper felt old, thick, slightly yellowed, like something pulled from a forgotten filing cabinet. I should have tossed it. Should have laughed it off and walked away. But when you've got nothing, even strange opportunities start looking like lifelines. So I packed a duffel bag, left a note for a landlord who probably wouldn't care, and started driving. The address led me to a stretch of road I didn't know existed, No signs, no traffic, just forest on both sides, closing in like it wanted to keep me. Fog slid across the windshield in sheets, and my GPS gave up halfway there, blinking out like it got scared and bailed. I almost turned back, almost, but then I saw it. A rusted metal archway stood off the road, buried in vines, like the woods were trying to reclaim it. Beneath it, a crooked wooden sign hung from a frayed chain. Staff only. That was it. No lights. No entrance booth. No friendly mascot waving hello. As soon as I stepped through the gate, everything stopped. No wind. No birds. The air felt thick, like stepping underwater. The trees around the park weren't swaying. They weren't moving at all. It was like the whole place had been paused. He was waiting just past the gate, a man in a brown uniform that looked like it hadn't been updated since before my parents were born. His skin was too pale, like a coat of dust had settled over him. His eyes didn't blink, and when he smiled, it didn't touch the rest of his face. "You're the new hire," he said. Not asked, said, like it was already decided. He handed me a map, folded once, and a dull gold pin that read Seasonal Crew in tiny block letters. His name tag said Vernon, or at least I think it did. The letters looked scratched, like they'd been etched in with a nail. "Stick to your route, follow the rules, don't wander," he added. Then he turned and walked away without another word. I followed the path behind the carousel. The map was hand-drawn and barely readable. Some sections were marked with weird names: Summer District, Autumn Hall, Frost Lane, but no instructions, no real guide. Just ink and age and that creeping feeling that I wasn't supposed to be here. The dorm was a cabin with one flickering bulb overhead and a mattress that felt like it had been soaked and dried out too many times. No clocks, no windows facing the park. A clipboard sat on the nightstand with a single sentence: "Task assignments will be delivered as needed." There was no training, no welcome meeting, no sign of other workers, just me, the park, and the rules. That first night I didn't sleep. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening to the silence pressing against the windows. Every now and then I thought I heard movement, soft steps on gravel, like someone pacing outside, then nothing. At one point I checked the time on my watch, 2:12 a.m. My breath caught in my throat. I remembered Rule 1. You must not be outside between 2 and 3. I hadn't gone outside, but something else had. Something was outside. I lay there, frozen. Then came a sound. A soft scrape, slow, like something dragging one leg. Then another. The footsteps circled the cabin once, then again, closer each time. I held my breath, heart hammering in my chest like it was trying to dig its way out. A tap at the window. Then silence. Another tap. Then a whisper. Low, too low to hear clearly, but not wind, not trees, a voice. I didn't move, I didn't even blink. Eventually the sound faded, but I stayed awake until dawn. When the sun finally broke over the trees, the park looked different, still empty, still old, but different. It was awake now, and it was watching. By the time the second day rolled around, I had almost convinced myself that the first night had just been nerves, a weird dream, maybe leftover anxiety from the trip. It wasn't like I'd seen anything. Just sounds, just the pressure of being in a strange place. I told myself all that, but deep down, I knew I was lying. There was something wrong with the air here. Something wrong with the way it listened. I found my task sheet nailed to the cabin door with a bent pin. The handwriting was neat, but old-fashioned. Sweep and clear debris from Spring Plaza, 11 a.m. until completed. Do not enter the hedge path near the fountain. I checked the map. Spring Plaza was near the front of the park, past a few food stalls and an empty merry-go-round that groaned even when the wind wasn't blowing. The plaza had fake flowers glued to trellises, chipped bird baths, and painted wooden rabbits that looked like they'd been left in the rain too long. Everything was cracked or leaning. The benches sagged in the middle. The fountain was dry. At least I thought it was. until I got closer and heard the dripping. Not water, something thicker. I didn't check. I just swept around it like nothing was wrong. At first, I didn't notice the hedge path. It looked like any other walkway. Low greenery on both sides, just wide enough for one person. But when I circled the fountain, I saw it. Narrow, shadowed, a tunnel that seemed too long for the space it occupied. The way it pulled at my eyes reminded me of those dreams where doors appear in places they shouldn't. You know better than to open them, but you do anyway. I didn't enter. I didn't even walk close, but the hedges rustled when I turned my back. No wind, no animals, just sound. I finished sweeping and returned to the cabin by 2. No clock, but I kept checking my phone even though I had no signal. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me back. That night, I kept the lights on, every single bulb. The park outside was dark, but not natural dark. It was like someone had drained all the light with a sponge and left the sky wrinkled and bruised. At 2:05 a.m., the knocking came again. This time it was softer, more persistent, not loud enough to wake the dead, but just enough to make sure the living never slept. I stayed still on the bed, blanket up to my chin, eyes fixed on the door. Then came the voice. Not a whisper this time, a child's voice. It sounded like a girl, maybe 7 or 8. She was singing, not a song I recognized, something broken, like a nursery rhyme that forgot how to end. She sang 2 lines, then silence. Then 3 knocks. When morning came, I checked the ground outside the cabin. Tiny footprints in the mud, bare feet, and a single leaf, bright red, curled perfectly in the shape of a smile. I didn't eat breakfast, didn't even make coffee. My next assignment was written on the mirror in my bathroom. Wipe down benches in the summer district, noon until dusk. Avoid the swings near the sun tower. My breath fogged up the glass as I read it, and behind that fog I could see my reflection. Only my reflection blinked first. That was the moment I stopped trusting the mirrors. The summer district felt older than the rest of the park, like it had aged faster. The benches were warped. The fake palm trees leaned in weird directions. There was sand in places where there shouldn't have been sand, and the air smelled like stale popcorn and warm metal. It was too quiet. Not empty, but quiet. The kind of quiet that sounds like someone trying not to breathe. I kept my eyes down and worked quickly. The benches weren't that dirty, but I cleaned them anyway, just to have something to do. The longer I stayed still, the louder the silence became. My hands kept twitching toward my phone, but the screen stayed black. No bars, no time, just that dead glow of a device trying to give up. I avoided the swings like the note said, but something about them made it hard not to look. They were clean, too clean, like someone polished the metal every hour, and they moved, even without wind. Not back and forth, but side to side, like they were rocking themselves to sleep. At 1:23, I heard footsteps behind me, light, measured. I didn't turn around, I knew better. I stared at the bench and wiped the same spot over and over until the cloth tore. Then a voice said, "You missed a spot." It wasn't angry, just flat, like the person wasn't used to talking. I closed my eyes and held my breath. Another voice, identical to the first, added, "He can't see us if he doesn't look." I dropped the cloth and stood up slowly. My knees felt weak, my spine itched. I didn't look back. I just walked. Not fast, not slow, just walked. The way you walk when you hear something breathing behind you, and you don't want to make it chase you. When I made it to the edge of the district, I looked back. Nothing. No one. But the swings were still moving. Back in the cabin, I found another rule. It hadn't been there before. It was written on the ceiling, directly above my bed. 10. Do not leave food out overnight. If it disappears, do not look for it. That night, I locked everything I could. The doors, the drawers, even my backpack. I didn't eat dinner. I didn't want to leave a crumb. I pushed a chair under the doorknob and sat in the corner of the room with a flashlight that was already flickering. I watched the shadows grow long and twitchy across the floorboards. I told myself I'd stay awake this time. I didn't. I woke up to find the chair across the room and the door wide open. Outside, just past the porch, was a plate I didn't recognize. On it sat a single slice of cake, vanilla, white frosting, a cherry on top. And written in syrup, neat and curved, was a word. Welcome. I slammed the door shut and didn't open it again until sunrise. This place didn't just bend reality, it reshaped it, moved it like clay. And every rule wasn't just a warning, it was a dare. I wasn't sure how many more I could follow. Part 3 began the way most nightmares do, subtly, quietly, with a strange sky and an unfamiliar sound. I woke up to light filtering through the dusty blinds in my cabin. But it wasn't normal morning light. It had a faint pink tint to it, like sunrise had gotten stuck and was bleeding through the clouds. Everything outside the window looked off color, like someone had turned the contrast too high on the world. The trees were too still, the air too thick, and the birds, well, there were no birds. Just a slow humming sound I couldn't place. The note for the day wasn't pinned to the door or scribbled on the mirror. It was placed on the pillow next to mine, folded with surgical precision. The handwriting was the same, clean, deliberate, like it had been printed by a machine trying to mimic a human. It read, Winter Hollow, clear snow from walkways, 12 noon until completed. Do not speak to the snowmen. Snow, in August, in a park surrounded by trees that hadn't dropped a single leaf. I didn't question it, not out loud, not anymore. The map had a small section labeled Winter Hollow, tucked away near the northwest edge of the park. I had never seen it before, and something told me that even if I had walked right past it, I wouldn't have noticed it then either. The walk took longer than I expected. The park felt bigger, like it had shifted again overnight. Trees seemed to have moved. Paths I remembered now forked into new ones. The signs were all different. The only thing that stayed the same was the silence. When I finally reached Winter Hollow, I understood why it had been hidden. The air dropped 10 degrees the second I crossed into it. My breath clouded in front of me, and my jacket wasn't nearly enough. The ground was covered in a thin, crisp layer of snow, pure white and untouched. The trees surrounding the hollow were frosted at the tips, like they'd been dipped in powdered sugar. But what really got me, what turned the cold from unpleasant to unnerving, were the snowmen. Dozens of them, some small, some towering, none of them identical. Each stood in a different pose. Some looked like they had been mid-motion when frozen in place. One had its stick arms raised as if waving. Another was hunched forward with its head tilted, like it was watching something on the ground. A few had wide, stretched mouths made of small black pebbles, shaped into cartoonish grins that made my stomach turn. They were scattered across the clearing, no path between them. Just open snow, untouched, except for the shovel sticking out of the ground beside a sign marked Clear Zone 1. The shovel was old. Metal, but the handle was wrapped in something that felt like leather. Too worn to be useful, too cold to grip comfortably. I took it anyway. I cleared the first walkway in silence, no footsteps but my own. The snow crunched beneath my boots like old bones. The deeper I dug, the more I realized the snow wasn't melting. It wasn't even wet. It flaked apart like ash. I didn't question that either. I was learning. I was halfway through clearing the second path when I noticed the snowmen had changed. Not drastically, just subtly. One was now facing me when it hadn't been before. Another had both arms lowered. At first, I thought I was just tired, delirious. But when I looked again, I saw the track marks in the snow. Small, shallow drag lines, like something had moved without lifting its feet. I didn't speak. I didn't look directly at them, just kept digging, heart hammering behind my ribs. By the time I reached Zone 3, the light had changed again. That pink glow had shifted to a dull silver, like the world had gone into grayscale. I couldn't tell what time it was, but I knew I was running out of it. That's when I heard it, a soft crunch behind me, then another. I kept my eyes on the ground, pretending not to hear. pretending the shovel needed adjusting, but the sound got closer. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It stopped right behind me. Then came the voice. Cold, flat, wrong. Did you build us? I didn't move. Another voice, higher, childlike. We waited. Then another. You're early this time. I gripped the shovel until my knuckles hurt. My breath came fast, fogging the air in short bursts. They were behind me, close enough to grab me if I twitched wrong. I wanted to run. Every nerve screamed for it, but the rules were clear. Do not speak to the snowmen. I stayed frozen until the light began to warm slightly, tinting the snow with a faint orange hue. Slowly, the temperature started to rise. The shadows lengthened. I dared a glance over my shoulder. Nothing, just snow, just stillness. But the snowmen had changed again. The one nearest to me now had a mouth made of teeth, real ones, human, tiny, child-sized. I dropped the shovel and backed away, not looking at any of them directly. I didn't stop until I reached the entrance of the hollow. Once I crossed back over the invisible threshold, the temperature returned to normal, and the birds began chirping again like nothing had happened. Back in the cabin, the air felt thick, not warm or cool, just heavy, like something was waiting. I checked the mirror. It was clean, but my reflection blinked twice when I only blinked once. I turned it to face the wall. That night, there was no knocking, no footsteps, no tapping. But I didn't sleep. I couldn't. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. My mind kept replaying those voices. The way they spoke like they remembered me. Like I had been there before. Like I had built them. I sat on the floor with the rule sheet spread out in front of me. 11 rules now. The newest one was written in red ink across the bottom. 11. If you see yourself in the snow, do not wave back. It is not waving at you. I stared at those words until the ink started to blur. I realized something then. These rules weren't being added for protection. They were warnings, yes, but not just for me. They were updating as the park learned, as it adapted, as it responded. And it was responding faster now. It knew me. And it wanted more. Morning came like a dull bruise across the sky, the kind that lingers behind your eyes even after you look away. I didn't sleep again. My body had started adjusting to this new rhythm, if you could call it that. A rhythm built on fear instead of time, on rules instead of rest. I didn't even bother checking the clock anymore. I waited for the knock, not on the door, but the one inside my mind, the pressure. The signal that today's assignment had arrived. The paper was slid under the door this time, same clean typewritten format, same sharp corners that never curled. I bent down and picked it up with slow fingers. I already knew reading it would make the day worse. I read it anyway. Spring wake garden. Water all plants in zone 2. Do not pick the flowers. Do not follow the humming. Wear gloves at all times. The rules were getting more specific, more personal. I didn't even question who was writing them anymore. I just obeyed. I found the gloves hanging from a rusted hook by the door, like they had always been there. Thick canvas, dry as paper, smelling faintly of copper. I slipped them on and headed out, the map gripped tight in my hand like a prayer. Spring Wake Garden was beautiful in the way hospitals are, too clean, too perfect, hiding something. The air was thick with the scent of blooming things, sweet and heavy. The path curved through bright green grass and carefully arranged flower beds that were almost too symmetrical. No weeds, no bugs, just color and silence. Zone 2 was marked by a low white sign half buried in the soil. I found the watering can beside it, metal, heavy, already full, no source in sight. I began watering, one plant at a time. Each flower was different, no two shapes repeated. Some had petals like tiny fingers, others looked like open mouths. A few bent toward me as I passed, as if listening. I didn't talk, I didn't hum, I just moved, one step at a time, careful not to break any rules. Halfway through the row, I noticed something strange. The air had changed again. The birds that had been chirping when I arrived had gone quiet. The leaves stopped rustling. Even my own breath seemed muffled. And then I heard it. A low, soft humming. Not music, not a voice, just a sound. Gentle, repetitive, like a lullaby being whispered through the roots. I kept my head down, my eyes on the watering can. Do not follow the humming. It came from my right, then my left, then behind me. The sound moved like it was trying to circle me, herd me, draw me in. And it was working. I took a step back and bumped into something solid, not a tree, not a bench, something warm and breathing. I turned slowly, heart in my throat. No one was there. But the ground beneath my feet had changed. The grass was gone, just dirt now, wet, red, like the soil had been soaked in something thicker than water. The flowers in this patch were all facing the same direction, toward the center of the garden, toward the humming. I didn't move, I didn't blink, I just stood there and listened. The humming grew louder, and then it changed. It started saying my name. Not in a voice, not even in a language, but I felt it, like a pressure behind my eyes, like someone was whispering inside my skull. I dropped the watering can, ran without direction, didn't care about the map, didn't care about the flowers, just needed to get out. I burst through the trees and into a part of the park I didn't recognize. The air was warmer here, lighter, almost pleasant. A row of pastel-colored food carts lined the gravel path. Popcorn, cotton candy, lemonade, all abandoned, all perfect. I slowed down, trying to catch my breath. My legs burned, my mouth was dry. Then I saw the swing set. It was tucked in a quiet corner between two low buildings, just 3 swings, gently swaying, even though there was no wind. I shouldn't have gone near it, I knew that. But something about it felt safe. One of the swings was moving more than the others, back and forth, not violently, just steady, like someone had just stepped off. I stood there watching until I noticed the shoes. 2 tiny sneakers sat neatly side by side in the grass, untied, as if a child had taken them off before climbing onto the swing. I backed away, my stomach twisted. That old pressure returned, the one I had started calling the reminder, the one that told me, in its quiet way, that I wasn't alone. I turned to leave, and saw myself, standing at the end of the path. He looked just like me, same clothes, same face, same everything, but he didn't move, didn't blink, just stared. Then he smiled, and it wasn't mine. The corners of his mouth pulled too high, his eyes stayed cold, dead. I didn't wait. I turned and ran again, this time back toward the cabin, toward anything familiar. I didn't care about the assignment anymore, I didn't care about the rules. But the park had changed again. Paths I had walked before were gone, replaced by new ones. Trees that had been bare now bloomed with purple leaves. Signs were different, backwards. The sun flickered like a dying light bulb. Everything was wrong. When I finally found my way back, the cabin door was already open. Not wide, just cracked. Just enough to show the light inside was blue instead of yellow. Just enough to show a second shadow on the wall. Mine. But I was outside. I closed the door, slowly, without entering. Sat on the porch, waited. Eventually the blue light faded, and my shadow was alone again. When I finally went inside, the mirror had changed. It showed the cabin, same as ever, but no reflection, not mine, not anyone's. Just the room, empty. I turned it to face the wall again. The rule sheet was lying on my bed. 12 rules now. 12. If you find yourself watching yourself from behind your own eyes, close them, quickly. I stared at the paper, at the words, and then at the mirror. Because now, I wasn't sure if I was still the one looking out, or just the one being watched. I woke to the sound of something dripping. It took a moment to realize it wasn't rain. The sky outside the cabin window was clear, cloudless. The sun, if you could still call it that, hovered low and orange like a dying bulb, the kind of light that made everything look fake, like a film set just waiting to be taken down. I sat up slowly, head pounding like I'd been breathing smoke. The floor felt uneven beneath my bare feet, soft in places it shouldn't be. The drip was coming from the ceiling, a slow, steady beat like a clock counting down. I tilted my head and followed the sound with my eyes. The ceiling boards had warped overnight, bulged in strange shapes, as if something had been pressing from above, something heavy, something breathing. I did not check the attic. Instead, I found the envelope on the floor. No knock this time, no slide under the door, just there, like it had always been. I picked it up with shaking fingers and unfolded the contents. No task today, just 3 sentences. No cleaning, no patrol, no duties today. You are assigned to ride maintenance. Carousel inspection. Begin at sundown. I checked the clock I had carved into the wall with a nail 3 days ago. The shadows told me sundown was already close. I hadn't eaten, hadn't wanted to. Food here tasted like memories, and none of them were mine. Every bite felt like chewing someone else's thoughts. I changed clothes. The uniform I'd been given smelled like soil now, damp and earthy. I didn't question it. I didn't question anything anymore. The path to the carousel wound through the spring wake garden again, which had changed since yesterday. The flowers had bloomed larger, unnatural in size. Some of the petals looked like folded hands. Others drooped and oozed something dark and sweet-smelling. I kept my eyes forward. The carousel sat still when I arrived, not broken, not running, just still, like it was sleeping with one eye open. The animals on the platform were painted in soft pastels, chipped and peeling. Horses, tigers, a lion that seemed too thin in the face. One creature near the center wasn't anything I recognized. It had 6 legs and a face too smooth to be carved. I climbed the platform and walked the circle slowly. The music box inside was silent, but I could hear something ticking, a heartbeat made of metal, a slow rhythmic pulse beneath the boards. There was a clipboard hooked to the control panel. One line typed at the top in bold black font. Do not ride the carousel after dark. I didn't plan on riding it. Not now. Not ever. I walked the inspection like they wanted, checked the bolts, tightened what I could. There was a soft whisper every time I passed the lion. Not a voice. More like a breath. Like it was trying to speak but had no mouth. When I passed the 6-legged thing again, it had changed positions, not by much, just enough for me to be sure it had moved. The neck twisted a little farther. The eyes now faced me. I did not look back. By the time I finished, the sun had nearly gone. The sky turned that deep navy, right before full black. The light over the control panel flickered. The carousel hummed beneath my feet, slow and low like a purring machine. I stepped down, walked away, 10 steps. The music started. Soft at first, twinkling, the kind of tune you hear in old music boxes or childhood dreams you cannot quite remember. The platform lit up in segments, one light at a time. The animals started moving. Slow. I froze. Then something pulled my attention left. A girl stood at the tree line. Same one from the hallway. Pale skin, oversized uniform, barefoot. She lifted her arm and pointed at the carousel. Then she smiled, and her mouth kept stretching. Too wide. Teeth too small, too many. Her smile split her cheeks. She pointed again. I took a step back. She vanished. I turned to run and saw him standing in front of me. The man in the harvest mask. He didn't move, didn't breathe, but I felt it again, that tug, that sensation like strings pulling at my joints. My neck bent against my will, my eyes locked with his, and everything stopped. Time did not pass. The air froze, and then he tilted his head. A leaf fell between us. red, bright and perfect. And I remembered Rule 6. Follow red leaves indoors. Not out here. I blinked. He was gone. So was the girl. The carousel spun faster behind me. Lights flashing now. Music distorted, warped. The six-legged creature was galloping in place, its body too fluid, too loose for something carved from wood. Then I heard my own name, whispered, over and over. Not loud, but everywhere, in the wind, in the grass, from inside the lion's painted mouth. I stumbled back to the cabin, legs shaking. Inside, the rules had changed again. Now 13. 13. If the carousel calls your name, do not answer. It is not your voice. I sat down on the floor, the rule sheet in my lap. My hands were shaking so badly, I couldn't even fold it back up. Outside the window, something moved past. Not a person. Not anymore. It wore my face. And I think tomorrow, it wears my name. I woke up to the smell of dirt. Not the clean kind, not the smell after rain, but something older, something buried, like the scent that clings to the roots of a tree when it has been ripped out of the earth. My bed was soaked in cold sweat again, the kind that felt thick, almost sticky, like it had been pulled from someplace inside me. My eyes refused to open at first. They felt swollen, heavy, like I had been crying in my sleep, or like something had been pressing them shut. The rules sheet was beside me, folded neatly on the pillow where my head had just been. That was new. I had left it taped to the wall, right where I could always see it. Now it was here, folded. Waiting, I picked it up with shaking fingers. There were now 14 rules. Rule 14. If you wake up with soil under your fingernails, do not wash it off. Do not remember what you touched. I looked down. My hands were filthy. Dark soil caked deep under the nails. My knuckles scraped raw. Scratches across my wrists like I had been digging. Not in a dream, not metaphorically. My hands had done something while I slept. Something real. I didn't remember it. I didn't want to. I shoved my hands under the mattress and sat there in silence. The air in the cabin was humming again, a low, constant drone just beneath the sound of everything else. Not quite a noise, more like a vibration in my bones, like the whole place was alive and breathing beneath the floorboards. There was no envelope today, no assignment, no task. But the second I opened the door to leave, I knew where I was supposed to go. The summer district. I hadn't returned since the green-faced man, since the laugh that didn't belong in any human throat, but now the path was clear. Every other road blocked off by fallen debris or mud or vines that pulsed when touched. I followed the only path left. When I arrived, it had changed. The summer district was brighter than I remembered. The booths had been freshly painted, the rides polished, flags fluttered where there had been none. Music echoed faintly from overhead speakers, tinny and old, like it had been recorded decades ago. The place looked alive. And full. There were people. At least, they looked like people. Children ran in slow circles around the carousel. Adults in outdated clothes leaned against walls, smiling without blinking. Every single one wore the same pin I had been given. Seasonal crew. But their eyes. Too wide, too empty, too still. I didn't speak to any of them. I just kept moving, following the pulse in my chest that told me where to go. The petting zoo. That area had always been fenced off. Rusted bars, locked gates. Every map I had seen said it was under construction, unsafe. But today, it was open. Inside, the air was heavier, warmer. It smelled like straw and wet fur and something else, something sharp and sweet. There were no animals. Only shadows shaped like animals. They moved, walked, sniffed the air, but when I stepped closer, I saw it. The shadows did not belong to anything real. There was nothing casting them. I turned to leave and froze. Laughter. Soft, like a child giggling behind a curtain. Rule 4. If you hear laughter coming from the petting zoo, leave that area immediately. I was too late. The shadows stopped moving. Then they turned. All of them. Toward me. One by one, they began to rise, not stand, rise, as if lifted by invisible strings. Their forms changed, grew. The laughter grew louder. More voices joined. Not just children, adults. Elderly, layers of giggles stacked like broken music. I backed up slowly, careful not to trip on the uneven ground. Then I ran. The laughter followed. It echoed through the trees as I sprinted down the nearest path. I didn't know where I was going, just away. The air got colder as I moved. The light dimmed, even though it was still midday. My breath came in harsh gasps. The laughter behind me never stopped. It only grew sharper, closer. I burst through a gate that hadn't been there before. A tall iron arch twisted into shapes I couldn't name. The sign above it read, "Winter's End." The ground beyond was covered in frost, actual frost, crunching beneath my boots. Ice clung to dead bushes and brittle trees. My breath came out in plumes now. The sky overhead darkened instantly. No more laughter. Only wind. I turned a corner and stopped cold. There was a mirror in the middle of the path. Freestanding, tall, ornate, covered in carvings of leaves and snowflakes. I saw myself, but not quite. My reflection was smiling. I wasn't. It raised a hand and waved. I stepped back. It stepped forward. Rule 8. If your reflection frowns when you smile, hide. But this one smiled when I did not. New rule, new danger. The mirror rippled, like water. The reflection stepped forward and walked through. I turned and ran again, deeper into the Winter's End section. The cold bit into my arms. My teeth chattered. Behind me, footsteps, my own, perfectly matched, only one step behind. I found a tunnel, narrow, built into the side of a hill. I ducked inside and kept running until I collapsed. When I opened my eyes, the mirror was gone. So was the reflection. But carved into the wall near my head, fresh and deep, were 5 words. You are the final rule. I don't know what that means, but I think I am about to find out. I don't remember falling asleep, but I must have. When I opened my eyes, I was no longer in the tunnel. I was lying in a field. Tall grass swayed in slow motion around me, golden and soft. There was no wind, but it moved anyway. The sky above was pale blue, painted with gentle streaks of pink, like it was always sunset here. I sat up, disoriented. My body ached like I had been running for hours, but I was dry, clean. My boots weren't covered in frost or mud. Even the dirt under my fingernails was gone. I looked around and realized I was back at the park, but it was different now. The signs were gone. No district names, no broken rides, no fog. Just pathways carved into the grass, leading in every direction, none of them marked. I stood and turned in a slow circle. The only structure nearby was a small white building. It looked like a chapel or a schoolhouse, but there was no door. Just a window, open a crack. A low voice drifted out from it, calm, familiar. Come inside. I didn't hesitate. My legs carried me without thought, without fear. I climbed through the window and found myself in a room that didn't make sense. It was the staff cabin, my staff cabin. Only cleaner, warmer, lit by candlelight instead of that awful buzzing bulb. On the desk sat the rule sheet, and beside it, the gold pin I had been given when I arrived. I stepped closer and picked it up. The pin no longer said seasonal crew. It said my name. My real name. The one I hadn't heard anyone speak since I got here. Then I saw Vernon. He was sitting in the corner chair, arms folded, watching me with eyes that were no longer glassy. They were soft now, kind, human. "You made it," he said. I didn't know what to say. My mouth was dry, and my mind was catching up to too many questions at once. "What is this place?" I asked finally. Vernon smiled. Not wide, not eerie, just tired. It was meant to be a sanctuary, a place for memories that don't belong anywhere else, a resting ground for forgotten seasons. He gestured to the wall behind him. Paintings lined it now, dozens of them. Each showed a different version of the park, snow-covered, sunlit, overgrown, golden with autumn. But in every one, there were people, faces, workers. Some I recognized, most I didn't. "We tried to create something beautiful," he continued, "but beauty doesn't stay untouched. People tried to use this place, to own it, to trap things here they couldn't understand." I shook my head. The rules, the monsters, the reflections, the girl in the hallway, what were they? He stood and stepped forward, placing a hand gently on my shoulder. "They are echoes," he said, "of those who broke the rules, of those who tried to control the park. The rules aren't just warnings, they are barriers, boundaries that protect both you and the place itself." I sat down. My legs were trembling again, but this time it wasn't fear. It was exhaustion, relief, maybe even grief. "I broke so many of them," I whispered. Vernon nodded slowly. "And you're still here." He pointed to the rule sheet. It was different again. Only one line remained. "Rule 1. If you make it to the end, you must decide what happens next." I looked at him, confused. "You want me to choose?" He nodded again. "This place changes with each new keeper. It becomes them, their season, their story. But it must have a watcher, one who remembers the rules, one who respects the balance, one who does not let the stories rot." I stood, heart pounding. "You want me to stay?" "I'm offering, not forcing. You can walk away. The gate is open now. You'll remember what happened here for the rest of your life, but it will never follow you again, or—" He gestured to the cabin door, which was now wide open. "Or you can stay, shape the next version, keep it safe, protect the rules for the next letter that gets delivered. The choice is yours." Outside, the wind picked up. For the first time in days, I felt real air on my skin, clean, warm, alive. I stepped out of the cabin. The field stretched wide in every direction. I could see the gate from here, rusted, familiar, but beyond it, I saw something else. The world. My life. It was waiting for me. I turned back to Vernon. "What happens to you if I stay?" He smiled again. "I go home." His form was already fading, like mist at sunrise. I looked down at the pin in my hand. My name gleamed in the sunlight. And I knew. I wasn't ready to leave. Not yet. So I pinned it to my shirt and turned toward the park. As I walked, the grass shifted, paths formed, trees stretched taller. The sky above turned a shade deeper. Somewhere in the distance, I heard music. Not carnival music, something softer. Like a music box winding open for the first time in a long while. I passed by the old autumn hall. It was clean now, the fog gone, the air calm. The reflection in the glass showed only me, smiling, whole. I passed the petting zoo. The shadows were still there, but now they walked calmly, playfully. They laughed like children without cruelty. I waved to them. They waved back. At the carousel, I paused. One horse turned slowly, just once. A gesture, a bow. I walked to the center of the park and waited. The sun dipped lower, the breeze slowed. And somewhere, a typewriter clacked. A letter was being written. For someone new. But this time, it would come with guidance. This time it would come with care. And this time, if they followed the rules, they just might make it home. Or they might stay. And become a season too. But not a cursed one. Not anymore. Just remembered. I do not know how much time I have left. My fingers are already starting to disappear, like smoke curling off a fire that has burned too long. Every time I look at my reflection, I see less of me. Just a blur, a shadow, like my body is forgetting how to exist. But before I am completely gone, there is something I have to write down, something I need you to hear. Because I found something I never should have, and whatever I touched, it is touching back now. It started with a house, not some haunted mansion or anything dramatic like that. Just a house at the edge of town, you know the kind. Sagging porch, windows covered in grime, weeds up to your knees, paint peeling like skin off a sunburn. Everyone has a story about it, but no one has the guts to go in. Except me, apparently. It was a stupid decision, I know. I thought maybe there would be something worth salvaging. I guess I just wanted to feel brave for once. So I went inside. The floor groaned under my boots. Every step felt like it echoed longer than it should have, like the house was breathing along with me. In one corner, I noticed a spot where the wood had caved in. Curiosity got the better of me. I crouched down, brushing aside a layer of dust that felt heavier than it had any right to be. That is when I found it. A small leather journal, almost hidden beneath the rotting floorboards. It looked like it had been there for decades. The leather was cracked and stiff, the pages swollen from water damage. I should have left it there, I know that now. The writing inside was frantic, slanted lines, some barely legible. It looked like whoever wrote it had been in a hurry, or terrified, maybe both. There were pieces that made no sense, random phrases like the mirror remembers, and do not follow the humming. But what stuck with me was the last entry, scrawled across the bottom of a warped page. If you have found this, it means they have not taken you yet, but if you have seen their eyes, it is already too late. That line felt like a punch to the chest, because I had seen something, and suddenly, I could not pretend I had not. My hands went cold, my stomach dropped. I just kept staring at the page, like maybe if I looked long enough, it would explain what the hell was happening to me. It started slow, glitches, I guess. I would try to remember what I ate for breakfast and come up blank. I forgot my sister's birthday. I looked at a photo from 2 weeks ago and my face was just not there. Blurry, smudged like someone dragged their thumb across it. I thought I was losing it, but the journal said otherwise. The journal knew, and I do not know what is worse, honestly, being crazy or being right. You have to understand, I did not go looking for any of this. I am just some guy. I work a boring job, live in a boring apartment, and I only even went into that house because I was bored out of my mind. But the moment I opened that journal, it was like something opened me. Ever since that day, I feel like I am being watched from a place I cannot see. Like something is just outside the room, waiting for me to forget again. And it is working. I can feel it chipping away at me. I tried to tell my friend Jamie about it. I showed him the journal, or I thought I did. When I pulled it out, the pages were blank, just old paper. No writing, no warning, nothing. Jamie looked at me like I was messing with him. Said I needed sleep. I laughed it off, but inside I was panicking. Because I remembered what I had read. I remembered it word for word. But the proof was gone, like the journal was protecting itself. The weirdest part, Jamie has not answered my texts since that night. I went back to the house. I do not even know why. Some part of me thought maybe I could put the journal back, like that would undo everything. Like maybe it would forget me if I pretended I never found it. But when I got there, the house was gone. Not torn down, not burned, just gone. The lot was empty, weeds still there, trees still leaning in like they were keeping secrets, but no house. No stairs, no door, just dirt. That is when I really started to panic. I drove around for hours, retracing every turn, trying to convince myself I had just gone to the wrong place. But I knew, deep down I knew. I had crossed some kind of line, and whatever lived on the other side had noticed. Things kept getting worse. I stopped showing up in mirrors. People started looking through me like I was not there. Once, I caught my own mom glancing past me at dinner, then asking my dad why she had set an extra plate. I told her it was mine. She just stared at me, confused, like she had never seen me before. That broke something in me. I locked myself in the bathroom and cried until I threw up. Now I do not even get phone notifications. My number still works, but it is like the world just forgot I exist. My voicemail has no name. My contacts are disappearing. My memories are getting fuzzy, not like old memories, like they were never mine to begin with. I keep reading the last page of the journal over and over, trying to figure out what it means, the part about the eyes, because I think I saw them, not in a dream, not in the dark, but in real life. I was walking past a store window and for a second, I saw my reflection, except it wasn't mine. Same clothes, same face, but not me. The eyes were wrong, empty, too still. And then it smiled. I blinked, and the reflection was back to normal, but I know what I saw. And now I feel it, right behind me. I have to stop writing for now. My hands are starting to blur again, like sand slipping through a sieve, but I promise I will keep going as long as I can. If this makes it to anyone at all, please just keep reading. Because if you stop, they notice. And once they notice, it starts. I stayed inside for the rest of the night. I did not turn on the lights. I sat in the corner of my bedroom with a blanket wrapped around me, listening. Every little sound in the house felt amplified. The groan of the pipes, the creak of the floorboards settling, the wind pressing against the windows. But it was not those sounds that scared me. It was the silence between them. That tense, waiting kind of silence that feels like it is holding its breath along with you. When morning came, I did not feel relief. I just felt numb, like I had gone too far out into something, and now I could not make my way back. I looked in the mirror again. My eyes were red. Not from crying, but from staying up. And there was this strange, blurry shimmer at the edge of my reflection. I blinked hard, and it was gone. I called Leah again. Still no answer. Still just static when I tried her landline. It was like her whole life had been folded up and placed in a drawer no one could open anymore. I told myself I would not go back to her house, that I had seen enough. But by noon, I was standing on her porch again. Nothing had changed. The house felt like a snapshot from some other time. That same basket of laundry still sat by the couch, only now it smelled faintly of mildew. The same mail was by the door. I picked it up, looked at the names on the envelopes, and every one of them had her last name, but none had Caleb's. The drawing was still on the fridge, the one with Mom and me scrawled at the top in crooked handwriting. The name under the boy was still scratched out, but I could see that there had once been letters there, like someone had tried to erase him from everything. I sat down on the floor. I do not know how long I stayed there. It could have been minutes, could have been an hour. Eventually, I pulled out my phone and looked for the video again. The one of Caleb in the back seat of my car, and this time it was not corrupted, it was just gone, like it had never existed. But I knew it had. I could still hear his voice in my head, still remember the way he used to say my name when he wanted something. Still remember the birthday where he cried because someone got him the wrong kind of dinosaur toy, and I told him it did not matter. And he told me I did not understand, because it was a very specific kind of dinosaur, and that mattered a lot. I remembered, even if no one else did. That was when I started writing everything down, not because I thought it would help, but because I needed something to prove to myself I was not losing it. I opened a blank notebook and filled the first few pages with every memory I had of Caleb, every moment I could dig up from the back of my brain. The way he laughed, the sound of his feet on the hardwood floor, the night he stayed over and wet the bed, and was so embarrassed he tried to hide it by flipping the mattress. I wrote it all. And as I did, I noticed something. The more I wrote, the more the house felt unstable, not physically, just the feeling of it, like it was shifting beneath me. I kept seeing shadows in the corners of my eyes that vanished the second I turned. kept feeling like the walls were breathing, expanding and contracting like lungs too deep under the skin. I stood up and almost fell over. The floor felt soft for a second, like I had stepped on something not entirely solid. I backed away slowly, sat back down. I stared at the journal in my hands and realized I had not turned the page in a while. The next page was blank. I flipped forward. All of them were. Not a single mark, even though I had just written paragraphs. I checked my pen. It worked. I scribbled on a post-it to test it. And that was when I noticed the post-its were fading too. The ink I had just laid down was already lightening, fading from view like the words did not want to be remembered. That was the moment I stopped pretending any of this was explainable. I stood up, shoved the notebook in my bag, and left Leah's house without closing the door behind me. The sunlight outside felt wrong, brighter, maybe, harsher. Like it was shining through a filter I could not take off. As I walked back to my car, I passed a man walking his dog. He nodded at me, smiled, and said, "Nice day, huh, Jason?" I almost corrected him. My name is not Jason. But I didn't. I just nodded and got into the car. As soon as I turned the key, the radio came on. Static, then a voice. Not a DJ, not music, a child, whispering. "You're next." I turned the radio off, heart thudding, fingers trembling on the knob. I did not turn it back on the whole way home. That night, I sat on my bed and tried to find old photos. I dug through old boxes, hard drives, even an ancient desktop computer I had not touched in years. And every picture that should have had Caleb in it either had a gap, a blur, or someone else standing in his place. A different kid sometimes just empty space. A birthday cake with no child in front of it. A wrapped gift sitting unopened with no one to claim it. I found one picture of me holding someone, my arms wrapped around empty air, but I remembered who it had been. I remembered, and I was starting to think that was the problem. That remembering was what they hated most. That whoever they were, whatever had taken Caleb, they were not after the loud or the curious. They were after the ones who remembered. And I was starting to remember too much. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see Emily's face. That mouth full of too many teeth. Those glassy, unblinking eyes. The way she moved through the playground like a puppet on invisible strings. It played on a loop behind my eyelids, her expression growing more distorted with each replay. I couldn't shake it, and I didn't want to know what I might see if I let myself drift off. So I sat in the dark, lights off, back against the wall, watching the hallway outside my bedroom with the kind of stare that aches after a while. The shadows stretched and twisted as the moon rose, and somewhere between 1 and 3 in the morning, I heard it again. That voice, Caleb's name, whispered through the vents, soft, mocking, like someone was toying with me. I gripped the blanket tighter, the fabric damp with sweat even though the air was ice cold. It wasn't the kind of cold that came from outside. It was something else. A chill that felt internal, like it was being exhaled from the walls. Then came the footsteps. Slow, shuffling, like a child dragging their feet across a tiled hallway, except there were no tiles, just carpet, which meant whatever it wasn't walking on the floor I knew. It was walking somewhere close but wrong, like on a different layer of the house. I stayed still, breathing shallow, counting the seconds between each step. Then silence. A thick, suffocating silence that settled over everything like a heavy sheet, the kind that makes your ears ring from how unnatural it feels. And just when I thought it might be over, I heard the laughter. A child's laugh, short, sharp, right behind the wall at the head of my bed. I didn't move. Couldn't. Eventually, the air shifted, not warmer, but looser. The pressure in the room lifted like whatever had been there had gone, leaving only a rotten, metallic taste in the back of my throat. Morning light bled through the curtains a few hours later, and I stood up like I had aged 10 years overnight. My joints ached. My hands trembled as I made coffee. It didn't help. Nothing did. I needed answers. and I only had one lead. The journal. I hadn't dared open it again since the night at the house. It had been sitting in the drawer beside my bed like a dormant weapon, wrapped in an old dish towel. But now, I pulled it out with shaking hands and unwrapped it slowly. It was heavier than I remembered. Still warm. I flipped past the early pages, the ones with my grandfather's name, with rules I had already broken, and landed on a section I hadn't dared touch before. The handwriting grew worse here, less controlled. Letters tangled together like someone had been writing during an earthquake. There were names, dozens of them, some crossed out, some smudged like they had been erased by time itself. Then I found it. A page with a crude map. It showed the house, the woods, a few other landmarks, but one section was marked heavily, circled so many times the paper had torn. It just said, "The Hollow." I didn't know what that meant, but beneath it was a single sentence that turned my blood to ice. "That is where they feed." I stared at those words for a long time, my fingers pressed hard into the page, trying to make it feel less real. I knew what I had to do. By the time the sun had started to dip again, I was in my car, map in the passenger seat, flashlight, and a hunting knife in my backpack, not because I thought it would help, but because carrying something made me feel less powerless. I parked near the edge of town and walked. The woods were denser than I remembered. The trees leaned in close, their branches tangling together like skeletal fingers above me. Every crunch of leaves underfoot felt too loud. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. The deeper I went, the more wrong everything felt. The light grew thin, the air felt electric, like something was waiting. Eventually, I found it. The hollow. It wasn't a clearing, not exactly. It was more like the forest had been scooped out and never healed. A shallow basin in the earth, surrounded by trees that bent away from it like they wanted nothing to do with what lay inside. The center was bare, no grass, just dirt and a ring of small stones like a makeshift altar. I stepped inside, and the temperature dropped instantly. I should have turned back. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, but I didn't. I stood in the middle of that ring of stones, heart hammering, and I shouted his name. "Caleb." My voice cracked against the still air. "Caleb, I know you're out here. I remember you." Silence. Then the ground trembled. Only a little, just enough to let me know that something had heard me. I looked down and saw the soil between the stones shifting, like something was burrowing beneath it. A hand burst through the dirt. Small, pale. Then another. And slowly, a child began to rise. It was him. Caleb. Eyes shut, mouth slightly open, his skin gray-blue like he had drowned and never dried. I stumbled back, mouth open, unable to speak. His eyes opened. Black. Bottomless. He didn't blink. He just looked at me, and when he opened his mouth, what came out wasn't a voice. It was a chorus. Hundreds of children, whispering, moaning, crying, all from that one small mouth. "You brought us back," they said. And I fell to my knees, not from pain, but from weight. The weight of all of them. All the forgotten. They were in the ground. In the walls. In the cracks of memory. I had pulled back the curtain, and now they were spilling through. And I knew. There was no going back. Not anymore. I ran. Out of the hollow, back through the trees, stumbling over roots and rocks and whatever else clawed at my legs from the forest floor. My lungs burned with every gasp, the air sharp and metallic. I didn't stop to look back. I didn't want to know what was following me, or if Caleb was even still behind me at all. The memory of his black eyes, of that voice, the voice that was not his, had hollowed me out. I felt like I had left something in that place, something I might never get back. By the time I reached my car, the sun had dipped beneath the horizon, and shadows swallowed everything in sight. I locked the doors, started the engine, and drove until the road blurred under my headlights. My hands wouldn't stop shaking on the wheel. The trees on either side seemed to lean closer as I passed, like they wanted one last look at me, like they were memorizing my face. When I got home, I didn't go inside right away. I sat in the driveway for what felt like hours, the engine ticking as it cooled. I stared at my front door, wondering if anything had followed me, wondering if it was already inside. Eventually, I forced myself up the steps and into the house. I locked every door, every window, drew the curtains, turned on every light, and still the house felt too dark. I couldn't stop glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see a small, pale face in the hallway, or a hand reaching out from the corner of the room. I didn't sleep. Instead, I took the journal back out and read until sunrise. Every word my grandfather had written felt heavier now, more dangerous. There were passages I hadn't noticed before, tucked between the rules and memories, scrawled in a frantic hand like he had run out of time. They cannot be killed, they cannot be bargained with, but they can be witnessed. I didn't know what that meant. Witnessed how? For what purpose? Below that, another line. If you see their eyes, they see you. I remembered that part too well. Caleb's eyes had not been his, and now they had seen me. The next few days blurred together. I avoided mirrors. I didn't answer the phone. I barely ate. I would catch myself staring out the window for hours, waiting for something to appear at the edge of the street. A shape, a figure, a child. But nothing came. Not at first. It was little things. First, my neighbor's mailbox disappeared. One morning, it was just gone. No post, no hole in the ground, like it had never been there to begin with. Then it was the dog next door, a golden retriever that used to bark every morning without fail. One day, silence. The next day, no trace of the dog. The bowl was gone. The leash on the hook by their door, gone. When I asked the neighbor about it, she looked at me like I was crazy. "We never had a dog," she said, smiling politely. Her eyes were too still, her voice too smooth. That night, I heard knocking again. Not at the door. From inside the walls. Soft at first, then louder, slow and deliberate. 3 knocks, always 3. I stood in the hallway, staring at the plaster, my breath fogged in the air. And then, behind me, a voice. "You remember him." I spun around. No one was there. But the temperature dropped instantly. My hands went numb. I turned back to the wall. Something moved behind it. I saw the bulge of it, like fingers pressing through from the other side, testing the boundary. I backed away, one step at a time, until I was in my bedroom again. I didn't sleep. Instead, I wrote. I wrote everything I could remember about Caleb, every moment, every laugh, every tantrum, every trip to the park, every bedtime story, every stupid thing he said that made me laugh. I filled pages and pages, terrified of forgetting anything else. But each time I looked back at the page, something had changed. A word missing, a sentence altered. Sometimes entire paragraphs rewritten in handwriting that wasn't mine. The ink bled into itself, letters warping into nonsense. They were taking him again. I held the pages up to the light, trying to find the original, trying to trace back the truth. But it was fading, and so was I. The next morning I walked to the corner store just to prove to myself the world was still there. The cashier looked at me funny when I handed her cash, like she didn't recognize the paper in my hand. Like she didn't recognize me. "You new in town?" she asked. I didn't answer. I walked out with nothing. On my way home, I saw her again. Emily. Standing at the edge of the playground, same dress, same tangled hair, same smile that peeled her face in half. This time she was watching a boy. A real one. He was no older than 7, laughing, kicking a soccer ball by himself. Emily stepped closer. I tried to yell, to run, but my feet were frozen. She leaned down beside the boy, whispering something into his ear. He paused, turned to look at her. And then he smiled back. Like he knew her. Like he remembered her. And in a blink, they were both gone. No noise, no footsteps, no trace. I staggered forward, panic ripping through me like glass. I asked everyone around me, parents, kids, joggers, if they'd seen her, if they'd seen the boy. They all just shook their heads. What boy? And that was when I knew. They weren't just taking children. They were replacing them. Or worse, making it like they never existed at all. I went home, barricaded the door, covered the mirrors. And then for the first time, I opened the very last page of the journal. There was no ink, no writing, just an imprint burned into the leather, like it had been seared into it. One phrase: when the last name is forgotten, the door will open. I didn't know what that meant, not yet, but I had a feeling I was getting closer to finding out. I woke up to the sound of my own voice. Not from a dream, not from speaking in my sleep. I heard it, clear as anything, coming from the hallway outside my room. I lay frozen in bed, the sheets twisted around my legs, breath caught in my throat. The voice, my voice, spoke just once. He remembers too much. The silence that followed was worse than the voice itself. I sat up slowly, eyes fixed on the bedroom door, waiting, listening, but nothing else came. I slipped out of bed and grabbed the flashlight I kept under the mattress. My phone still didn't work. It had not turned on in days. I flicked the flashlight on and stepped out into the hallway. The air felt different, not just cold but heavy, like it had thickened overnight. The walls seemed closer, the ceiling lower. I checked the living room first. Everything looked the same at a glance, but then I noticed the photo frames. Every one of them was empty, no pictures, no faces. Just frames hung neatly on the wall, as if they were always meant to be that way. The table where I had left the journal was bare. I turned in a slow circle, searching every surface, every corner. No sign of it. Then I checked the mirror by the door. There was no reflection. Not dim, not faded, just nothing. I stared into the glass for a long time, trying to breathe through the weight of it. That was the first moment I knew I was slipping faster than I realized. If I could not see myself anymore, then how much longer did I have? I thought maybe I had hours, maybe less. I turned away from the mirror and froze. Someone had written on my wall. The words stretched across the hallway in jagged black letters. The door is opening. My stomach twisted. I stepped closer. The writing wasn't paint. It wasn't marker. It looked like it had been burned into the wall. Charred into the plaster, the edges still curling inward like whatever made it had been searing hot. I didn't remember falling asleep the night before. I didn't remember closing my eyes. But the words had been written while I slept. I checked every room in the house. No sign of forced entry, no broken windows, no footprints on the carpet. But in the kitchen, something waited for me on the counter. A photograph. One I had never seen before. It was a picture of me, standing in front of that house, the one at the edge of town, the one Caleb called the Whisper House. My mouth was slightly open in the image, like I had just spoken, or was about to. My eyes were wide, but not with fear. They looked hollow, empty, like I had already started disappearing. I turned the photo over. Written in childlike handwriting on the back were 3 words: "We see you." I dropped the photo and stumbled back. My foot hit something and I nearly fell. I looked down and saw the journal. It was back, lying in the same spot I had left it the night before. But now, something was different. The leather cover had split open in places, revealing a deeper layer beneath, like skin torn away from old flesh. The pages glowed faintly, red along the edges. I opened it. The rules had changed again. Now, there was a new one. Rule number 7. When the house calls you, do not answer. If you do, you belong to it. I slammed the book shut and stared at the wall across from me. There was a door that had never been there before. I didn't build it. I had lived in this house for years. I knew every square inch of it. There was no door on that wall yesterday, but now there it stood, black wood, no knob. Just a single circular indentation where a handle should be. And behind it, I could hear breathing. It wasn't deep or loud. It was shallow, ragged, like something on the other side had been waiting a long time and was too tired to hide anymore. I didn't go near it. Not then. Instead, I gathered every scrap of memory I had left, every photo, every note, every piece of evidence that proved I was real, that Caleb had been real. I stacked them on the living room floor and stared at them, trying to burn the images into my mind. But one by one, they started to change. Faces blurred, words faded. In one photo, where Caleb had once stood holding a sparkler on the 4th of July, only the sparkler remained. A single glowing line in the dark, no hand, no boy. Just fire suspended in memory. And then came the voices. Soft at first, behind the walls, under the floor, in the pipes. You saw her smile. You said his name. You still remember. I pressed my hands over my ears, but the voices crawled through anyway, whispering, chanting, calling. The door pulsed. It had grown taller, wider. The red light from the journal began to flicker, as if the house itself had noticed me reading again. And then I heard the knock. Not from the hallway. From inside the new door. One knock. 2. 3. Always 3. I held the journal close, every nerve in my body trembling. I didn't answer, but I knew I was going to. The thing was, I didn't have a choice. The rules weren't warnings, they were predictions. Every one of them had come true. Not because I broke them, but because they were always going to be broken. The moment I remembered Caleb, the moment I said his name, everything else was set in motion. The door was always going to open. I sat there on the floor until the lights dimmed and the red glow from the journal faded. Then I did the only thing left to do. I stood up, and I walked toward the door. I stood before the door with my heart thudding like a war drum in my chest. The indentation where the handle should be pulsed faintly now, like a heartbeat beneath skin. There was no sound from the other side. No whispers, no knocks, just silence so dense it made my ears ring. My hand hovered near the surface, fingers trembling with a kind of dread I could not name. I did not want to touch it. I knew the rules. Rule number 7 had warned me. When the house calls you, do not answer. But I had already answered. I answered the second I remembered Caleb, the second I walked through the woods. The second I opened the journal. This was never about choices. It was always about inevitability. I touched the door. There was no sound, no shift, just cold, pure and deep, like plunging your hand into the middle of winter. And then the wood began to ripple, like water. The surface shimmered and sucked inward, taking my hand with it, then my arm, then everything else. It did not feel like being pulled. It felt like being unmade. Like the door was not just an entrance but an eraser, a way to undo you piece by piece. I closed my eyes, hoping to pass through it quickly, but the sensation dragged on. My bones felt hollow. My skin tingled, time twisted, and then, suddenly, there was ground beneath my feet. I opened my eyes. The air smelled like mold and soot and something else I could not place. Something sour and old. I stood in a hallway lined with cracked wallpaper, peeling in long strips like paper skin. The lights above flickered, not with electricity but with something more organic. Their glow pulsed, dimming and returning in uneven rhythms. At the far end of the hallway was another door, this one slightly ajar. A low red light spilled through the crack and painted the floor in a thin, glowing line. I walked. My footsteps made no sound. The floor beneath me was soft, almost spongy, like it had absorbed the weight of 1,000 other forgotten souls. The walls leaned inward slightly, and I realized there were no windows, no exits, only that red light ahead. I passed a mirror and caught a glimpse of something that made my stomach turn. My reflection looked like me, but older, thinner, eyes sunken, mouth slightly open like it was whispering something I could not hear. When I stopped walking, the reflection did not. It kept moving down the hall. I turned away quickly. The door at the end of the hallway creaked as I pushed it open. The room beyond was wide, circular, and empty, except for one thing. A chair sat in the center of the space, facing away from me. And in it, someone sat perfectly still. I stepped inside, unsure if I was even breathing anymore. The door slammed shut behind me. The figure in the chair spoke. "You took too long." The voice was dry, male, familiar in a way that scraped the back of my memory like fingernails on glass. I moved closer, step by slow step, until I could see the side of his face. My grandfather, Benjamin Holloway. But not the man I remembered from old photographs and fading childhood memories. This version of him looked weathered, gaunt, like the house had fed on him for decades. His eyes were clouded over. His hands, resting on his lap, were cracked and pale, like old parchment. "I warned them," he said. "I wrote it all down, the rules, the warnings, but they always find someone new." His head turned slowly toward me, and for the first time I saw what was left of his eyes, empty sockets, filled with shifting shadows. Something moved inside them. "You should not have remembered," he said. I tried to speak, but my voice failed me. He raised one withered hand and pointed to the far wall. There the shadows shifted, and I saw faces, dozens, maybe hundreds, children, adults. All watching, all whispering in unison. "You broke the rules," they said together. "You called to us. You opened the door." "I want to leave," I managed to say, my voice barely above a breath. My grandfather shook his head. "There is no leaving. Not once you are part of the story. Not once the house has marked you." I turned to run, but there was no door anymore. The room had no exit, no seams, just walls that pulsed faintly like the inside of a lung. The faces continued to whisper. "You remember, you remember." Then a voice behind me, smaller. "Caleb." "Uncle Sam?" I turned so fast I almost fell. There he was, standing in the middle of the room, his clothes torn, his eyes still wrong, still deep, but his voice was his again, small, afraid. "I'm scared," he said. I moved toward him, hands out, tears stinging my eyes. "I'm going to get you out," I said. "I promise." He shook his head. "You can't." "Why not?" I begged. "Why not?" He looked down at his feet, then back up at me. "Because I'm not real anymore." Behind him, the walls began to bleed light, red at first, then white. It pulsed faster, like the house was reacting, growing anxious. I looked around wildly, trying to understand what to do, but there were no answers. My grandfather stood now too. He pointed again, this time at the floor. At my feet. A circle had appeared, glowing, carved into the floor like a brand, and within it, one final rule appeared, scratched into the wood in fresh black ink. "You may still leave, but you must forget." The shadows pressed closer. The whispers grew louder. "Forget him. Forget her. Forget yourself." I knelt on the floor, feeling the heat of the circle radiate up through my skin. Caleb stood just outside it, watching. "You have to let go," he said softly. "That's the only way you get to live." "I don't want to forget you." He smiled then, not with too many teeth, not with hollow eyes. "Just a boy. A scared, tired boy." "I know," he said, "but it's the only way to survive." I looked up at him for what I knew would be the last time. And I let go. The circle beneath me burned brighter as I closed my eyes and allowed the warmth to flood through me. It was not gentle. It was not comforting. It was like fire pulling memory out of bone, like the snapping of invisible cords that had tethered me to something too ancient to understand. I felt Caleb's eyes on me. I knew he was still standing there. I also knew that the moment I opened my eyes, I might not remember his face anymore, or his name, or what he meant to me. But I did it anyway. The burning sensation swelled, peaking with a sharp, stinging pressure behind my eyes. I let out a cry, not from pain, but from grief. It felt like mourning someone before they were gone. But this was not a funeral. This was an erasure, a deliberate unraveling. I could feel the memories begin to flicker. The first time I picked him up from school, the way he used to hum when he concentrated. The video of him in the back seat singing off-key. They were slipping, one by one, like stars being snuffed out in a night sky. And still I stayed in the circle. When I opened my eyes, the red glow had dimmed. The room was darker now. Still, my grandfather was gone. So were the whispering children. The walls looked less alive, more like regular walls. The floor creaked under my feet, not like breathing would, but like age. My body was my own again. My hands were solid. My reflection, faintly visible in a cracked mirror nearby, looked like me. Fully me, and yet, something was missing. I walked to the door. It was there again, back where it belonged, plain and wooden and closed tight. I opened it, stepped through, and found myself outside. The sky was pale, overcast. The trees stood still in the morning hush. I looked around. My car was parked exactly where I had left it. The house behind me looked no different than any other abandoned building on the edge of a forgotten town. I stood there for a moment, unsure what I was waiting for. A sign, maybe, a whisper. But nothing came. I got in the car and drove. The road was long and quiet. Empty fields blurred past. Familiar landmarks appeared like ghosts in the fog of my mind. I tried to remember where I was going. It came slowly, like a dream fading after waking. My apartment. Yes, I still had an apartment. I still had a life. A job. Something normal. Something grounding. By the time I reached the front steps, I felt the circle's effect settling deep into my mind like a second skin. I walked through the door, dropped my keys in the bowl, and stood in the silence of my living room. Something had changed. The photos on the wall were just landscapes now. No faces. My shelves were filled with books I didn't recognize. My phone had no missed calls, no texts, no photos saved. My memories had been redacted carefully, efficiently. There were no gaps, only absences I could not explain. But I was alive. And that mattered more than anything. Over the next few days, life returned in slow, staggered breaths. I went to the store. I worked. I nodded at neighbors I barely knew. Nothing seemed off anymore. The world had shifted to accommodate my forgetting. It felt like moving through a new town you had always lived in. Things fit, but not perfectly. People smiled at me like they knew me. But I could not tell you a single name. And I didn't question it. Not until one morning when I woke up to a breeze through the open window and found a journal on my nightstand. Old, leather-bound, familiar. I didn't remember putting it there. I didn't even remember what it was. I opened it slowly. Inside were empty pages, dozens of them, crisp, untouched, except for one, at the very back, written in small, trembling handwriting. If you are reading this, it means the house let you go. I stared at the words for a long time, feeling a distant ache stir in my chest. Then I turned the page. More writing, not in the same hand. You forgot what mattered most. That is the price. But you survived. I flipped forward, hoping for something more, and then, written in the margin of an otherwise blank page, I saw a name. Just one. Caleb. I read it aloud before I could stop myself. The moment the sound left my lips, the room shifted. A picture frame on the shelf tipped over by itself. My heart skipped. I stood still, not daring to move. Then I saw it. In the corner of the mirror, just for a split second. A child's silhouette, small, watching. Gone when I turned. I closed the journal and placed it in the drawer. That night, I dreamed of a swing set, of a little boy laughing, of a name I no longer understood but could still feel. The next day, I took a walk through the park. The wind was cool, the trees full, the laughter of children filled the air. I sat on a bench, watching the world spin around me like it always had. And in that moment, I realized something. The forgetting had not erased everything. Some feelings stayed behind. The warmth of a memory, even when the name is gone. The shape of a bond you cannot define. And that was enough. I pulled a pen from my coat and opened the journal again. On the first page I wrote, I survived the house. I survived remembering. I survived forgetting. And if you are reading this, you can too. Then I closed it, slid it into my bag, and stood up. The wind brushed past my shoulders like a whisper that meant no harm. For the first time in weeks, I felt still. Not empty, not afraid. Just still. And when I passed the playground one last time, I looked at the swings. One of them rocked slightly, back and forth, like it had just been used. There was no one there, not that I could see. But maybe, in some quiet, distant way, he was. I smiled, and kept walking. Have you ever read a horror story that felt too real? I do not mean one that just gives you a quick chill and fades away. I am talking about the kind that lingers. The kind that makes you sit in silence for a bit longer after reading. That weird aftertaste where everything feels just a little off, even hours later. I always loved those. Not the cheap scream-filled stuff, but the ones that dig in and stay. The ones that feel like they know something about you. Or worse, like they changed something. That is probably why I signed up for the midnight study program. It was this odd after-hours thing my university offered for a select number of students. They said it was meant to help us focus better, giving us a quiet space away from distractions. I thought it was strange at first. Midnight to 4 in the morning inside the old university library. That sounded more like a dare than a productivity hack. But then they mentioned the scholarship. That is when my ears perked up. They were offering a grant. Not huge, but enough to get me through a few tight months. All I had to do was study in the library during those hours, alone or with a few others, depending on the night. I already stayed up late reading most nights anyway, so it did not seem like a big deal. I figured I would bring some books, read a little, and maybe write some notes to make it look legit. But there were rules. That is where things got weird. It was not just your standard no noise, no food kind of stuff. These rules were different. I remember reading them in my email, and something about them made my stomach turn a little. I will list a few, just so you get the idea. You may only enter after midnight and must leave by 4 in the morning, no exceptions. Check out a book before 12:30, even if you do not plan to read it. The library must know you are a guest. If you hear whispers from the aisles, do not try to find the source. Keep your head down and keep reading. The woman in the white dress sometimes appears on the second floor. Do not let her see you. If the lights flicker more than 3 times, close your book and leave immediately. At exactly 2:45 in the morning, the library will go silent. Do not move until the sounds return. If you hear your name whispered and no one is around, leave your book and exit the building. Do not look back. I know, it reads like the setup for a short horror story. I thought the same thing. I even showed the email to a friend and we laughed about it. He said it was probably some kind of immersive gimmick to make the program more exciting. Make nerds like me feel like we were part of something spooky. I believed him, mostly, but part of me, not so much. Still, I signed up. Curiosity beat out hesitation. I showed up at 11:55 on a Thursday night. The campus was almost dead silent, just the hum of streetlights and the occasional passing car. I stood outside the library, staring up at the old stone building like it might stare back. The place had always looked imposing during the day. At night, it felt heavier somehow. I do not know how else to put it, like walking into a memory that was not yours. Inside, everything was too quiet. There were maybe 5 of us total, scattered across the first floor. The main librarian, Miss Dawson, was behind the front desk as always. She had this way of looking at you without really looking at you. I am not saying that in a creepy way, just distant, like she was watching for something but not you specifically. I signed in, she nodded, and that was that. No conversation, no warnings. At 12:10, I walked up to the desk and checked out a book, a horror anthology. Seemed fitting, right? It was this thick, beat-up copy with yellowed pages and that old book smell. Honestly, it helped calm my nerves a bit. Ms. Dawson stamped the inside cover and slid it back without a word. By 12:30, I had found a spot in the back corner of the first floor. There was a reading lamp there, not too bright but good enough. I pulled out a notebook, jotted down a few things to pretend I was studying, and started reading. For the first hour, it felt like a regular late-night reading session. The kind I had done 100 times before, just me, a book, and the low hum of old fluorescent lights overhead. Then around 1:15, I heard it. At first I thought it was just my imagination, a soft whisper, maybe even the rustle of a page or the wind slipping through a vent. But then it happened again, clearer, closer. I paused. Looked up, nothing, just rows of books stretching into shadow. I went back to reading, telling myself it was nothing. That is when I remembered the rule. If you hear whispers from the aisles, do not try to find the source. Keep your head down and keep reading. That is what I did. It felt ridiculous at first, like I was playing into the creepiness of the setting. But as the whispers continued, as they started to take on the rhythm and tone of real voices, too low to understand but too real to ignore, I was glad I stayed seated, glad I did not go looking. I do not know how to describe it, but something in those whispers felt wrong, not just spooky or out of place, like they knew I was listening, like they were waiting for me to make a mistake. I gripped the book tighter, keeping my eyes on the page even though I was not really reading anymore. I just needed to hold on until it passed, until the sound faded. And eventually it did. But I did not feel relief. I felt watched. Like something had noticed, I followed the rule. And now it was waiting for the next one. I stayed frozen in that chair for what felt like forever, gripping the edges of the book like it was going to protect me somehow. The whispers had stopped, but the tension they left behind still clung to the air. I tried to read again, but my eyes just kept moving over the same sentence. I could not focus. My brain kept looping that same rule in my head over and over. If you hear whispers, do not go looking. Just keep reading. I had done that, and I was still here. So far, so good. I checked the time on my phone. It was 1:30. Not even halfway through the shift yet. I leaned back in my chair and took a long breath through my nose, trying to calm the pounding in my chest. Maybe I was just psyching myself out. I knew what I had signed up for. There were going to be moments like this. Creepy vibes, weird noises, maybe even someone pulling a prank. I told myself it was part of the experience, that I had to stay grounded, stay rational. That lasted about 5 minutes. At 1:35 I noticed movement upstairs, just a flicker at the edge of my vision. I looked up and my stomach dropped. There was someone on the second floor. I could only see part of them through the railing, but they were standing perfectly still, dressed in white, long black hair spilling over their shoulders like a curtain. I did not even have to see her face. I already knew. The woman in the white dress. Rule number 4. She sometimes appears on the second floor. Do not let her see you. I sank back into my seat and pulled my hoodie up around my face. I kept my eyes fixed on the page in front of me, pretending to read. My pulse was racing. I tried not to blink too much, tried not to move. If I just stayed still, maybe she would not notice me. Maybe she would go away. Seconds passed, then minutes. I did not hear footsteps. I did not hear anything. Just silence. That kind of silence that fills your ears so much, it starts to buzz. Every part of me was screaming to glance back up, just to check, just a quick peek, but I did not. I had followed the rules so far, I was not about to screw it up now. Eventually, I forced myself to glance down at my phone. It was 2 o'clock. A whole hour had passed. I let myself exhale quietly, like maybe that meant I had made it through another round. Another test. I could still feel that lingering pressure though, like eyes on the back of my neck, but there was no sound, no footsteps, no whispers. Just me and the hum of the overhead lights. I stood up slowly and stretched, careful not to look toward the staircase. My legs were stiff, my back hurt from sitting so tense. I walked quietly toward the vending machine near the hallway and bought a bottle of water. It dropped with a thunk, and the sound felt way too loud in the otherwise silent building. I twisted the cap off and took a long drink. It helped a little. When I got back to my seat, someone else had moved into the area, a guy I did not recognize. He looked a little older than the rest of us, maybe a grad student. He had headphones in and a thick textbook open in front of him. I gave a small nod as I passed, but he did not acknowledge me, probably too deep into whatever he was doing. That was fine. I liked the idea of not being completely alone down here. I sat back down and picked up my book again. I tried to get into the next story in the anthology, but I kept thinking about the woman upstairs. Was she still there? Was she even real? Or was my brain just playing tricks on me after reading all those rules? I checked the time again. It was 2:42. I did not know why, but my heart started pounding again. 2:45. The next rule. At exactly 2:45 in the morning, the library will go silent. Do not move until the sounds return. I braced myself. I had no idea what that would feel like. I kept staring at the second hand of my phone ticking forward. 2:45. Everything stopped. And I mean everything. The overhead lights still glowed, but their hum vanished. The faint sounds of papers rustling, the distant creaks of the old building, even the subtle buzz of electricity in the air, all gone. It was like someone had pressed pause on the entire world. My ears rang from the sudden lack of noise. It did not feel peaceful. It felt wrong. Even my breathing sounded too loud. I stopped, held it in, sat perfectly still. And then, the scraping started. It was soft at first, like something being dragged across the wooden floor upstairs. A dull, uneven scrape that moved slowly, stopping every few seconds, then starting again. I clenched my jaw and stared at the table. My fingernails dug into my palms. The sound was coming from above me, the second floor. It was coming down the stairs. I wanted to look, I wanted to run, but the rule was clear: do not move. So I didn't. The dragging sound moved closer, shifting slightly to the left, like whatever it was had reached the bottom of the stairs and turned toward my side of the building. My mouth went dry. I kept my eyes fixed on the table, refusing to even blink too much. My muscles screamed at me to do something, to run, to hide, to scream. But I sat still. Then the sound stopped, completely. No footsteps, no breathing, no movement. And that is when I heard it. Right next to my ear, a whisper, a voice. "I see you." I felt the breath against my skin, cold and real. But I still did not move. I could not. Not even when the sounds returned a second later. The lights buzzed back to life. The distant hum returned. Someone coughed softly across the room. I blinked, swallowed, realized I had been holding my breath for way too long. The moment had passed. But I had not imagined it. I knew that. Something had come close, and it had seen me. When the sounds returned, it was like I had been pulled up from underwater. Every little noise suddenly felt deafening. The quiet hum of the lights overhead, the soft scratch of a pen nearby, even the faint shifting of someone in a chair across the room, all of it hit me at once, but it was comforting in a way. It meant whatever that thing was, it was gone, or at least I hoped it was. I did not move right away. I sat still for several minutes, trying to convince myself I had not just lost my mind. My palms were slick with sweat, and the back of my neck still felt cold where that breath had hit me. I replayed the voice over and over in my head, not loud, not aggressive, just a quiet statement. Like a fact, I see you, like it had been waiting for me to move, to break the rule. But I didn't. I followed it to the letter. I glanced around the room trying to be subtle. The other guy, the one with the headphones, was still there, still reading like nothing had happened. I felt like I had been through a storm and everyone else was just sitting there under a calm sky. I wanted to say something, to ask if anyone else had heard the dragging, or the silence, or that voice. But I didn't. I knew how it would sound. Besides, the rules had warned me. This was not the kind of place where you asked questions. I checked my phone. It was 3:15 in the morning. There was still nearly an hour to go. I tried to read again, but it was hopeless. Every sound made me flinch. A chair creaking, a book closing, a whisper of fabric as someone shifted in their seat. It all felt too loud, too sharp. My nerves were completely shot, so I did what I always do when I need to calm down. I put in my earbuds and played some soft music, nothing intense, just background noise to drown out the thoughts in my head. It helped a little. But then something happened that pulled me right back into that pit of anxiety. A girl entered the reading room from the hallway. She looked like a student, maybe around my age, dark hair in a braid, backpack slung over one shoulder, clipboard in hand. She was dressed like she belonged there, like she worked for the program or something. She made her way around the room, stopping at each table, asking questions in a voice too soft for me to hear. And when she got to me, she smiled politely and asked, "Could you come with me for a moment? We need to check something on floor 16. My stomach dropped. Rule number 5, if a nurse asks you to go to floor 16, say no. The building only has 15 floors. I looked at her clipboard, blank. Just a cover page, no writing. Her pen was uncapped, but she had not written anything. Her eyes were too still, too wide. I forced a smile and shook my head. I am actually in the middle of something. Maybe someone else can help. She did not blink. It will only take a moment. I felt my heart hammering. I tried to stay calm. Sorry, I am going to have to pass. I will let someone know, though. She stared at me for a second too long. Then, without a word, she turned and walked away, disappearing down the hallway without looking back. I sat frozen again, my music still playing faintly in my ears. That had not felt like a prank. That girl had not felt human. Her face had been too perfect, her movements too smooth. I pulled out my earbuds and sat there, trying not to panic. I was beginning to understand something. These rules were not just precautions, they were survival instructions. A guidebook for navigating something that made no sense. 3:30 came and went without incident. No more dragging sounds, no more strange visitors. But at 3:45 I started to feel off. It was like a fog crept into my mind, not a real one, more like mental static. My thoughts started to jumble. I would look at a word in my book and not recognize it for a second. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes, shook my head. It felt like being half asleep, even though I was wide awake. Rule number 6. You might feel sleepy. Do not fall asleep outside the guard cabin. There was no cabin, not really, but I remembered there were security rooms on each floor. I had seen one earlier by the entrance. A small room with a desk, some lockers, and a window looking out into the hallway. I stood up carefully, slung my bag over my shoulder, and made my way there, every step slow and deliberate. When I reached the room, I closed the door behind me and locked it. I sat down in the chair, leaned back, and pulled my hood over my head. My eyes felt like sandpaper. My limbs were heavy. That fog was getting thicker. I knew I should stay awake, but everything was tilting sideways in my brain. I kept hearing soft sounds that were not there. A bell, a distant laugh, my own name whispered too far away to be real. I needed to stay awake. I needed to. But I didn't. Somewhere in that haze, I slipped under. And I dreamed. I dreamed of a hallway I had never seen, endless and white, with doors that led nowhere. I walked and walked, but there was no exit, just more hallway, and behind me, something followed. I could not see it, but I could feel it, like gravity, like pressure. It never moved faster, just stayed behind me, always getting closer. When I opened my eyes again, my phone said 4:20. I sat up, gasping. I was still in the security room. I had locked the door. I was safe. But something was off. The lights in the hallway were flickering, and the silence felt heavy again. Something had changed, and I had broken a rule. I stared at the hallway lights as they flickered, that jittery rhythm I had been warned about. Once, twice, 3 times, I held my breath. Then the 4th flicker came. Rule number 5, if the lights flicker more than 3 times, close your book and leave immediately. I was not holding a book anymore. I had left it at my seat, but I had broken a rule earlier, and now here was another warning, blinking above my head like a siren in disguise. I reached for the door handle of the small security room. My fingers hesitated. The hallway beyond was quiet, too quiet, like it was waiting for something to happen, but I could not stay in here forever. If this place had its own rhythm, its own clockwork of rules, then I had already thrown a wrench into it. And I did not want to find out what happened when the rules were broken twice. I opened the door. The hallway was empty. The flickering had stopped, but the air felt thick, like I was walking through something I could not see. I kept close to the wall, my bag gripped tight in my hand. I figured if I could just make it back to the main floor, maybe sit near the exit, I could ride out the rest of the shift without attracting any more attention. The staircase was just ahead, and that was when I saw the elevator. It should have been dark. The elevator on the left had a sign taped over it when I arrived, out of order. That was how I remembered it. But now, the elevator was lit. The button glowed a soft yellow, and the doors were open just a crack, like it was inviting me in. I stopped walking. Rule number 7. You will be required to go to the 10th floor during the 5th hour. Take the 2nd elevator, as the first one will be shown as out of order. That was not supposed to happen yet. It was too early. But maybe I had messed up the timing. Maybe sleeping had shifted the schedule. I checked my phone. 4:24. Still too early. The elevator doors opened wider. Inside stood an old woman, small frame, gray coat, hands folded neatly in front of her. She looked right at me with a gentle smile. "Going up?" she asked. My mouth went dry. Rule number 7 continued. An elderly woman will enter the elevator and greet you. If she says a floor number, stay in the elevator. If she says she is going the other way, apologize and leave immediately. I forced my voice out, trying to sound casual. "What floor are you going to?" She smiled wider. "I am going the other way." I nodded quickly, stepping back from the elevator. "Sorry, I will wait for the next one." She tilted her head, like she was disappointed. "Are you sure? It is quite cold in the stairwell tonight." My chest tightened. I nodded again, more firmly this time. "I am sure." The elevator doors began to close. Just before they did, I saw her smile twist, just a little. Not a scowl, not a snarl, just a little too wide, too knowing. Then the doors shut. I waited there, not moving, until I heard the soft chime of the elevator rising. I did not turn around until I was sure it was gone. The stairs were cold, like she had said, but the kind of cold that came from the inside out. I could feel it in my teeth, my fingers, the back of my throat. Still, I took the stairs slowly, one hand on the rail, the other in my coat pocket where I kept my flashlight. Floor 2, floor 3. I counted them under my breath, needing something to focus on. Floor 10. I stopped outside the door, marked OT. Just the letters, no full word. Rule number 8. Knock twice before entering. Keep a straight face. No matter what you see, stay quiet. My hand trembled as I raised it. 2 knocks. Firm, controlled. A voice from inside called out, "Come in." I opened the door and immediately wished I had not. The room was a surgery theater, or at least that was what it used to be. A single operating table sat in the center, and the light above it flickered like it was struggling to stay on. Around the table stood figures, not people, not quite. They wore long coats, masks, gloves, but their movements were wrong, jerky, like puppets handled by invisible strings. And on the table, I cannot say what it was, not clearly. I saw too much and too little at the same time. Skin opened in patterns that did not make sense, a face twisted into something between a scream and a grin, limbs that bent the wrong way. One of the masked figures turned toward me. Its mask was stained. Its gloves were soaked in something dark. "You are early," it said. I swallowed hard. "Sorry, sir." It tilted its head. "We are not ready yet." I nodded and took a step back. Another step. My shoe squeaked slightly on the tile. The figure flinched. I bolted. No time to think. I ran. Down the hall, back toward the stairwell. I did not care about quiet anymore. I just wanted out. Behind me, I heard footsteps. Fast, heavy, wrong. The doctor. He was coming. Rule number 8. If you fail to keep quiet, run. Take the stairs. The doctor will not stop until he catches you. I flew down those stairs like something was chasing my soul. Maybe it was. My foot hit a step wrong, and I slipped, crashing into the railing. Pain shot through my ribs, but I pushed myself up. I kept going. Floor 9, floor 8, floor 7. He was close. I could hear him now. Not breathing, not shouting. Just the sound of something moving with too many limbs, too much speed. Floor 5, floor 4. I burst through the stairwell door and threw myself into the hallway. The security cabin was just ahead. I dove inside and slammed the door. Locked it. Collapsed to the floor. Silence. Nothing followed me in. The doctor could not enter the cabin. I stayed on the floor for what felt like an hour, but the clock said only minutes had passed. My ribs ached, my head throbbed, but I was alive. And somehow, it was only 5 o'clock. I sat in the cabin for what felt like hours. My whole body was still buzzing with the leftover adrenaline. My ribs hurt every time I shifted even slightly, and I knew they were bruised, maybe worse. But I was breathing. I was safe, for now. And at that moment, that was enough. I pulled my hood up again, trying to feel smaller, like I could somehow disappear into the chair and pretend none of this was real. But it was. All of it. The woman in white, the doctor, the whispers. It had all happened, and I had followed the rules. Not perfectly, but enough to stay alive. 5:02. It was barely past the 5th hour now, and I knew what came next. Rule number 9. If you still hear things after 5 o'clock, press the blue button. Everything will turn off. Hide under the desk. Do not look at him. I remembered the wording. Not it. Not them. Him. But I did not hear anything. Not yet. I stayed in the chair for a while longer, keeping my breathing slow. I did not want to move unless I had to. Not with my ribs like this. 5:10. That was when I noticed the air shift again. You know that feeling when a room goes cold, but not because of temperature? Like the mood changes. The kind of cold that hits somewhere behind your eyes, and suddenly your skin feels too tight. That kind of cold. The sound started after that. At first it was nothing dramatic, just a low hum, like a faint vibration in the walls. I thought maybe it was the lights buzzing again, but then I realized the lights were not buzzing at all. In fact, they were flickering again. Twice, then once more. I held my breath. The flicker stopped at 3. Then I heard it. Laughter. It was soft, almost childlike, the kind of giggle you might hear in a playground. Except this was not a playground. It was an empty hallway in a hospital building that should not have anything funny happening inside it. Then I heard it again, closer. I stood up, slowly, and reached under the desk where the red and blue buttons were. The laughter faded out, but it was replaced by something else. Voices. Not whispers this time, real voices, but not human either. They were garbled, a mix of too many mouths saying the same thing in overlapping tones. I could not make out the words, but they were trying to get my attention. I stared at the blue button. Rule number 9 was clear. If the sounds do not stop, press it. I waited. The voices continued. I pressed the blue button. The lights went out instantly. Not just the overhead ones, everything. No hum, no buzz, no glow from the hallway, nothing. Even the small exit sign above the door blinked off. I was surrounded by total darkness. And I could feel him. Not see. Not hear. Just feel. It was like a presence that filled the space with something thick and heavy. The air pushed against my chest, and the back of my neck prickled like something was breathing just behind me. I slid under the desk. I curled up, hands over my mouth, barely breathing. The room stayed silent for a long time, but it was not a peaceful kind of silence. It was the kind that makes you feel like even your heartbeat is too loud. Like you are doing something wrong just by being alive in the same space. Then, footsteps. They were slow, bare feet on tile. I could hear the soft pad of each one as it moved closer. Not toward the desk, just across the room. Then they stopped. Right in front of the desk. I squeezed my eyes shut. He was here. I do not know how I knew it, but I did. Just like you know when someone is staring at you from behind, except this time, it felt like the stare could peel your skin away. He did not speak. He did not move. He just stood there. And then he started humming. A low, tuneless hum. It felt familiar, like a song from a memory I could not place. The kind of sound that gets under your skin and makes your chest tighten. And then he crouched. I could hear his knees crack, the slow shift of weight. He was on the floor now, right next to the desk. His hand touched the edge of it. I could see it even in the dark because it was wrong, too long. The fingers bent the wrong way. The nails were flat and wide, like they were meant for scraping. The humming stopped, and in the silence that followed, I felt his breath on the back of my hand. I almost screamed, but I did not. I just clenched my jaw and held still. The moment passed. He stood again, slowly. The footsteps started, and I felt the room shift, lighter, like the pressure had been lifted from my chest. Then I heard a soft click. The lights came back on. He was gone. The blue button had worked. I stayed under the desk for a while longer, just in case. Eventually I climbed out. My hands were shaking, and I had trouble standing. My ribs hurt even more than before, and my throat was so dry I could barely swallow. I looked at the clock. 5:49. I was almost there. Almost. Then I heard a knock at the door. It was soft, just 2 taps. I froze. Then another knock, 3 this time. I stared at the door, not moving. A voice called from outside. "Hey, your shift is over. You can come out now." I looked at the clock again. Still 5:49. Rule number 10. If someone comes before 6 o'clock and says your shift is over, tell them you are staying for the extra shift. The shift does not end early. I took a deep breath. My voice was hoarse, but I called out, "I will stay for the extra shift." Silence. Then footsteps, slowly walking away. I sat back down. The last 11 minutes crawled by, every second dragging. When the clock hit 6, the overhead speaker finally crackled to life. "Night shift is complete. Thank you for your service." No other sound. Just that. I stood up and packed my bag with shaky hands. My legs still wobbled with each step, but I made my way to the hallway. Everything was quiet now, still. And I was still alive. The walk down the hall after 6 felt different. It was like the building had let out a breath it had been holding the entire night. The silence that had pressed in so thick just hours ago was gone. It was still quiet, but the kind of quiet that felt normal. No whispers, no footsteps, no humming, just the faint hum of fluorescent lights and the low creak of the floor beneath my shoes. I passed by the security desk and noticed something strange. The monitor that had been full of grainy footage all night now showed clean, crisp images. The colors looked brighter, more real. It was almost like the building was only half alive during the night shift and came back fully in the morning. I did not stop to investigate. I did not want to know what the cameras had captured. Some things are better left unreviewed. Outside, the sun was barely rising. A pale orange glow hugged the edges of the sky. It should have been beautiful, peaceful even, but I could not stop shaking. I walked home slowly, every step making me more aware of the pain in my ribs and the strange numbness in my fingers. My backpack felt heavier than usual, or maybe I was just exhausted. I got home and collapsed on my bed without even changing. For the first time in my life, I did not care about the dirt on my clothes or the fact that my shoes were still on. I pulled the blanket over my head and just lay there. My mind kept replaying every sound, every shadow, every rule. Especially the voice at the end, the one that had whispered, "I see you." I had done everything right. I had followed every rule, but it had still seen me. That stuck with me more than anything else. I had not broken the rules, but maybe it had not mattered. I slept all day. When I finally woke up, it was dark again. A full 24 hours had passed. I should have felt better, but I didn't. My head ached. My body felt bruised in places I hadn't even noticed before. And when I looked at my phone, I had 6 missed calls from the hospital. No voicemails, just missed calls. I stared at the screen for a long time, then turned the phone off and tossed it across the room. I was done. Or I wanted to be. But the next night I couldn't stop thinking about it, about the building, the silence, the woman in white, the rules. It felt unfinished, like I had left something behind, something important. By the 3rd night, I found myself walking again, not because I wanted to, but because some part of me needed to. I told myself I was just going to walk by the hospital, just to prove to myself that it was still there, still real, that it had not somehow disappeared, taking the memories with it. But when I reached the front steps, the door was already unlocked. The lobby light was on, and someone was waiting at the desk. Not Ms. Dawson this time. It was a man I had never seen before, middle-aged, plain suit, no name tag. He looked up as I entered, like he had been expecting me. "Back for another shift?" he asked. I froze. "No," I said. I was walking by." He nodded like that made sense. "There's a new sheet," he said, "updated rules." He slid a fresh piece of paper across the counter. I didn't touch it. I just looked at him. His expression was calm, too calm, like he had done this 100 times before. "I followed all the rules," I said quietly, "and it still saw me." The man tilted his head slightly. "They always see you. The rules just keep you alive." He said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. I stepped back, suddenly aware of how heavy the air felt again. The building was waking up. "I'm not staying," I said. "I can't." "You already did," he replied, "and you made it through. That means you're marked." "Marked?" I asked. "For what?" "For more." He tapped the paper again. "If you come back, follow the new rules. You might not understand them, but you don't need to. Just obey." I turned around and walked out. This time I didn't run. I walked slowly. My thoughts were spinning too fast for panic. That word echoed over and over in my head. Marked. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the woman in white, her eyes, her mouth, the way her head snapped toward me like something had pulled it from behind. And always, just before I opened my eyes again, I heard the whisper, "I see you." For the rest of the week, I stayed in bed. I didn't answer my phone. I didn't go outside. I didn't even turn on the lights in my apartment. I lived in the silence and hoped it would be enough to drown out the memory. But silence, I've learned, is not always safe. Because on the seventh night, something changed. My lights flickered. 3 times. My clock, the one on the wall above my desk, stopped ticking. And I heard it again. A soft knock at the door. 2 knocks. Then 3. I stared at the door from across the room, frozen in place. The knocks came again. A voice followed. "Time for your shift." And just like that, I knew. This wasn't a job anymore. It was something else. And I was already part of it. I didn't answer the door. Not right away. I sat there, frozen on the edge of my bed, listening to the silence that followed those 3 knocks. My apartment had never felt so still, like the entire world was waiting for me to decide. The voice had been calm, almost gentle, like a friend, reminding me not to forget something important, but I knew better. It wasn't a friend. And this wasn't a choice. Still, I didn't move. I waited, barely breathing, hoping that whatever it was would give up and leave. Minutes passed, or maybe more. I don't really know. Time gets strange when you're afraid. When nothing happened, I finally got up, slow and careful, and looked through the peephole. There was no one there. I opened the door anyway. The hallway was empty, just like I expected, but lying on the floor, perfectly centered on the worn-out rug, was another envelope. No name, no markings. Just thick paper, folded clean, and sealed with a wax stamp I didn't recognize. I picked it up with shaking hands, closed the door, and sat back down before opening it. Inside was a single sheet of paper, new rules, not for the library, not for the hospital. These were different. They were for me. Only me. There weren't many. Rule 1, you cannot return to your old life. Rule 2, the rules will follow you. Rule 3, you will be contacted again. Rule 4, you will answer. Rule 5, when the final call comes, you will go back. I sat there reading the words over and over, trying to understand what they meant. It didn't feel like a curse, not exactly. It felt more like a promotion. Like I had proven myself without realizing it, and now I had been given access to something deeper, something worse. I burned the paper in my sink. But even as I watched it curl and blacken, I knew it didn't matter. The words were already in my head, etched into my memory like scars. There was no forgetting them. Just like I could never forget the woman in the white dress, or the whispers in the shelves, or the voice that said it saw me. Weeks passed. I didn't tell anyone. How could I? What would I even say? That I worked one night in a cursed library, and now I was marked for some secret eldritch night shift for the rest of my life? That I couldn't sleep through the silence anymore because I might miss the next set of rules? There's no way to explain that without sounding insane. So I kept it to myself. I quit school, moved to a new apartment, changed my phone number, cut off everyone who might have asked questions. I thought that maybe, if I stripped away enough of my old life, they would forget me. Or leave me alone. But the truth is, I didn't want them to forget me. A part of me, small and buried deep, wanted to go back. Not because I missed the fear, not because I wanted to test fate again, but because in that twisted, quiet nightmare of a library, I had felt something I never felt before. Purpose. And that terrified me more than anything else. Months later, I got another envelope. It was slipped under my door while I was in the shower. No knock this time, no voice, just that same thick paper, sealed and waiting. I didn't open it right away. I left it sitting on the kitchen counter for 3 days. Ignoring it didn't change the fact that it was still there. waiting. Eventually, I opened it. The paper inside was blank, or it looked blank, until I tilted it toward the light. Then faint words began to appear, etched in that strange, inkless scrawl I had started to recognize. You are ready. Your next location will be provided shortly. This time there are no rules. Good luck. That was when I knew this wasn't a game. It never had been. Whatever system I was now a part of, it didn't care about me. Not really. I was just a piece. A cog in some ancient forgotten machine that kept turning in the shadows of the world. And I was okay with that. Because at least now I understood. The rules weren't there to trap me. They were there to show me the truth, to prepare me for something bigger, something more dangerous, something final. I don't know when the next envelope will arrive, or where I'll be sent, but I know I'll go, not because I have to, but because I want to know how deep this thing goes, what it really is. Who built it? Why it picks certain people and not others. Maybe I'll find out. Maybe I won't. But whatever happens next, I'm not afraid anymore. Not of the woman in white. Not of the whispers. Not even of the voice that said it saw me. Because now, I see them too. And I'm ready. I could give you my real name, but I won't. Not because I'm trying to be dramatic, but because I've seen what happens when people go looking. I'm not paranoid. I just want to survive, and part of surviving means knowing when to keep quiet. That's what I'm doing now. I'm writing this down, not to warn anyone or to spread anything, but because I need to get it out of my head before it eats away what little sleep I'm getting. This all started a little over a week ago. I'm still in school, college, studying mechanical engineering. I've always been good at the academics part. Not a genius or anything, but I hold my own. The problem is money. Tuition is a joke, rent is worse, and my savings dried up somewhere around midterms. I'd been looking for a part-time job, anything to scrape together what I needed. I checked everything from food delivery to gas station overnight shifts, but the hours were garbage, and the pay barely covered the commute. That's when I found the ad. It was buried halfway down a classified listing site. Black text, plain background, nothing flashy. Just said they were hiring for a night guard position at a private medical facility. Good pay, short-term contract, 1 week. I almost didn't click it, but I did. The interview was strange, but not in a way I could put my finger on. The building itself was tucked back behind some warehouses on the edge of the city, not marked with any real signage. A woman met me in the lobby and led me into a plain white room with one desk, one chair, and a folder already sitting there with my name on it. They didn't ask about my past jobs or whether I had any security experience, just if I had any medical conditions and whether I could stay alert through the night. I told them yes and handed over my health certificate. They nodded like that was all they needed to hear. They told me I'd start the next night, 7 hours a shift, 11 at night to 6 in the morning. I could leave after that final hour ended, and I'd be paid the full amount for the week, even if I didn't stay longer. I figured, worst case scenario, I'd spend 7 nights being creeped out by hospital silence. Best case, I'd leave a week later with enough money to finally breathe again, so I signed. When I arrived for the first shift, it was 10:30. I figured getting there early made a good impression. The place looked less like a hospital and more like an institution. Tall, featureless windows, lots of concrete, and an entrance that felt like walking into a bunker. The evening guard was packing up when I got there. He was older, glasses, stiff posture. We shook hands. "You're the new guy, right?" he asked, already halfway out of his chair. "Yeah, first night." He smirked and slung his bag over his shoulder. "They paying you well?" "More than well," I said. I couldn't turn it down. He nodded slowly. "Yeah, that's what we all say at first. Only folks who take this shift are broke, desperate, or already looking for something they don't really want to find." I laughed a little. "Why do you say that?" He looked like he was going to answer, but then the building's PA system crackled to life. 11 o'clock. The start of my shift. "Time to clock in," he said instead. "Listen, whatever they gave you to read, read it, all of it, and don't go wandering." I started to ask him again what he meant, but he was already out the door. "You'll figure it out," he called back. "Just don't fall asleep, and don't be here after 10 in the morning. You don't want to know what this place is like after that." I stood there alone for a second. The hallway lights hummed above me. The whole place was too clean, like it had been wiped down just before I got there. I made my way into the main security office, which was barely bigger than a walk-in closet. One chair, one desk, a few monitors showing different hallways, and a soda machine humming faintly outside the door. There was an envelope on the desk, marked "Urgent." I opened it and pulled out a single page. The paper was crisp, folded once, typed cleanly in block font. "Dear Night Guard," it started. It welcomed me to the company, said they were thrilled to have me join the team. Then it got to the point. There were rules, specific ones. It even suggested I take a photo of the page or keep it on me at all times, not just try to memorize it. I read the list once, then again. There were instructions for what to do when a man in a blue overcoat and black fedora showed up around midnight. I was not supposed to look at him directly. He would ask to visit a specific room, and if he said the right number, I was to punch a ticket from a machine in the drawer. If he said anything else, I was to deny him calmly. Under no circumstances was I to look at his face, not directly, not in reflections. Another rule told me I'd need to visit the 5th floor and check in on a particular room. If no one was there, I was to hide. If there was a doctor facing away, I had to ask if he needed something. If he did, I was to help quietly and leave. It warned me not to ask what it was. Just know that it does not like humans. There were more rules. About elevators. About floor 16, which doesn't exist. About an old woman who might greet me, and how to know whether to stay in the elevator or leave it. About the 10th floor and a room marked OT, where a doctor might call me in. It told me to keep a straight face no matter what I saw. I remember sitting there for a while, holding that list, thinking it had to be a joke, a test maybe, some kind of psychological screening for how well I could follow instructions under pressure. I wish that were true. The shift had just started, and I already felt like I was being watched. The first hour passed slowly, too slowly if I'm being honest. Every tick of the clock felt like it was stretching out longer than it should. The lights in the office flickered now and then, but not enough to make me panic, just enough to keep me alert. I kept glancing over at the note, checking the time, and wondering when I would start feeling like I wasn't completely alone in the building. That feeling never came. It was worse than that. The silence wasn't peaceful or quiet. It was like the building itself was holding its breath. At exactly 12 o'clock, I felt something shift. I don't mean a sound or a gust of wind, just a feeling, the kind that creeps up your spine without touching you, the kind you don't notice until it's already halfway through your bones. I was sitting at the desk, checking the monitors, when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. To my right, in the peripheral gap between the doorway and the hallway outside, there was movement. A man standing there. He wasn't moving toward me, just standing still, like he had been waiting. My first instinct was to turn and look, but I stopped myself. I remembered the rule. Do not look directly at him. I kept my head turned toward the monitors, only shifting my eyes as far to the side as I dared. Blue overcoat, black fedora, no reflection in the glass of the monitor in front of me, no shadow, just a still shape. "Excuse me," he said. His voice was soft, almost too calm. "Can you look at me, please?" My throat tightened. It took everything in me not to respond right away, not because I wanted to defy the rules, but because my brain was stuck, like it needed a moment to reboot and remember how to speak. "Sorry," I finally said, my voice a little too dry, "but I've been told not to." He was quiet for a second, just breathing. I could hear it, slow and steady, and very wrong. There was something in the rhythm that made my stomach twist. Too slow for a normal person, too calm. "Fair enough," he said eventually. "I'd like to visit the patient in bed 13, room 106. My fingers immediately went to the drawer. The ticket machine was there, just like the note said. I fumbled with it for a second, then punched the ticket and set it on the desk without turning my head. My hands were shaking, but I kept my eyes forward. "Here you go," I said. He didn't respond. I didn't hear him move, but when I glanced sideways again, he was gone. The air felt lighter. My ears popped, like I'd been holding my breath the whole time. I rubbed my hands together to stop them from shaking. For a brief moment, I wondered if I'd hallucinated it all. If maybe I'd dozed off for a second and dreamed it, but the ticket stub was still sitting on the desk, neatly torn and real in my hand. At 1 o'clock, I checked the note again. I was supposed to go to the 5th floor and enter room 510. The idea of leaving the office scared the hell out of me, but I knew what the instructions said. I grabbed my phone, stuck it in my back pocket, and left the room. The elevator ride was short. The building was dead silent, the kind of silence that presses against your head until your ears start to ring. I walked the 5th floor hallway slowly, counting the door numbers until I reached 510. The door was plain, no window, just a small brass number on the wall beside it. I knocked once, nothing. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was cold, the kind of cold that sinks into your clothes. The lights were dim, buzzing faintly. There was no one in the bed, no one at the desk. It was just empty, which meant it had escaped. I didn't know what that meant. I didn't want to know. I turned back toward the door to leave, but something told me to wait, that there was something wrong with the hallway, like it wasn't safe anymore. So I turned and looked for somewhere to hide. There was a small utility closet built into the wall across from the bed. I opened it slowly and squeezed inside, trying not to breathe too loud. The light above me flickered once, then went out. Something stepped into the room. I heard the door creak, then soft, dragging steps across the tile. Not fast, not loud, but heavy. Like whatever it was, didn't care about being heard. I held my breath. The footsteps paused somewhere near the bed, then, slowly, turned toward the closet. I closed my eyes, not because I thought it would help, but because I didn't want to see what would happen if the door opened. But it didn't. A second later, the lights flickered back on. I waited 5 slow breaths before opening the door. The room was empty again. I stepped out, heart racing, and walked back to the elevator without stopping. The ride back to the main floor was the longest minute of my life. When I got to the office, I shut the door behind me, sat down and stared at the monitors. Nothing unusual, just still hallways and empty rooms. At 2 o'clock, I heard a knock on the door. A soft one. When I opened it, there was a woman in a nurse's uniform standing there. Blonde hair, clipboard, pale skin. She smiled and said she needed someone to accompany her to floor 16. My mouth went dry. I remembered the rule. "We only have 15 floors, I said. She didn't blink. Yes, that's true, but sometimes patients wander. "I'll send someone else," I said quickly. Her smile stayed in place. "That won't be necessary." "I insist," I said, voice firm this time. She didn't argue, just nodded once, slowly, and turned to walk down the hallway. I watched her until she turned the corner and disappeared. I shut the door again and locked it. 3 hours in, and I already wanted to quit. But I knew I couldn't. Not yet. By the time the clock hit 3, I felt like I had been awake for a week. My eyes were dry, my hands were fidgeting with anything they could touch, and I had this persistent headache that felt like it was slowly burrowing behind my left eye. The air in the guard room was cold, but not like normal cold. It felt like it had weight to it, like the longer I sat there, the more I was being pressed down by something invisible. The lights still buzzed faintly, and the monitors were quiet, same blank hallways and empty floors, but none of it made me feel any safer. The note said the 3rd hour would be uneventful. I remembered reading that line and thinking it was a relief, something normal in the middle of all this. But now, sitting there with that gnawing silence creeping in again, I started to wonder what uneventful meant to whoever wrote those rules, because uneventful did not feel like nothing. It felt like a setup, like quiet before something worse. I was trying to convince myself it was just nerves when I heard the sound. It was soft but sharp, like a cart rolling over loose tile. Something was coming from down the hallway. I leaned forward and looked at the monitor that showed the corridor outside the guard office, but nothing was there. I could still hear it, though. A squeak and roll, stop, squeak and roll again. I didn't move. Then came the knock, just one, gentle, like someone trying not to disturb me. I opened the door, slowly, keeping my back to the wall just in case, and there she was. A nurse. She looked exactly like the one from the previous hour. Same pale skin, same too clean uniform, same expression like she had learned to smile from a photograph. She was holding a clipboard and stood with both feet perfectly together, as if posed. "We need you to come with us to floor 16, she said. I didn't say anything for a second. I just stared at her. My mind flashed back to the page. The rule was clear. Our building only had 15 floors. "I'll send someone else," I said, repeating the line as calmly as I could. "There's no one else," she replied. Her tone didn't change. Still soft, still friendly. "We need you." I swallowed hard. "I can't. I'm not allowed to leave this post." She looked down at her clipboard, then back at me. "You really should come." I shook my head. "I won't." She didn't argue. She just turned, walked back down the hallway, and disappeared around the corner. No sound, no footsteps, just gone. I closed the door again and locked it. I sat there for a while after that, waiting for something else, but nothing came, just more silence. The third hour crawled by slower than the others. Every few minutes I thought I saw something move on the monitors, but every time I blinked, it was gone. A flicker at the edge of the camera, a shift in the light, a hallway that looked just a little different from how I remembered it. I didn't check. I just kept watching. Then, around 4, the exhaustion hit me like a wave. 1 second I was upright, hands on the desk. The next I was fighting to keep my head from nodding forward. My eyes stung, and my brain felt like it had turned into soup. The cold wasn't helping. It made my arms feel heavier, the kind of tired where even thinking about moving hurts. I remembered the rule. Do not fall asleep outside the cabin. If I had to sleep, the note said, I needed to lock myself inside the cabin, but I did not want to sleep. Every instinct I had told me sleeping was a trap. Like the second I closed my eyes, something would crawl into the room and sit down next to me, or worse. I stood up fast, trying to shock myself awake. My knees buckled slightly. I held onto the desk and took a few deep breaths. I reached into my pocket, grabbed my phone, and turned on the loudest music I could find, something obnoxious with heavy bass and screaming vocals. It helped. Not much, but enough to keep me vertical. I staggered out of the office toward the soda machine. The hallway was empty, but it felt wrong. The air had a heaviness to it, like the air in a room where someone is holding their breath. I punched in the code for the energy drink and grabbed it the second the can dropped. My hands were trembling so badly that I almost dropped it before I could crack it open. The first sip was awful. Warm, bitter, chemical. But it helped. As I leaned back against the wall and drank the rest, I thought I saw something at the end of the hallway. Not a shape exactly, more like a shadow that did not belong to anything. It flickered and vanished before I could focus on it. I walked back to the guard room, making sure to keep the door open long enough to see all angles before stepping in. I locked it behind me and checked the time. 4:17. I was still standing. I didn't sit down. I paced for a while, kept the music on, kept blinking hard and shaking my arms to keep the blood flowing. I think I slapped myself in the face more than once just to feel something sharp. At 4:42, I started hearing a sound from the far left monitor, a tapping noise, soft, spaced out, like fingernails on glass. I looked at the monitor. It was camera 5, the glass panel across from the nurse station. There was no one there. but the sound kept happening. Tap, pause, tap, pause. I muted the music, turned the volume on the monitor feed up. Still just that soft tapping. Then I heard it again, this time not from the speaker, but from behind me. I froze. There is no window behind the desk. I remembered that clearly. The rules mentioned that too. I stood perfectly still. The tapping continued. I reached for the drawer. The gun was still there, cold and heavy. I picked it up, loaded it slowly, and held it down at my side. The tapping grew faster. I closed my eyes, took one long breath, and pulled the trigger behind me. The gunshot rang through the office like thunder. My ears rang for several seconds afterward. Then silence. The tapping stopped. I waited. When I turned around, the wall was the same as before, solid, unmarked, no cracks, no bullet hole, no broken glass, just the wall. And that awful, empty air pressing in on me again. I sat back down, music still playing faintly. The clock ticked toward 5. And I knew the worst was still ahead. I must have checked the clock at least 20 times between 4:58 and 5 o'clock. I wasn't counting down with excitement, though. It was dread. Every minute dragged harder than the last, like I was waiting for something I couldn't name but knew I wouldn't like. At 4:59, the lights flickered just once, but it was enough to make me stand up and check the lock on the guardroom door again. Still sealed, still closed. I even pulled the chair closer so it would wedge under the handle if something tried to open it from the other side. At exactly 5 o'clock, everything stopped, not in a normal way, not like the calm of a room where nothing is happening. The building just stalled. Like all the sound got sucked out of the walls. No humming lights, no security feed static, nothing. I stood there for what felt like an hour in that frozen silence, feeling like even blinking too loud might get me noticed by something I could not see. Then, from the end of the hallway shown on monitor 1, I heard it. Voices, but not just any voices, familiar ones. The first was my mother's. She was calling my name, not panicked, not angry, just like she used to when dinner was ready, and she wanted me to come down from my room. Then it was my professor, the one who always seemed more interested in our stress than our homework. He asked me how my project was going and whether I had time to talk. Then it was my best friend's voice, saying he was outside, waiting with food. Said I should come unlock the door and hang out for a bit. None of these people were here. I knew that. Every single voice was a trick, but hearing them made my stomach turn. They sounded so real, so completely normal. I turned the music back on, loud enough to drown out most of the noise. It helped, but only for a little while. The voices kept coming, different ones. A teacher from elementary school. The guy who ran the convenience store near my apartment. A girl I dated briefly who used to hum when she was nervous. They all sounded happy, casual, like we were just catching up in the middle of an ordinary day. But the way they all stacked on top of each other, voice after voice weaving into this tangle of sound, it was wrong. Too much, too loud, too human. I pulled my hood up over my ears, even though it didn't help. I paced the small office like an animal stuck in a cage, trying to breathe evenly and not scream. My skin felt too tight. My eyes watered. I don't know how long I kept that up, but eventually the voices started to twist. They got harsher, like they were unraveling. The words slurred together, the tones flattened. It went from familiar to mechanical, like someone using a broken recorder to play back conversations. That was when I knew I had to leave the office. The note said the 5th hour required a trip to the 10th floor. That meant using the elevators again. I did not want to go back into those halls, but staying in the office while that sound surrounded me felt worse. I took the note out again and read it one more time, just to be sure. Use the 2nd elevator, not the 1st. The 1st will say out of order. That was fine. I remembered that part. The hallway outside the guard office was too quiet, but at least the lights were still on. My footsteps echoed louder than I expected. I pressed the elevator button for the 2nd one and waited. The doors slid open slowly, like they were dragging. I stepped inside and hit 10. As the elevator moved, I watched the numbers light up above the door. 1, 2, 3, 4. At 7, the elevator dinged and slowed to a stop. The doors opened. An older woman stood there, smiling gently. Her hair was white and tied back in a braid, and she wore a long gray coat over what looked like a nurse's uniform. "Good morning," she said, as she stepped inside. "Morning," I replied, trying to sound casual. She stood next to me and folded her hands over a small leather bag. She smelled like lavender and dust. "Which floor?" I asked. She looked up at me with glassy eyes. "I'm going the other way," she said. I felt my body lock up. I nodded quickly. "Sorry, I'll catch another one." I stepped out without making eye contact. I kept my eyes fixed on the wall opposite the elevator until the doors finally closed again. Then I turned around and walked all the way to the stairs. 10 flights felt like 100. My legs burned, but I didn't stop. When I reached the 10th floor, the hallway lights were flickering steadily. It looked different up there, less like a hospital, more like an office that had been abandoned halfway through renovations. There were wires hanging from the ceiling, and some of the doors didn't have numbers. I found the one marked OT. The letters were etched in crooked, like someone had done it with a knife. I knocked twice. A voice called out from inside. "Come in." My fingers were trembling as I opened the door. The lights in the room were dim and tinted green. There was a table in the center, but I couldn't see what was on it. A man stood with his back to me, wearing a stained lab coat that hung down to his knees. His hands moved methodically over whatever was on the table. I couldn't breathe. The air smelled like chemicals and old meat. "Did you call for me?" I asked, keeping my voice flat. He didn't answer, just kept working. I wanted to leave. Every part of me was screaming to run, but I remembered the rule. So I said, "Sorry, sir," and turned to leave. That was when he stopped moving. I did not turn back. I walked quickly but didn't run. I closed the door behind me, then broke into a sprint the second I hit the hallway. The lights above me popped one by one as I ran. I heard the door behind me slam open. Something screamed. I didn't look back. I ran down the stairs, taking 2 at a time, breathing so hard it felt like my lungs were tearing open. I made it to the ground floor and shoved myself back into the guard room, slamming the door shut and locking it with every latch it had. I dropped to the floor and crawled into the far corner, hugging my knees. It took a long time for the screaming to stop. When it did, the only sound left was the slow ticking of the office clock. 5:57. 3 minutes left. I did not move. I must have sat in that corner with my knees pulled to my chest for the entire last stretch of that hour. I could feel every second drip, passed like cold water, down the back of my neck. The room wasn't dark, but it felt darker somehow. The lights were still on, the clock still ticked, the monitors still showed those quiet, sterile hallways, but everything felt thinner now. Like the walls were just holding their shape until something pushed through. At exactly 6 o'clock, I heard it. 3 sharp knocks on the office door. I didn't move. Then a voice followed, soft and casual, a man's voice. "Shift's over," he said. "I've got it from here." I stayed frozen. The rules had been clear. If someone came before the announcement, if someone said the shift was done and the time was 6 o'clock, I was supposed to respond a specific way. I took a shaky breath, cleared my throat, and said, "I'll work the extra shift. My shift's not over." Silence. Nothing on the other side of the door, no footsteps walking away, just dead quiet. I waited. Eventually I stood up slowly and peeked through the peephole in the door. No one was there. I sat back down in the chair and stared at the clock. 6:01, then 6:02. Every part of my body was vibrating, but I kept my eyes on the second hand, willing it to keep moving. At 6:04, the announcement finally came. A quiet chime over the PA system, followed by a soft voice. The night shift is now over. Thank you for your service." I didn't even realize I had been holding my breath until I let it out all at once. I packed my things as fast as I could, grabbed the envelope with the rules, and left the office. The hallway looked the same, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that the air was wrong. Too still, like it had been sucked through a filter and put back in the wrong way. The front doors were unlocked now. I pushed them open and stepped out into the early morning light. The sun had not fully risen yet, but the sky was beginning to shift into that pale blue that means the world is waking up. I walked to the bus stop without looking back. When I got home, I didn't eat. I didn't shower. I went straight to bed and curled up under the covers like I used to do when I was a kid and scared of thunder. I thought I would fall asleep immediately, but my brain was too loud. I just lay there, staring at the wall, listening to the faint hum of traffic outside. Eventually, exhaustion won. When I woke up, it was already dark again. I had 4 messages on my phone, all from unknown numbers. All of them were just recordings of silence. I deleted them without listening to the full thing. I thought about not going back. I really did. But the money was already half spent in my head. I needed it, and something in the way that announcement said thank you made it feel like quitting was not going to be as simple as not showing up. So I went back. Night 2 was easier in some ways. I knew the layout better. I knew what to expect, sort of. But it was also worse because I knew what could go wrong. I kept thinking about that doctor on the 10th floor, and the way the lights had burst above me as I ran. The scream still echoed in my ears every time the hallway went quiet. The second night followed the rules exactly. The man in the blue coat showed up on time, said the right thing, and left when I punched the ticket. I visited the 5th floor. This time there was a doctor at the desk. I asked if he needed anything. He asked for a pen. I placed it in the drawer near the bed and left. The whole exchange took maybe 30 seconds, but it felt like walking across a frozen lake that could crack open at any moment. The nurse came at 3, same uniform, same smile, same request. I gave the same answer. She didn't push, just left again. The rest of the shift passed in silence, but the silence felt loaded, like someone holding a heavy box over your head and waiting to see if you'd flinch. I drank 3 energy drinks and didn't sit down once. My legs ached, but it was better than the alternative. On night 3, I started noticing things I had missed before, like how the elevator buttons never lit up the same way twice, or how room numbers would occasionally swap places on the monitors and then switch back when I blinked, or how I started seeing people in the reflections of the security glass that weren't there when I turned around. I stopped using the bathroom on the 2nd floor because every time I went in, I saw a figure standing in the last stall facing the wall, never moved, never reacted, just stood there. I stopped going completely by night 4, held it for 7 hours instead. On night 5, I broke a rule, not on purpose. It was during the 5th hour. I was on my way to the 10th floor, but the 2nd elevator was already in use, and the 1st one said out of order. But I was tired. I didn't want to wait. So I got in the 1st one. It moved, normally at first. Then it stopped between floors. The lights went out. When they came back on, the walls were covered in handprints. Hundreds of them, some small, some too big, all of them pressed flat against the walls like they had been trying to get out. I didn't scream. I think I just stood there, heart pounding so hard it made my vision blur. Then the doors opened to a hallway I didn't recognize. I stepped out. Everything was wrong. The walls were too long. The floor was sloped slightly, just enough to make walking feel unstable. The lights buzzed in a low, growling tone. I turned to get back in the elevator. It was gone. Just a wall behind me now. I walked for what felt like 10 minutes before I saw a stairwell. When I pushed the door open, the stairs were covered in wet footprints. They led upward. I followed them. Every step sounded like I was walking on a damp towel. Eventually, I reached the 10th floor. I opened the door. It was normal. Just the hallway, I remembered. I didn't question it. I ran back to the guard room and stayed there until the shift ended. At 6:04, the announcement came. Same voice. Same thank you. I walked out, slower this time, and sat on the curb outside the hospital for almost 20 minutes before getting the nerve to move. I wanted to believe I had imagined it, but the handprints were still on my jacket. I didn't go home right away after that 5th night. I sat at the bus stop long after the sky had gone pale, watching the quiet streets and trying to convince myself that I hadn't actually lost my mind. The handprints were gone from my jacket by then. I had looked down sometime between the elevator and the exit, and they had just vanished, like maybe they were never there at all. Or maybe they were only ever meant to be seen when I needed to believe they were. By the time I got back to my apartment, the sun was fully up. I didn't sleep. I just sat on the edge of my bed, holding the crumpled note with the rules and wondering if finishing this job would really mean anything. I had one night left, one final shift, 7 hours and I'd be done. I kept telling myself that, over and over, like it would make it easier. That night I got to the hospital a little earlier than usual. The front lobby felt colder than it had the other nights. The air didn't move. The light from the fixtures seemed dimmer. The tile under my feet felt sticky, even though there was nothing there. I walked straight to the guard office and locked the door behind me. I didn't greet anyone. I didn't look down the hallway. I just went in, sat down, and waited. 11 o'clock came and went like it always did. The lights flickered once, the clock ticked over, and the first hour began. I read over the rules again, just to remind myself of every word. They felt etched into my brain by now, like something I could never really forget even if I tried. The man in the blue coat came at midnight, right on schedule. I saw him through the corner of my eye as he stood near the hallway entrance, unmoving, waiting like a shadow with bones. His voice came soft and patient. "Could you look at me, please?" "Sorry," I replied, exactly like before. "I've been told not to." "I want to visit the patient in bed 13, room 106, he said. I punched the ticket, placed it on the desk, and didn't turn my head. A moment later, I felt the air change again, like a vacuum had lifted. When I glanced sideways, he was gone. The next hour was quiet. I went up to the 5th floor like always, entered room 510. This time there was nothing in the room, no doctor, no sound. Just that chill that meant something had moved. I backed out slowly, never taking my eyes off the walls, and closed the door without looking behind me. I took the stairs instead of the elevator, even though my legs already ached from the tension. The nurse came at 3, same woman, same smile. She asked me to follow her to floor 16. I shook my head and told her I would send someone else. She didn't protest. Just walked away like a wind-up toy with her key turned too tight. I shut the office door and bolted it again. Then came the 4th hour. The drowsiness was worse than ever, but by now I was prepared. I had 3 cans of energy drink lined up beside me, my headphones in with the loudest, harshest music I could stand. I didn't let myself sit down. I paced the room, tapping the beat of the music against the side of the filing cabinet with my knuckles, just to stay grounded. I counted the seconds aloud. Anything to stay awake. It worked. I made it. At 5, I followed the final instructions. I used the second elevator, even though the first one lit up temptingly, like it wanted to be picked. I ignored it. The second elevator was slow, but safe. I reached the 10th floor, walked calmly to the room marked OT and knocked twice. A voice invited me in, and I did what I was supposed to. I kept my face neutral. I didn't speak unless prompted. I saw the doctor working, his hands moving through something that didn't belong to any medical textbook. I felt sick, but I didn't let it show. He didn't speak to me, just kept working. I left when I was supposed to, and I didn't look back. The final hour was different. It felt like the whole building knew this was the end. The lights in the hallways dimmed. The cameras on the monitors grew fuzzy and distorted. Shapes moved in the edges of the screen, never stopping, never clear. The office felt colder than ever. My breath fogged in the air for the first time since I'd started. At 6 o'clock sharp, the knock came at the door. "Shift's over," said a voice. "Time to go." I didn't move. I waited. "I'll work the extra shift," I replied. "My shift's not over." The silence that followed lasted longer than it should have. Then, footsteps walked away. At 6:04, the announcement came one last time. "The night shift is now over. Thank you for your service." This time I didn't pack up right away. I sat there for a few extra minutes, letting the relief settle in slowly. It was like standing at the edge of a cliff and realizing you were not going to fall. I felt lightheaded, but not sick, shaken, but not broken. I left the office, walked down the hallway with steady steps, and pushed through the front doors as the first rays of morning light slipped through the clouds. Outside, someone was waiting for me. A man in a gray suit stood by a black car with tinted windows. He nodded politely as I approached. "Congratulations," he said. "You've completed the contract." I didn't respond. I just looked at him. I was too tired to speak, too hollowed out to care. He handed me a white envelope. It was thick, sealed with a red stamp that looked like a company crest, but had no name. "The full payment is inside," he said. "You are not obligated to return." I nodded and took the envelope. He didn't offer a handshake. He didn't ask questions. He just got into the car and drove away. When I got home, I opened the envelope and counted the bills. It was more than they had promised, way more. Enough to cover school and then some, but I didn't feel like celebrating. I quit the job that same day, didn't give a reason, didn't have to. No one ever contacted me again. Sometimes late at night, I think I hear that voice in my head, the one that says, "Shift's over." I always check the clock when that happens. It's never 6 o'clock. Just my brain, trying to make sense of something it was never supposed to survive. But I did survive. That's the part that matters. And I never went back. I started this job because I needed a paycheck, not because I had any interest in forgotten television or cursed analog nonsense. I'm not even that into tech. I barely passed my AV class in high school, and I still sometimes press the wrong button when I'm switching between HDMI inputs. But my friend Michael inherited this old television archive building from some distant uncle and needed someone to help run it. And I figured, sure, why not? Free coffee, short commute, weird vibes, all boxes checked. The place is in Long Beach, kind of tucked between a sketchy 24-hour liquor store and a Filipino barbecue place that only opens on weekends. There are maybe 600 square feet of shelving, mostly crammed with old VHS tapes, beta cassettes, reel-to-reels, and stuff I can't even identify. No windows, one bathroom. The whole place smells like melted plastic and carpet glue. When Michael got the keys, we joked that it looked like a Cold War panic bunker for Nickelodeon. For the first few weeks it was fine, quiet, dusty. There was something kind of comforting about being surrounded by dead formats, like time couldn't really reach inside. Most days I came in, booted up the cataloging software, and watched static while eating leftover Chinese out of a cracked Tupperware. Michael handled the legal stuff and tech work. I did the sorting and logging, and we let the building hum. Then the complaints started. It wasn't from our side. We were barely making noise in the daytime. It came from the night shift clerk at the liquor store next door. Said he was hearing banging inside our walls around 2 or 3 in the morning. Sometimes shuffling. Once, he swore he heard someone arguing. Loud, panicked voices that came in and out like a badly tuned radio. Michael rolled his eyes and said the kid was probably baked out of his mind. I believed that. I mean, the whole street smells like weed half the time. Still, it was weird. Then someone called the cops. I came in on a Tuesday morning and found a cruiser idling outside the building. Michael was already talking to an officer out front. They had gotten a report about possible break-ins. Apparently, one of the nearby shops said they saw shadows moving inside our front lobby window around 4 in the morning. But when they came to check, the door was locked, and nothing was missing. Except one thing. A full box of unlabeled Betamax tapes was gone. Just not where it should have been. I found it later on another shelf near the back of the archive, completely untouched, just sitting in the wrong place. The security system, which runs on actual coaxial lines for some reason, didn't show anything. No motion detected, no people, just hours and hours of dead air. Still, the weirdness kept stacking. Michael didn't want to invest in real overnight security, said it would kill our already tiny budget, so I offered to stay late one night and keep an eye on things. I figured I could knock out a few inventory entries, bring my own snacks, and treat it like a chill little solo lock-in. I mean, worst case, I'd see a raccoon, right? That Friday night, Michael closed up at around 11. The intern had already pieced out around 9, leaving behind an open can of Monster and a half-eaten granola bar. The place was quiet, and I was wired from too much gas station coffee. I set up shop in the back office we were using as a makeshift security hub. The lights were dim, the air conditioner was rattling. I had my laptop, a thermos of heavily sweetened caffeine, and a Bluetooth speaker ready for backup if things got too quiet. I locked the door behind Michael after he left, and decided to poke around the desk a little. It was one of those ugly gray metal ones, the kind you always see in old school supply rooms. The top drawer was surprisingly heavy and stuck at first, but I managed to yank it open. There was a pistol inside. It was old, black, and clearly real, the kind of gun that feels heavy, even if you've never held one before. Next to it was a magazine full of ammunition, and under both of those, a folded piece of yellow notebook paper that looked like it had been jammed in there for years. I moved the gun to the side slowly and unfolded the paper. It was a handwritten list, just black ink, kind of cramped handwriting. It looked rushed, like the person was writing faster than they could think. At the bottom it was signed with a name I didn't recognize, just one word. Jefferson. The title at the top said, Rules for Overnight Staff. That got my attention. I had read a ton of those fake horror posts on forums before. You know the type. The ones where the haunted mall or mysterious hotel room comes with a weird list of instructions. It had become kind of a genre, but this felt different. It wasn't trying to be scary. It was trying to be useful. The first rule said, for the love of God, follow all the rules. You're probably not going to die, but you will be in great pain. The next few were more specific. Salt, crucifix, yelling at something knocking, rebooting cameras if a child appeared. There was a rule about glass tapping and something about not listening to a particular band. I skimmed it twice and found myself weirdly unsettled. Not because I believed any of it, but because the tone was too calm. Not written like a joke, not theatrical, just direct. Like someone leaving instructions for how to use a tool you don't understand yet. I closed the drawer. But I didn't throw the list away. I left it unfolded on the desk and glanced at the clock. It was almost midnight. I figured I'd give it an hour or two, and if nothing happened, I'd just crash on the couch in the break room. It was around 12:27 when the first camera flickered. Just once. Only for a second. But when it came back, something was different. Not broken, not obvious. Just different. I leaned closer and stared, and that's when I saw him. He was standing in camera 12, in the corner of the back aisle, near the Betamax shelf. A man. Wearing a suit. Holding a briefcase. And looking straight at the lens. I did not move at first. I just stared at the screen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The man in the suit was perfectly still, just standing there in the dusty aisle where we kept a row of unmarked Betamax tapes. His briefcase hung loosely in one hand. His face was tilted slightly downward, like he was thinking or maybe just staring at the floor. Then he looked up again, directly at the camera, right at me, like he knew I was there watching him. My first instinct was to check the time. The tiny red clock on the monitor read 12:31. I rubbed my eyes, blinked hard, and looked again, still there. He was just standing in that same position, Something about the way he moved, or rather did not move, got under my skin. He did not feel like a person. He felt like a mistake. Like something that had slipped in through the wrong door. I remembered the list. Rule 5. If you see anything strange on the cameras, especially a child, reboot the system. If that fails, press the red button under the desk. I did not see a child, but something about the way this man was just standing there with his too clean suit and unmoving frame made my stomach curl. I figured it was close enough. I reached under the desk and felt around until I found the red button. It was cold, metal, and clicky. I pressed it. The monitor immediately went dark, static for about 6 seconds, then black. I counted in my head. When the feed returned, the man was gone. The Betamax aisle was empty. The floor was clean. Nothing looked out of place. I sat back in the chair and tried to laugh, but it came out sounding more like a cough. It did not feel like relief. It felt like the silence after a balloon pops. I stayed in that chair and just watched the screens. The rest of the archive was still. Camera 7 showed the entry hallway, Camera 4 watched the loading dock, and Camera 10 pointed at the old editing bay, where we stored all the tapes no one had ever cataloged. I looked at every monitor twice, then checked again. Nothing. I told myself it was probably just a glitch, a reflection, something my brain turned into a person because I was alone and caffeinated and primed for weirdness. But I kept thinking about the man's briefcase. How solid it looked, like a real object, not something born from static noise or poor lighting. I should have gone home. I should have called Michael and told him I saw something weird and that I was not going to finish the shift. But instead, I stayed, because I wanted to believe it was nothing. Because if I left, I would feel like I lost. At 1:22, the knocking started. It came from the front door. Not loud, just 3 soft rhythmic knocks. I sat up, heart instantly in my throat. The room went dead quiet. I could still hear the hum of the monitors, but it felt distant, like it was playing through a wall. I waited. Another knock, this time louder. Then silence. The list. I turned to look at it again, scanning with shaking fingers. Rule 2. If anything knocks between 1 and 3, place the crucifix at the foot of the door. If the knocking continues, do not open it. Do not speak. Do not respond. The crucifix was in the drawer. I pulled it out. It was small, wooden, smooth from years of handling. I walked to the door slowly, knees stiff. It was locked, of course. The bolt was still engaged. I could see nothing through the peephole, only darkness. I knelt down and gently placed the crucifix on the floor right in front of the door. It felt ridiculous. I am not religious, not even a little bit. But the act of doing it made me feel like I had drawn a line in the sand, like I had agreed to play by the rules. The knocking stopped. I stood there a little longer, then stepped back. I returned to the chair and watched the monitors. Nothing on camera 1, nothing on 3. I scanned them again, still nothing. At 1:37, I heard footsteps. They were soft and uneven, like someone walking with a limp, slow, deliberate. The sound moved past the door, through the hallway outside, and vanished toward the back shelves. I stared at the monitor for camera 6. No one was there. I checked again, still empty. I do not know how long I sat there listening, but eventually the sound stopped. No more footsteps, just silence again. At 1:54, the lights flickered. Just once, barely a second. Then everything went back to normal. I could hear the AC again, the fan on the computer, my own heartbeat. I stayed like that until 2:04, when the power to camera 9 dropped out completely. The screen went black, then white, then black again. Then, for exactly 3 seconds, it showed a little girl standing in front of the vending machine in the hallway. She was wearing a white dress, bare feet, long dark hair. Her hands were pressed against the camera lens like she was trying to reach through. I did not hesitate. I rebooted the system. Everything went dark. I sat there in complete silence, watching the monitors come back online one at a time. Camera 9 was empty. No girl, no trace. But the vending machine's lights were off, and they had been on earlier. I did not like how quickly I was starting to accept these things, how natural it felt to follow the list, like the rules were not some weird legacy prank but a kind of lifeline. At 2:29, I got thirsty. I stood up slowly and made my way to the break room. The hallway felt different, not cold, not warm, just still. I kept thinking I would hear another knock or a footstep behind me, but everything stayed quiet. I filled a paper cup from the water cooler, drank it too fast, and stood there trying to decide if I should go back to the desk or just curl up on the couch and close my eyes for 10 minutes. That is when I heard it. A soft tapping, like fingernails, on glass. Behind me. I froze. Rule 7. If you hear glass tapping behind you, do not turn around. There is no window. Use the gun. Fire until the sound stops. Then you may look. I reached for the gun. My hands were shaking. I did not want to touch it. The gun. I had never held one before. I am not the type of person who likes firearms or even talks about them. The idea of using one even now scared the hell out of me. But the tapping kept going. Not loud, not aggressive, just insistent. Fingernails, a pattern, like someone drumming their fingers across glass they were pretending did not exist. And that was the worst part. I knew for a fact there was no window in this break room. There never had been. Just cheap drywall, some dented cabinets, a mini fridge, and a microwave with a stuck timer button. I backed up slowly, heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The tapping followed me, like the sound was physically attached to a point right behind my head. I turned my body without moving my neck, like a weird shuffle turn, and reached for the break room drawer where I had seen the gun earlier. It was right where I left it, sitting next to the list and the half-used pack of gum. The metal was cold, heavier than I expected. I loaded it carefully, trying to remember how movies made it look easy. I kept my finger off the trigger, like I had seen people do in safety videos, but my hand was shaking so badly it probably would not have mattered. I stood in the middle of the room, gun aimed low, eyes glued to the microwave in front of me, refusing to look behind. The tapping picked up speed. Then I turned. I pulled the trigger. The shot rang out like a bomb, ears ringing, lights flickered. It echoed off the concrete walls and made the air feel electric. I kept shooting, 4 times, 5. I do not even remember pulling the trigger each time. I just remember the sound, the kickback, and the way the tapping finally stopped. When I opened my eyes, everything was normal. There was no glass. There never had been. Just the microwave, the cabinets, and a scorch mark on the far wall where one of the bullets had hit. I sat down hard in one of the plastic chairs, hands still wrapped around the gun. My ears were ringing so loud I could barely think. I sat like that for a long time, just breathing and trying not to pass out. Eventually, I got up, put the gun back, checked the time. It was 2:46 in the morning. The hallway lights buzzed as I walked back to the security office. It felt like I had been gone for days. The room smelled faintly of something sweet, like burnt sugar or cheap perfume. I did not question it. I just sat back in the chair and stared at the monitors. That is when I started to hear voices. It started as a low hum, like a distant conversation coming from another room. The sound was faint at first, just background noise. I assumed it was static bleeding in from one of the old feeds. But then I heard a name. My name. Soft, calm, like a parent trying to wake you gently from a nap. Then I heard Michael's voice. "Hey, you good? You in there?" I stared at the monitor. No one was in the hallway. The front door was still locked. There was nothing on the cameras, just the low buzz of voices that were slowly getting clearer. "Open the door. Come on, man, it's me." I leaned forward, pressing the volume mute toggle just in case it was interference, but the voices were not coming from the monitors. They were coming from behind the wall. I looked down at the rules again. Rule 9. From 3:30 to 5, ignore everything. They will try to scare you. They will try to confuse you. Play loud music. Do not listen to 9-inch nails. The clock clicked over to 3:15. I pulled out my phone and put on music. Something loud, something dumb. I do not even remember what I picked. I just turned the volume up and let it drown out the voices. For a while, it worked. I closed my eyes and breathed through it, mouthing lyrics I barely remembered from high school. The kind of music you hate but somehow know every word to. Then my phone screen went black. The music stopped. The voices returned, but they were louder now, more distinct. My parents' voices, my old high school friends, my boss from my first job at that chain bookstore. Even the barista from the coffee shop I used to go to before it closed. All of them were calling my name, pleading, laughing, screaming. I covered my ears. It did nothing. I tried humming. Nothing. The voice that finally broke through all of them was Michael's again. "I found something," he said. "In one of the boxes. You have to see it." That was the worst one, because it sounded exactly like him. No filter, no strange tone or weird echo, just his voice, plain, real. I stood up and yelled, "Shut up!" Everything went quiet again. The room felt heavy, like the air had thickened, like I was underwater. I sat back down. It was 3:33. For the next 15 minutes, I did not move. I just sat there and stared straight ahead. Every few minutes, a monitor would flicker. Camera 4 showed a shadow that was too tall to be human. Camera 10 displayed a looping hallway that I had never seen in the building. Camera 1 went black for 7 full minutes, then came back like nothing happened. I followed the rules. I did not open the door. I did not answer the voices. I did not look at the corners of the room, even when something inside me said I should. At 4 o'clock on the dot, everything stopped. The voices, the glitches, the tapping, the smell, all of it. It was like the building had exhaled. I looked at the crucifix still lying on the floor by the door. I walked over and picked it up, carefully returning it to the drawer. It felt warm, almost too warm. Then I sat back down. I wanted to cry, but I didn't, because something in me knew it wasn't over. I was not tired, not exactly, more like my body had passed tired and hit a strange kind of full-body buzz. Everything felt slow. My limbs were heavy. My thoughts felt like they were sloshing through wet cotton. I considered texting Michael, but what would I say? "Hey, the building might be haunted. Also, I shot at a wall." No, that would have to wait. The clock read 4:15 when the monitors all went black at the same time. Then a sound started from somewhere deep in the back of the archive. It was not footsteps. It was not voices. It was something dragging. Something heavy. And it was getting closer. I do not even know how to explain the sound properly. It was slow, like metal scraping against tile, but heavier, deeper. Every few seconds, it would pause, like whatever was dragging it needed to catch its breath. Then it would pick up again, slow, steady, closer. I froze in my chair. My mouth was dry. I tried to swallow, but my throat didn't work right. I turned the volume on the monitor feeds down to 0, but I could still hear the noise. It wasn't coming from the cameras. It was coming from inside the building. I switched through the channels anyway, just to be sure. Flipping one after another like some kind of routine would help me feel better. Every screen was dark, not broken, just off, like they were refusing to work until I dealt with whatever was coming. I wanted to believe it was a pipe or something shifting in the walls. I really did. But it wasn't. The rhythm was too clean, too patient. I tried to count the seconds between drags. I made it to 4 before it scraped again. It was getting closer to the office. I stood up and pressed the blue button under the desk. It clicked, but nothing happened. No lights, no change in sound, no reset. Just a quiet click and then silence. For one hopeful second, I thought the noise had stopped for good. But then the dragging sound came again, louder now, and my stomach turned over. That was when the power came back on. The lights in the ceiling flickered once, then hummed to life. All the monitors came on at the same time, each one showing a slightly different angle of the archive, just like before. But one of them, camera 6, showed something else, something standing at the far end of the hallway. I leaned forward to get a better look. It was a man, I think, tall, maybe 6.5 feet if I had to guess. He was hunched a little, as if his back didn't quite fit the space around him. He wore some kind of old uniform, like a postal worker or a janitor from the 80s. His skin looked dry and stretched tight across his skull. No hair, just thin patches of what looked like dead grass. He was holding something behind him. I couldn't see it, but I could hear it dragging. He looked up at the camera. I stopped breathing. I did not move. I did not blink. I didn't even know if I was blinking before that. I just stared, and he stared back. His eyes weren't right, too small for his head, and too bright. Like someone had stuffed flashlight bulbs into empty sockets. The feed cut out for half a second, then returned. He was gone. I turned around. Nothing in the hallway outside the office. No footsteps. No sound. I waited. 10 minutes passed, then 20. The monitors kept flickering in and out. Nothing else moved. I looked down at the list again, trying to figure out if I had missed something. If there was a hidden rule I had skipped, but it just ended at number 11. After that, the page was blank. At 4:38, the back door slammed open. Not a knock, not a creak, a full slam. The sound of metal hitting concrete echoed through the walls. I stood up so fast I knocked my chair over. I ran to the door, deadbolt still locked. I pressed my ear to the wood, heart pounding, nothing. I didn't hear footsteps, no voices, just that dragging sound again, somewhere in the building. I backed away and grabbed the gun, the same one I had fired earlier. I checked the magazine, 4 bullets left. I did not want to move, I didn't want to breathe, but the silence was worse. I cracked the office door and peeked out into the hallway. The lights were dim, flickering the way they always do in horror movies right before someone makes a bad decision. I stepped out, gun in hand, and made my way toward the back of the archive. The hallway felt longer than it should have. Every step made the floorboards creak just a little, even though they never had before. I kept expecting to hear footsteps behind me or something breathing near my neck, but there was nothing, just me and the dull humming of old lights. I reached the storage room and froze. The dragging sound was coming from inside. I leaned against the door frame and slowly peered in. There was a trail of dark marks across the linoleum. Something heavy had been pulled through the room, leaving streaks that looked almost oily. The room itself was empty, no one inside, no strange figure, no tall man, just that awful smell like rotting electronics and something vaguely sweet. The dragging had stopped. I backed away, one step at a time. I kept the gun aimed low, trying not to breathe too loud. I made it to the middle of the hallway when all the lights cut out again. Pitch black. I froze. Something exhaled, not me. I spun around. Nothing. Then I felt it. Not a touch, not a sound, just a presence. Heavy and wrong, pressing in from all sides like I had stepped into a room that was just a little too small. I turned again and bolted for the office, not looking back. I don't know if anything followed me. I don't know if I would have survived if I had turned around, but I made it. I slammed the door, bolted it, and dropped to the floor. The clock on the monitor blinked 4:43. Everything was silent again. I stayed like that, sitting with my back against the door, gun in my lap, until the time read 5:04. I did not look at the cameras. I did not check the hallway. I just waited. At 5:05, I opened the door. Nothing. The hallway was empty. The lights were still off, but everything looked the same as before. No shadows, no dragging trails, just the building, still and dusty. I walked outside into the morning light. It felt unreal, like I had stepped through something, like I had been somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. The air smelled like exhaust and damp pavement. Birds were chirping. I could hear a garbage truck a few streets over. Normal sounds, bright sounds. I got in my car and drove. When I got home, I didn't sleep. I just sat on my couch with all the lights on and tried to convince myself that it had all been one long, exhausted hallucination, that I had imagined it, that I had stayed up too late in a weird place and scared myself into thinking I saw something. But I couldn't, because when I took off my jacket and tossed it on the floor, a scrap of yellow paper fell from my sleeve. It was the rule list, but someone had added to the bottom in the same cramped handwriting. 12. Do not leave the building without checking the monitors one more time. If you saw him twice, he saw you too. I read that last line over and over. I even held the paper up to the light, half expecting to find a watermark or a smudge that would prove it was a trick my brain pulled. But no, the ink was real. The handwriting was identical to the original list, that same jittery, rushed print, with a couple of letters doubled up like the writer's hand had slipped. 12. Do not leave the building without checking the monitors one more time. If you saw him twice, he saw you too. I had left the building. I had not checked the monitors. I had driven straight home, shaking the entire way, convinced that daylight would fix something that clearly lived in the dark. I thought I could outrun it. I thought, if I could just make it out the front door, maybe whatever I saw would stay trapped in that building. But the list didn't lie. I had seen him twice, and now, apparently, he had seen me too. The day passed slow and foggy. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I would hear that dragging sound. I would picture the way his body didn't quite fit the hallway, the way his eyes glowed like something stuffed inside a mannequin, and I'd jolt back upright like I had fallen from a height. I didn't turn on the television. I didn't eat. I just sat there, dead tired, spinning through everything that had happened. By the time the sun went down, I knew I was going back. I don't really know why, not exactly. There was no plan, no mission, just this weight in my chest that wouldn't let up. It felt like I had left something unfinished, like walking out of the building without checking the cameras, had broken some kind of unspoken agreement, like I had left a door open behind me. And now something might be walking through it. I packed a backpack with a change of clothes, 2 energy drinks, and the pistol. I wasn't going to use it unless I had to, but I didn't want to be without it either. The sky was turning that kind of late purple by the time I pulled into the archives parking lot. Michael's car wasn't there. The front door was still locked. Everything looked quiet, normal. I let myself in with my key, locking it behind me the second I was inside. The air was still, thick, like it had been waiting. I stood in the lobby for a long moment, just listening. No noise. No movement. No dragging sounds. I made my way to the back office, flipping on lights as I went. They buzzed the way they always did, dim and unreliable, but they came on. Nothing flickered. The cameras were already running when I stepped into the security room. Every screen showed a different angle of the building. The back hallway, the break room, the Betamax aisle, the front entrance. And there he was. Camera 12. Same place, same posture, same cheap uniform and lifeless frame. He was facing away from the camera this time, like he'd been mid-walk and stopped. His shoulders were too high. His arms hung too low, like someone had tried to build a person without the right parts. He hadn't been there when I left. I checked the clock. It was 11:47. I stared at the screen for a full minute, maybe 2. He didn't move, didn't flinch, just stood there, waiting. I flipped through the rest of the cameras again. Everything else looked normal. Empty aisles, quiet halls, nothing dragging, no shadows. I sat down slowly and pulled the list back out of my bag. The original rules, rules 1 through 11, with the new 12th line added in the same desperate scrawl. It felt like holding someone's diary. Not something meant to be passed around, something private and frightened and left behind. I set it next to the keyboard and watched the monitors. I didn't blink. At 12:23, he moved. Not much, just one step, but it was enough to prove he was real. His left leg bent wrong at the knee, like it was bending in 2 directions at once. He took another step, closer to the end of the aisle. I could hear the dragging sound again now, faint but rising. like he was pulling something that had been stuck to the floor. I checked the hallway camera. Nothing yet. Camera 12 cut to static for exactly 3 seconds, then came back on. He was gone. The dragging sound stopped. I sat frozen in the chair, gun already in my lap. I held it loose, safety off, barrel down. The clock ticked over to 12:26. Then I heard something scrape just outside the office door. Not a knock, not tapping. Something long and sharp dragged across the wood, like a nail or a piece of metal. I held my breath, my hand tensed on the grip. Another scrape. Then a voice. It wasn't loud, wasn't even clear. It sounded like someone whispering through a mouthful of dirt. "You forgot something." That's all it said. Once, then silence. I didn't move. I waited for a knock or a scream or a sound from the vents, but nothing came. I watched the clock until it hit 12:44. The hallway camera turned on. It showed me. Standing in the hallway, staring at the camera. Same clothes, same backpack, gun in hand. Only it wasn't live. I was still in the chair. I checked my reflection in the black monitor screen. Still sitting, still breathing, still me. But on camera, I was standing. Then the me on screen smiled. The camera feed glitched and returned to an empty hallway. I stood up slowly, still watching the screen. I didn't feel real. My feet were heavy. My arms felt disconnected, like I was wearing them instead of owning them. The smell came back. That burnt sugar and old wires smell. It filled the room fast. I turned around, expecting to see him behind me. Nothing. I checked the other cameras again. All clear. Except camera 6. There he was, standing at the door to the security room. I whipped around. Still nothing. I turned back to the feed. He lifted his hand and knocked once. Then twice. Then a third time. I turned to the list. Rule 2. Between 1 and 3, if there is knocking, place the crucifix in front of the door. I had not gotten that far yet. It was not even 1, but it did not matter. I was not going to wait again. I opened the drawer, grabbed the crucifix, and dropped it in front of the door like it was a live wire. I backed away, waiting for the sound. No knock came. Only laughter. Somewhere deep in the building, something started laughing. The laughter didn't echo. That was the part that really stuck with me. No reverb, no distance. It sounded close, but flat, like it had been piped directly into the air from inside my own head. The kind of laugh that wasn't joyful or mocking, just empty, performed. As if whatever was laughing didn't even know what the sound was supposed to mean, but had seen people do it and decided to copy it anyway. I stood there in that quiet little office, holding the pistol in one hand, the rules page in the other, and I listened to that thing laugh until it stopped. It didn't fade out, it just stopped. 1 second it was happening, the next it wasn't. The monitors kept humming, screens all normal. No more versions of me, no tall man at the door, no children in the vending machine camera, no dragging down the hallway. Just silence. And somehow, that was worse. The clock read 12:58. 2 minutes until 1, 2 minutes until the window of rules truly began. I thought about how much I wanted to leave. Just grab my bag, walk out the front door, and never step foot in this building again. Let the tapes rot. Let the cameras short out. Let the whole archive sink into the pavement like it was never there to begin with. But that list, that page of rules I'd been dragging around like a cursed receipt, it stayed in my hand, crumpled now, soft from all the times I'd folded and unfolded it. I stared down at the last few lines. Rule 12 was still there, staring back at me. I had seen him twice. He had seen me too. I didn't know what would happen if I left again. I just knew I couldn't risk it. The second the clock hit 1, the building shifted. Not physically, nothing moved, but the air thickened again. My skin prickled. That same scent of burnt electronics crawled through the vents. I turned up the volume on the old speakers, grabbed my phone, and put on music, not 9-inch nails. I remembered that rule very clearly. I picked something loud and messy, static-filled guitars and shouting vocals I didn't fully recognize. It helped, not a lot, but enough to stop my hands from shaking. At 1:13, the first knock came. One hard knock, right on the security room door. I didn't move. The crucifix was already there, just like before. I didn't answer. The knocking came again. 2 more. Then silence. Then something scraped across the floor outside. It circled the room once, slow and heavy, then faded away. I stayed sitting. Music still playing, still breathing. My jaw hurt from how hard I was clenching it. At 1:29, camera 9 flickered and went black. I waited 3 seconds, then rebooted the system. No hesitation this time, just like the rules said. When the feed returned, the screen showed an empty hallway. No girl, no movement. At 1:35, the lights above me flickered again. This time they stayed dim, like they were fighting to stay on. That awful hum filled the office, the one that always came before the tall man showed up. I looked at camera 6. He wasn't there. But I didn't trust it. I checked every camera twice, still nothing. At 1:51, the dragging started again. Closer this time, right outside the office. I held the gun tighter and turned the music up. I kept repeating the rules in my head like a prayer. Play music, do not open the door, do not talk to the voices, ignore everything between 3:30 and 5. But it wasn't even 2 yet, and I was already starting to lose it. The dragging moved past the office and down the hall. It paused for a while in front of the break room. Then, after a minute or 2, it kept going. I didn't follow it on the cameras. I didn't want to know where it went. I just waited. By the time 3:30 hit, I was halfway between panic and exhaustion. The voices started up again like clockwork. My parents, Michael, a girl I used to know in college, the barista from the old coffee shop, all of them talking to me at once, through the speakers, through the walls, through the vents. I turned the music louder. I curled up in the chair, eyes closed, and waited. At 4, I put the crucifix away, just like the rule said. The voices got angrier after that. Some of them yelled, some cried. A few laughed that same fake, hollow laugh I'd heard earlier, but I didn't answer. I waited. The lights buzzed, blinked, held steady. No camera glitches. No mirror versions of me. No children in white gowns. No tall man at the door. By 4:58, it was quiet again. The quiet wasn't peaceful. It was the kind that presses in around you, like the world is holding its breath. I sat in that chair and counted each second as it passed. 5:01. 5:02. 5:03. At 5:04, I stood up and turned off the monitors. I walked out of the security room, down the hallway, through the front lobby, and unlocked the main door. The sun wasn't up yet, but the sky was turning that soft shade of blue that only shows up when the night has given up. I stepped outside and closed the door behind me. And that was it. Nothing followed me. No voice called my name. No laughter echoed from the hallway. The archive stayed behind me, still and quiet, and finally done. I drove home with the windows cracked and the music off. The city was waking up. I passed joggers, delivery trucks, street sweepers, normal things, real things. When I got to my apartment, I put the rule sheet in a box and sealed it, not because I thought it was cursed or anything dramatic. I just didn't want it near me anymore. Michael called me around noon, said he'd come by the building and saw my note on the door. I told him I was done. I didn't explain. I didn't need to. He just said he understood. He offered to sell the place. I told him that was probably a good idea. The next week, someone from some indie film preservation group reached out about taking over the building, said they'd heard rumors about the tapes, wanted to make a documentary or maybe a series. I didn't respond. I kept the pistol, even though I don't ever want to use it again. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if I hadn't followed the rules, if I'd opened the door, if I'd answered the voices, if I'd looked too long at the version of myself that wasn't me. But I didn't. I followed every single rule. And now I'm here. And he's not. I almost did not post this because, honestly, it still messes with my head, and I am not even sure if I believe it myself. But I figured maybe if I get it out there, it will make some kind of sense, or maybe someone will tell me I am not completely crazy. I live in Liverpool, in this old house that my parents have owned for years. It is one of those places with a bit of character, I guess you could say. The floors creak in ways that do not always make sense, and the walls are thin enough that you can sometimes hear more than you want to from the neighbors. Not that I pay much attention to those noises, or at least I try not to. So my parents were away for the weekend, and I had the place all to myself. It was one of those rare times where I could just do whatever I wanted without having to check in or keep the noise down. The first night was pretty normal. Just some TV, a few snacks, and then bed. But over the next couple of days, I started noticing little things, the kind of things you try to ignore, but they nag at you. Like at night, I could hear noises coming from the walls and sometimes the attic. Nothing loud or constant, just soft, subtle noises that you almost convince yourself are just the house settling or the wind playing tricks. But it was enough to keep me awake on some nights, lying there and staring at the ceiling, trying to figure out what it was. I remember one night I was in bed, half asleep, when I distinctly heard what sounded like footsteps above me. The attic door is right at the top of the stairs, and I had checked it 1,000,000 times before just to be sure it was shut. That night, I just lay there, listening and telling myself it was probably a rat or something else that lives up there. Liverpool is full of old houses, and pests are part of the package, I guess. Still, I could not shake the feeling that it was something else, something, I do not know, more deliberate. But then again, I tried to tell myself I was overthinking it. During the day, everything seemed normal enough. I went about my usual routine, making tea, scrolling through my phone, occasionally stepping outside for some fresh air. The sun was out, birds were chirping, and I told myself that the noises at night were just in my head. Maybe too many horror stories or too much caffeine. I also remembered the last time I was here alone, maybe a few months ago, and I had the same feelings. Just the house being old and noisy. I guess I was trying to be logical because I did not want to feel scared in my own home. One evening, I was sitting in the living room, wearing my old hoodie that I have had forever. It is one of those soft ones that is slightly too big and smells faintly of laundry detergent. I was eating a bag of pretzels that I had forgotten in the car for a while. It was one of those half-eaten bags that you find when you dig around and think you will finish later, but never do. I remember noticing how quiet the house felt, except for the usual humming of the fridge from the kitchen. Nothing out of the ordinary. I was about to get up to grab a glass of water when I heard the fridge door creak open. At first, I thought maybe I had forgotten to close it properly, but the fridge is usually pretty quiet unless you are right there. So I paused and listened. The door opened again, slowly, and then there was the sound of someone moving around inside the kitchen. I froze because, honestly, my first thought was that someone had broken in, but it was so quiet and strange that I did not even dare call out. My hands started to shake a little, and I found myself holding my breath without realizing it. I grabbed my phone and slowly crept toward the stairs. It was pitch dark, except for the faint glow from the screen. I kept trying to tell myself it was nothing, maybe just the wind or an animal, but I knew deep down that was not it. When I got to the top of the stairs, I could see the kitchen door was slightly open, and that was when I saw him, a tall man standing there, naked, his back to me. Pale skin, ribs showing, and he was just eating cold leftovers from a plate on the counter. He was humming softly, like a lullaby, and it made the whole thing even more surreal. I whispered, just to see if he heard me, and he turned his head slowly to look at me, but his body stayed facing the counter. I do not know why, but that motion was one of the creepiest things I have ever seen. Then, without a word, he ran out the back door into the darkness. I stood there, not moving because I did not trust myself to breathe. It felt like my mind was trying to catch up with what my eyes just saw. After a while I went outside but found no sign of him, no footprints, nothing. Just the usual damp grass and the faint smell of burnt coffee from my neighbor's kitchen. I locked the door and spent the rest of the night sitting on the couch, trying to rationalize everything. Maybe he was homeless, or someone who had been sneaking in through the walls or attic the whole time. I thought about the noises I had been hearing, and wondered if it was him moving around when I was not looking. I keep asking myself if I imagined the whole thing. Maybe I was half asleep or dreaming, but it felt too real. The next morning, I looked around the kitchen, checked the locks again, and tried to convince myself that it was just a one-time thing. But I still feel like I am being watched when I am here alone. I do not know what to do next, but I guess I will keep posting updates because, honestly, I am not sure how to handle this. After that night, I kept waking up thinking I heard noises again. It was hard to tell if I was just on edge or if something was actually moving around the house. The walls sometimes sounded like something scratching or shifting, but it never lasted long enough for me to be sure. I told myself it was probably just the house settling, the pipes, or maybe even the wind sneaking in through some cracks. But I could not help feeling like I was being watched, like there was something just beyond the corner of my vision. During the days I tried to get back to normal. I went to the local shops, ran errands, and met a friend for coffee, trying to act like nothing strange had happened. But every time I came back home, the feeling crept in again, that small knot in my stomach that tightened whenever I stepped through the front door. I started checking the locks obsessively, even though nothing had been taken or broken. The doors were all secure, the windows too, but that did not stop me from double and triple checking. I could not explain why, but it felt like the house was not just a house anymore. It was a place that held something hidden, and I was just waiting for it to show itself again. One evening, I was sitting in the living room watching some late-night TV. I was wearing the same hoodie I had on the night before the man showed up. It was comfortable, and I liked the way it smelled, a mix of my own laundry and a faint hint of the detergent I used. I had a half-eaten bag of pretzels on the coffee table, the salty crumbs scattered on the surface where I had been snacking. The house was quiet, except for the soft hum of the fridge somewhere in the kitchen. I thought I heard something upstairs, near the attic door. It was a low noise, almost like breathing, but I could not be sure. I froze, my hands gripping the armrests of the sofa without me even noticing. I tried to talk myself down, telling myself it was nothing, probably just the wind again, but I did not really believe it. After a few moments, the noise stopped, and I tried to convince myself to get up and check. But then I thought about that man in the kitchen, how he had been so calm and quiet, and I found myself sitting still, not moving. It felt safer to just stay put and pretend I had not heard anything at all. The next day, I decided to look around the house more carefully. I started in the attic because that was where most of the noises seemed to come from. The attic is not a finished space. It is full of old boxes, some broken furniture, and dust that has not been disturbed in years. The floorboards creak loudly underfoot, and the only light comes from a small window at one end that looks out onto the back garden. I opened some of the boxes, finding old clothes and random bits and pieces that my parents had forgotten about. Nothing seemed out of place. No signs of anyone having been there recently. The air smelled musty, a mix of damp wood and old fabric. I was about to leave when I noticed something odd near one of the beams. There were faint scratches on the wood, like someone had been trying to claw or dig at it. I ran my fingers over the marks and tried to tell myself it was probably just the natural wear and tear of the house, but it felt too deliberate to be random. I stood there for a while listening to the silence, wondering if it was connected to the noises or the man in the kitchen. I kept thinking that maybe he had been living somewhere in the house, maybe even in the walls or attic, and that was how he was able to move around so quietly. Later that night, I sat in the kitchen making a cup of tea when I thought I heard footsteps behind me. I turned around quickly, but no one was there. The house was empty except for me. I told myself I was imagining things, that my mind was playing tricks because of the stress and fear, but it was hard to shake the feeling that I was not alone. I kept glancing toward the back door in the hallway, expecting to see that pale man again, or at least some sign of him. I started keeping a journal, writing down every strange thing I noticed, every sound that seemed out of place. It helped me feel a bit more in control, like I was trying to understand what was happening rather than just waiting for the next weird thing to occur. Some nights, the noises were louder, and other nights, the house was completely silent, almost unnervingly so. I began to notice patterns, small things like the fridge humming at odd times or the back door creaking just slightly, even when I was sure it was shut tight. One morning, I found the kitchen floor wet near the sink. Not a lot, just enough to notice if you were paying attention. I had not spilled anything, and the tap was off. I wiped it up and checked under the sink, but everything looked normal. I thought maybe it was condensation or a leak, but I could not find any source. It was just another little thing that did not make sense, but was not scary enough on its own to be worth mentioning to anyone. I also started noticing the way the light changed in the house during the day. The rooms that should be bright were often dim or shadowed, and some corners seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. It was subtle, and I was probably imagining it, but it added to the growing feeling that the house was not quite right. Sometimes, I caught myself looking over my shoulder, expecting to see something or someone standing there, but there was never anything. I thought about telling my parents, but I did not want to worry them or seem ridiculous. They have lived here for years and never mentioned anything strange. Maybe I was the only one who noticed because I was alone. I kept thinking maybe it was just the silence that made me more aware of everything, the kind of silence that makes small noises seem huge. I told myself that I would be okay, that I just needed to get through the weekend, and they would be back soon. Despite trying to act normal, I could not stop checking the locks every time I went to bed. I made sure all the windows were closed, even the ones upstairs that I rarely use. I double-checked the back door and the front door at least 3 times before finally settling in. I started keeping a small knife by my bed, not because I really thought I would need it, but because it made me feel a little safer. I did not want to admit how scared I was, but I was. Every now and then, I thought I saw shadows moving in the corners of my vision. When I turned to look, nothing was there. I told myself it was the way the light fell, or my tired eyes playing tricks. I tried to distract myself with music or TV, but the feeling always came back, like something was just waiting for me to notice it. It was exhausting and frustrating, because I wanted to believe I was safe, but could not stop feeling like I was being watched. One night, I was lying in bed when I heard a faint humming coming from downstairs. It was the same kind of quiet tune I had heard the man in the kitchen humming. I could not make out the words or melody, but it was soft and slow. I debated getting up to check, my mind racing between curiosity and fear. I stayed frozen for a long time, holding my breath, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Eventually the humming stopped, and I fell asleep, but it was one of those moments I have not forgotten. That weekend I realized I had been holding my breath more than usual, and my hands were often shaking without me noticing. The fear was not constant, but would come in waves, sometimes so strong I could barely think straight. I was tired all the time and kept second-guessing everything I saw and heard. I almost did not want to be alone in the house anymore, but I was stuck. My parents were still away, and I had no one to call. I think what scared me the most was not knowing who the man was or where he came from. Was he homeless, lost, or someone who had been living inside the walls all along? I kept wondering if I had glimpsed just a small part of something much bigger and more disturbing. But then I would remind myself to breathe and focus on the small details, the smell of burnt coffee from the neighbor's kitchen, the softness of my hoodie, the taste of the salty pretzels. Those little things were the only reminders that I was still here, still safe, or at least I hoped so. After a few more days alone, I started to notice that my sense of time was all messed up. It was like the house was messing with me somehow. I would wake up thinking it was morning when it was actually the middle of the night, or sometimes I could not tell if it was late afternoon or early evening. I blamed the fact that I was hardly sleeping properly, but it also felt like the light coming through the windows was different somehow, not brighter or darker, just off. Like it was filtered through something I could not see. Maybe it sounds crazy, but I could swear the colors were duller, and the shadows seemed to linger longer. One evening, I was sitting in the living room, wrapped in that same old hoodie I have worn almost every day while I was alone. I was sipping a lukewarm cup of tea I had forgotten about, and the bag of pretzels was still on the coffee table, half empty and kind of stale by now. I remember feeling tired, but restless. The TV was on, but I was not really watching it. My mind kept drifting back to the night I saw the naked man in the kitchen. It was such a strange image, the way he stood there with his back to me, so calm and quiet, humming like that. I kept wondering if he was still around, or if it had just been a one-time thing. That night, I was lying in bed when I heard the scratching again. It was coming from the attic, a slow, deliberate sound like someone was scraping their nails against the wooden beams. I tried to tell myself it was just a branch rubbing against the roof or maybe a rat, but it did not feel right. The sound was too steady and too close. I held my breath, not sure if I should get up and check or stay where I was. I was not sure what scared me more, the idea of someone being up there, or the thought that I might be imagining everything. I stayed frozen for what felt like forever. Eventually, the scratching stopped, and the house went quiet again. But it left this weird feeling in my chest, like something was watching me, even though I was alone. I lay there staring at the ceiling, my hands clenched into fists under the blankets. I tried to focus on my breathing, but it was hard to slow down my racing thoughts. I thought about the man's pale skin and the way his ribs showed when he turned his head. It was a weird detail that stuck with me for some reason. The next day, I went back to the attic, this time with a flashlight and a notepad. I wanted to write down anything I noticed, anything that could explain the noises. The attic was colder than usual, and the air smelled like damp wood and old fabric. I checked all the corners and behind the boxes. There were more scratch marks on the beams, some deeper this time, like someone had been clawing at the wood. I felt a chill run down my spine and tried to convince myself that maybe it was just damage from before, something old and unrelated. As I moved around, I found a small hole near the floor, just big enough for a person to crawl through. I did not want to get too close, but it looked fresh, like it had been made recently. I stared at it for a while, wondering if the man had been coming and going through there all along. I imagined him hiding in the dark, waiting for the right moment to come out. It was such a creepy thought that I had to step back and take a few deep breaths before continuing. That evening I kept replaying everything in my head, the sounds, the scratches, the hole in the attic. I found myself checking the walls and the floors more carefully, tapping and pressing to see if anything felt hollow or different. I even pressed my ear to the walls, listening for any signs of movement. Sometimes I thought I heard faint breathing or whispering, but every time I looked around, there was nothing there. I started to question my own mind, wondering if I was going crazy or if something was really happening. I also started to pay attention to the little things, like the way the fridge hummed when it was running, or the creak of the floorboards under my feet. The house was full of these small noises that usually went unnoticed, but now they seemed amplified. It was like the whole place was alive and watching me. I would catch myself glancing toward the kitchen or the back door, half expecting to see that naked man again. It was irrational, I know, but I could not stop it. One night I woke up to a cold draft in my room. The window was closed, or at least I thought it was. When I got up to check, I found it slightly open, even though I was sure I had shut it before going to bed. I closed it again and locked it as best as I could. I started to wonder if someone had been in my room, or if the house itself was playing tricks on me. I lay back down, heart pounding quietly, and tried to calm down. I kept telling myself it was nothing, just the wind or me forgetting to close it properly. The next day I found more signs that something was not right. A cup that I had left on the kitchen counter was knocked over, with a small puddle of tea spilled on the surface. I was certain I had not done it, and the cup was too far from the edge to have fallen by itself. I wiped it up and checked the surrounding area, but there was no explanation. I felt a growing sense of unease, like I was losing control of my own space. The idea that someone could be moving around the house without me knowing was becoming harder to dismiss. I started talking to myself more often, quietly muttering to stay grounded, or to work through my thoughts. It felt strange, but it helped a little. I would say things like, maybe it is just the house, or I am probably imagining things out loud, hoping to convince my brain to calm down. Sometimes I caught myself rehearsing what I would say if someone asked me about all of this. I was afraid I would sound crazy or that no one would believe me. I also tried to keep busy, doing chores and tidying up to distract myself. But even while cleaning, I was hyper-aware of every sound and shadow. I remember vacuuming the living room and suddenly stopping because I thought I heard a whisper behind me. I turned around quickly, but no one was there. My heart was racing, and my hands trembled as I set the vacuum down. I sat on the sofa for a long time, trying to steady my breathing before continuing. On another day, I noticed that the back door was slightly ajar. I could not remember leaving it open, and the locks were intact. It was one of those doors that should have made noise when it moved, but this time it was silent. I closed it firmly and pushed on it to make sure it was locked. The idea that someone could be sneaking in and out without me hearing was terrifying. I kept thinking about that man and how he had disappeared into the night so quickly. I started leaving the lights on in the kitchen and hallway, even during the day. It was a small comfort, but it helped to push back the shadows that seemed to gather in the corners. I did not like the dark anymore, not in my own home. The house had gone from feeling familiar to feeling strange and unpredictable. I kept hoping that my parents would come back soon, that everything would go back to normal. But the more time passed, the harder it was to believe that normal was still possible. Every night, I found myself lying awake, listening to the quiet sounds that filled the house. The hum of the fridge, the creak of the floorboards, the occasional tapping in the walls. Sometimes I would hear a faint humming, the same tune the man had been singing that night. It was barely audible, like a ghostly lullaby that I could not escape. I would hold my breath and wait, hoping it would stop, but it never did for long. I realized that I was not just scared of the man or the noises. I was scared of not knowing what was real anymore, scared of losing my grip on this place I had always called home. The feeling of being watched, the strange noises, the unexplained signs, they were all wearing me down. I wanted to leave, but I could not. This was my home, and I was stuck here, waiting for something I could not name. The nights kept getting harder. I would lie in bed, eyes wide open, feeling like the shadows in the room were moving just slightly out of sync with everything else. It was the kind of feeling where you want to tell yourself it is nothing, but your body is screaming that something is wrong. I tried to keep busy during the day, to distract myself from thinking too much, but it felt like the house was watching me. I kept catching myself pausing mid-step, listening to the quiet creaks and groans around me, wondering if someone or something was hiding just out of sight. One night, I was in the kitchen making a sandwich. It was late, the kind of late where you are tired but still hungry enough to get up and eat. I was wearing the same hoodie I had been living in since my parents left. It smells like home now, but it also smells like the nerves and restless nights I have spent here alone. The kitchen smelled like the burnt coffee my neighbor makes every morning, mixed with the faint scent of the leftovers I had been keeping in the fridge. I had a half-empty bag of pretzels on the counter and was carefully pulling out a piece when I heard the fridge door creak open again. My heart jumped and my hand froze mid-air. I stood there for a moment, unsure if I was really hearing it or if my mind was playing tricks again. Then the door opened wider, and I caught a glimpse of pale skin. I swallowed hard and whispered, even though I knew it probably would not make a difference. When I spoke, the man turned his head, his eyes locking onto mine without moving his body. It was unsettling in a way I cannot explain. He was skinny, too skinny, and his skin looked almost translucent under the kitchen light. He hummed softly, the same tune I had heard before. It sounded like a lullaby, but there was something off about it, something that made my skin crawl. I wanted to ask him who he was or what he wanted, but my voice got stuck somewhere between fear and disbelief. Instead, I just stood there, trying not to breathe too loudly, afraid that if I moved, he would disappear or worse, react in a way I was not ready for. Then, without warning, he ran out the back door into the night. I did not follow. I just stood there, frozen, my hands shaking as I clutched the edge of the counter. I could still hear the soft thud of his footsteps on the grass outside as he disappeared into the darkness. I wanted to call someone, the police maybe, but I was not sure what I could say that would not make me sound insane. Instead, I locked all the doors and windows again and sat down at the kitchen table, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. The next morning, I found small, wet footprints on the floor near the back door. They were pale and almost translucent, just like the man's skin. I stared at them for a long time, feeling a mix of disbelief and fear. I had no idea where they had come from, or how he had left without making more noise. The grass outside was damp from the morning dew, and there were no other signs that someone had been there. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. I started keeping a journal, writing down every strange thing that happened, every noise and sight that did not fit. It was my way of holding on to some kind of reality, a way to remind myself that I was not completely losing it. Some nights the house was quiet, almost peaceful, and other nights it was alive with sounds I could not explain. The humming was the worst. It would start softly in the middle of the night and grow louder until it filled the entire house. I would lie awake, gripping my pillow, trying to block it out. I began to notice other odd things too. Objects would be moved slightly, like someone had brushed past them but not taken anything. The kitchen counter, where the man had stood, seemed colder than the rest of the room. I even found one of my socks on the floor in the hallway, far from where I usually leave them. It was clean, not dirty or torn, just out of place. These little details piled up, making me feel more and more like I was sharing my home with someone I could not see. One evening I tried to record the humming on my phone. I set it up in the living room and left it running while I went to bed. The next morning I listened back to the recording, hoping to catch something that I had missed. All I heard was static and the faintest whisper of a melody that I could barely make out. It was enough to make my skin crawl. I was not sure if I wanted to hear more, or if I should just delete it and pretend it never happened. I talked to a friend about what was going on. I did not tell them everything, just enough to make them concerned but not scared. They told me to stay with them for a few days, to get out of the house and clear my head. I wanted to say yes, but I also felt trapped. This was my home, and as strange as it had become, I could not leave it completely. I promised I would think about it, but deep down, I knew I was not ready to face being away from here just yet. The house kept testing me. Some nights, I would wake up to the sound of the attic door creaking open slowly. I would lie there, heart racing, waiting for something to happen. Most of the time nothing did, but once or twice I thought I heard footsteps on the stairs, soft and careful, like someone was sneaking around. I wanted to believe it was just my imagination, but the fear was real enough to keep me awake for hours. I started sleeping with the lights on, leaving the hallway and kitchen lamps burning all night. It was a small comfort, but it helped push back the shadows. Still, I could not shake the feeling that the house was watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. I found myself jumping at every noise, every creak and groan that the old house made. My hands would shake, and sometimes I would hold my breath without realizing it, trying to stay as quiet as possible. One morning, I found a note tucked under the kitchen door. It was written in shaky handwriting on a scrap of paper. The words were simple, "I see you." My hands trembled as I picked it up. I looked around the empty kitchen, feeling like my skin was crawling. There was no sign of how the note had gotten there, or who might have left it. I stuffed it in my pocket and sat down, trying to calm my racing thoughts. I started to question my own sanity. Was this some kind of sick joke? Had I imagined the man, the humming, the footprints? But the note was real, and so were the scratches in the attic, the cold spots, and the feeling that I was never truly alone. I kept telling myself that I needed to be rational, that there must be an explanation for all of this. But the more I tried to find one, the more the house seemed to close in around me. Days passed, and the strange occurrences only grew. One night, I woke up to the sound of whispering, soft and unintelligible, coming from the walls. I could not make out what was being said, but it felt urgent and desperate. I lay there, frozen, listening until the whispering faded into silence. It left me feeling drained and uneasy, like I had been touched by something I could not see. I kept checking every corner of the house, every nook and cranny, looking for signs of who or what might be hiding here. I found nothing, but the feeling of being watched never went away. Sometimes I would catch a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye, but when I looked, there was nothing there. It was as if the house itself was alive and aware, a living thing with secrets it refused to share. The more I tried to ignore it, the worse it got. I found myself talking to the walls, asking whoever or whatever was there to leave me alone. I would whisper into the darkness, hoping that it was enough to keep whatever it was at bay, but nothing ever changed. The house remained a place of quiet terror, filled with unseen eyes and silent footsteps. I do not know how much longer I can stay here. The fear is constant now, a low hum beneath everything I do. I keep telling myself that it will end when my parents come back, but I am not sure I believe that anymore. The house has changed, and so have I. I am not sure if I will ever feel safe here again. The longer I stayed in the house alone, the more it felt like I was living somewhere I did not belong anymore. I kept hoping my parents would come back soon, but every day that passed felt heavier, like the walls were closing in. I stopped trusting my own senses, second-guessing every noise and shadow. There were moments when I would sit still for what felt like hours, just staring at a spot in the room, waiting for something to happen, even though I hoped nothing ever would. One night, I woke up suddenly, sweating and breathing fast. I thought I heard footsteps again, this time closer, right outside my bedroom door. It was so quiet, but the sound was there. I froze, lying under the covers, not daring to move or even breathe too loudly. The door handle rattled slightly, like someone was trying to open it without making a sound. I wanted to scream, to call for help, but my voice was gone. After a few tense seconds, the noise stopped, and everything was still again. I did not sleep the rest of that night. The next morning, I found the door slightly ajar. I was sure I had locked it before going to bed, but now it was open just a crack, enough to slip through. I stood there for a long time, staring at it, trying to convince myself that maybe I had left it that way and forgotten, but I knew I had not. The feeling of someone else being in the house, close enough to touch me, was overwhelming. I started carrying my phone everywhere, my fingers gripping it tightly as if it was a lifeline. Sometimes I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? That I saw a naked man eating leftovers? That my house was making noises and whispering to me? I was afraid they would think I was crazy or exaggerating. It felt safer to keep everything to myself, even though the loneliness made everything worse. I tried talking to my neighbors, dropping hints about the noises and strange feelings I had been having. Most of them just shrugged or said the house was old and creaky, nothing unusual. But one neighbor, an older woman who lives a few doors down, told me that this neighborhood has a history. She mentioned stories of people hearing strange sounds in their homes, unexplained footsteps, and things moving on their own. She did not say much else, but her words stuck with me. That night, I slept with the lights on, the TV playing quietly in the background to drown out the silence. I was exhausted but too anxious to rest properly. I kept glancing toward the hallway, expecting to see that pale man or something else lurking in the shadows. I even kept my bedroom door locked, but the thought did little to calm me. In the middle of the night, I heard the faint sound of humming again. It was soft and slow, the same eerie tune I had heard before. It felt like it was coming from just outside my room. I sat up, heart pounding, trying to convince myself to get up and check, but I could not move. The humming stopped suddenly, and the silence returned. I lay back down, pretending to be asleep, hoping whatever it was would go away. The days blended into one another after that. I stopped paying attention to the time, not sure if it was morning or night anymore. The house had lost its warmth, becoming cold and uninviting. I kept finding small signs that someone had been there. Things moved slightly, cold spots in rooms, and once, a single footprint on the kitchen floor. It was faint, like someone had been walking barefoot on wet ground, but there was no rain, and the floor was dry. I started to feel like the house itself was alive, watching me, waiting for me to slip up. I caught myself whispering to the walls, begging whatever was there to leave me alone. It was embarrassing, but it helped a little. The fear was exhausting, and sometimes I wondered if I was just imagining everything to cope with being alone. One afternoon, I found a torn piece of fabric caught on a nail near the attic stairs. It looked like part of a shirt, thin and faded. I did not recognize it, and it made my stomach turn. I tried to remember if I had seen it before, but I could not. The idea that someone had been hiding in the attic, watching me, was too much to think about. I wanted to explore the attic again, to see if there was any sign of where the man could be living, but I was scared. The thought of being up there alone, in the dark, with the sounds and shadows, made me freeze. Instead, I stayed downstairs, trying to keep busy with cleaning and small chores. But even that felt pointless. One evening, as I was washing dishes, I thought I saw a figure standing in the doorway to the kitchen. It was just out of the corner of my eye, pale and thin, but when I turned to look, there was nothing there. My hands trembled, and I dropped a glass, shattering it on the floor. The noise echoed through the house, and I jumped, heart racing. I cleaned up the mess quickly, feeling like I was trying to erase the evidence of something I could not explain. I told myself I was just tired and seeing things, but deep down, I knew it was more than that. I was not safe here anymore. I started to keep the back door locked at all times, even when I was in the kitchen. The idea that the man had run out into the night and disappeared was unsettling, but I could not shake the feeling that he could come back at any time. I kept glancing out the window, watching the garden and the street beyond, half expecting to see him standing there. One night, I was lying in bed when I heard a soft tapping at the window. It was slow and deliberate, like someone was knocking gently. I sat up, staring at the dark glass, but I could not see anything outside. The tapping stopped, and the silence returned. I tried to tell myself it was a branch or an animal, but the feeling of being watched did not go away. I started to dread the nights. I would lie awake, waiting for the strange noises, the humming, the footsteps. Sometimes I would hear whispering in the walls, voices I could not understand. I tried to block it out, but it always found a way to creep back in. I thought about leaving, but I did not know where to go. The thought of being away from the house, away from my things and memories, was almost as frightening as staying. I felt trapped, stuck in a place that was no longer mine. One morning I found the note again. It was slipped under the door, the same shaky handwriting. This time it said simply, "You cannot hide." I held the paper in my hands, feeling the weight of those words like a physical thing. I wanted to tear it up, to throw it away, and forget it ever happened. But I kept it, a reminder that I was not alone in this house. The days passed, each one blending into the next. The fear was always there, lurking just beneath the surface. I kept hoping for my parents to come back, for the house to go back to normal. But I knew deep down that things would never be the same. I am writing this now because I need someone to know. I do not know how much longer I can keep this up, how much more I can take. The house is not safe, and neither am I. I do not know what will happen next, but I hope that by sharing this, maybe someone will understand. Maybe someone will help. It had been nearly 2 weeks since my parents left for their trip, and I was honestly not sure how much longer I could handle being in that house. Every creak, every faint sound had me on edge, and I was more exhausted than I ever thought possible. I kept thinking about that pale man I saw in the kitchen, the way he stood there humming, almost calm, as if this was normal for him. I kept wondering if he had been living in the walls or attic all along, moving silently just out of sight. But after everything I had been through, I knew I needed to figure it out for myself one way or another. That afternoon I decided to finally face the attic again. I packed a small bag with a flashlight, my phone, a bottle of water, and something to write with. I kept thinking about the scratch marks on the beams and that hole I had found earlier. It felt terrifying, but also like the only way to get some answers. I told myself I would just look around quickly and then come straight back downstairs, but deep down I knew it might take longer than that. The attic stairs creaked as I climbed up, my heart thudding loudly in my chest. The air up there was colder and thicker than downstairs, heavy with dust and forgotten things. I swept my flashlight around slowly, catching glimpses of old boxes, pieces of broken furniture, and cobwebs hanging like fragile curtains. The smell was a mix of damp wood and something faintly metallic, like rusted pipes. It felt oddly alive, but not in a good way. I moved toward the hole in the wall, the one that looked fresh and like someone could crawl through it. I knelt down and peered inside, shining my light in as far as I could. It was just darkness beyond, but it looked like it led into a narrow space between the walls. My hands trembled, but I felt a strange pull, like I had to know what was there. Just then, I heard a soft shuffling behind me. I whipped around, the flashlight beam darting across the room. For a moment, there was nothing, just the dust motes floating in the beam. Then I caught movement near the far corner, a pale figure, thin and hunched, watching me. It was the man. He did not speak. He just looked at me with eyes that seemed tired and hollow. I could see the ribs beneath his skin and the faint marks on his arms. He moved slowly toward the hole in the wall and disappeared inside without another word. I wanted to call out, to ask him who he was or why he was here, but my throat felt dry and my voice caught in my chest. I sat back on my heels, staring at the spot where he had gone. The silence was heavy and full of questions I could not answer. Then, with a deep breath, I crawled toward the hole and slipped inside. It was tight and cold, the walls rough against my skin, but I kept moving forward. I had no idea how far this passage went or what I would find at the end, but I needed to see. After what felt like minutes, I came into a small space behind the wall. It was barely big enough for me to sit in, but there were signs someone had been here for a while. A few scraps of fabric, a worn blanket, and some empty food containers. It was the man's hiding place. A secret home inside my own house. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. Suddenly, I heard a voice, quiet and broken. I did not want to scare you. It was him, sitting in the shadows, the faint light of my phone shining on his gaunt face. He told me his story in whispers, how he had been homeless and hiding from people who wanted to hurt him. He had found a way into the house long ago and had been living in the walls and attic ever since. He never meant to cause fear, only to survive. We talked for a while longer, and I saw that beneath the eerie exterior was someone fragile and lost. I promised him I would not tell anyone if he agreed to leave the house and find help. It was not safe for either of us to stay like this. Slowly, he nodded, and with my help, we made a plan. The next day, I called a local shelter and arranged for him to get support. It felt strange to be doing this after all the fear, but I knew it was the right thing. When my parents came home, I told them the truth. They were shocked but understanding. The house had always been old and creaky, but this was something else entirely. After everything, the noises stopped. The house felt lighter, almost like a weight had been lifted. I still sometimes hear the faint hum of the fridge or the creak of the floorboards, but now those sounds are just part of the house, not signs of something hiding in the walls. Looking back, I realize that fear can twist reality, but sometimes it also reveals things we would rather ignore. That pale man was real, but he was not a ghost or monster, just someone trying to survive in a place where no one was looking. I am not sure I will ever forget those nights or the feeling of being watched. But I am glad I found the courage to face it and bring the story to an end. I've been driving for rideshare apps off and on for a couple of years, nights mostly. It fits my schedule, and frankly, people are quieter after midnight. Less small talk, more silence. I liked that. The quiet, the dark, it helped me think. That night started like any other. A few airport runs, some drunk college kids who wanted to stop for fast food, a guy in a suit who didn't say a word but left $100 tip. Routine. I'd just dropped someone off on the edge of the city, near the industrial park, those wide roads that look like they go on forever, half-lit and echoey, even when your engine's idling. I remember thinking it was later than usual, around 2:30 a.m., maybe closer to 3. I pulled over near a small gravel pullout to stretch my legs, check my phone, maybe call it for the night. That's when I got the ping. The screen lit up with a single word, pick up. No name, no photo, no rating, just a location, a nearby side road that led into the hills. Weird, but not impossible. The app glitches sometimes. I figured it was a one-off. Maybe a tourist who couldn't get a signal. Maybe a dead zone threw off the map. But the thing was, it didn't ask me to accept the ride. No green button, no confirmation. It was just there. Already marked, in progress. I should have driven off. I should have closed the app and gone home. But something about it held me. That little pin blinking slowly on the map like it was waiting for me. I sat there for a solid minute, staring at the screen. Then, before I really made a conscious choice, I shifted into drive and headed toward it. The pickup point wasn't far, just a quarter-mile down a winding road, no streetlights, trees lining both sides, heavy and still. I turned the music off without really thinking about it. Just wanted to hear the world around me. There was a figure standing at the side of the road when I pulled up. A man, tall, pale, wearing a dark coat that looked too thin for the cold. He didn't have any luggage or a phone out, just stood there with his hands in his pockets, staring straight ahead like he'd been waiting for something more than just a ride. I leaned over and cracked the window. You, call a ride?" He didn't look at me, just nodded once, slowly, and walked around to the back door, got in without a word. I glanced in the rear view. He buckled his seatbelt carefully, almost mechanically, and stared out the front windshield. Never met my eyes. I cleared my throat. "All right, where to?" "East," he said. His voice was low, even and dry. "Keep going. I'll tell you when to stop." I hesitated. "You got an address?" "Just drive." Now, I've had some weird passengers before. One guy who insisted I take only left turns. A woman who cried silently the entire ride and tipped me in foreign coins. But this guy, there was something different. It wasn't the way he talked or didn't talk. It was the weight of him. Like he pulled the air down around him, like the car had gotten colder when he got in. Still, I pulled away. We drove in silence for a while. 15 minutes. Maybe 20. The city fell behind us. The road narrowed. No signs, no traffic, just 2 yellow lines leading us through the dark. I started to feel wrong. Not scared exactly, just off, like I wasn't supposed to be here. Finally, I tried to break the silence. "So, you visiting from out of town?" "Nothing. been a quiet night," I said. "You're probably my last ride." He didn't even blink, just kept staring forward, both hands clenched tightly on his seat belt, white-knuckled, like he was bracing for impact. I glanced at him again through the mirror. "You okay, man?" That's when he spoke, quiet, measured, but firm. "Keep going, even if it feels wrong." The words landed like a weight in my chest. "What does that mean?" "Silence." I gripped the wheel tighter. The road was winding now, climbing steadily uphill. Trees pressed in on both sides. No houses, no lights. Just that long stretch of two-lane blacktop, disappearing into dark woods. I checked my phone. No signal, no map. The app had closed itself out. "All right, look," I said, slowing down a bit. "I need a destination. I can't just keep driving into the middle of nowhere. I'm gonna pull over unless you tell me where we're going." He didn't move, didn't speak, just kept staring straight ahead. That's when I looked in the mirror again. He wasn't breathing. I don't mean he was holding his breath or anything. I mean he wasn't moving at all. No rise and fall in his chest, no shifting in his seat, just stillness, dead stillness. "Hey," I said, my voice sharper now. "I'm serious. This isn't funny." Still nothing. I pulled the car over onto the dirt shoulder and threw it in park, turned around fully in my seat. "Listen, man, I don't know what this is." But the back seat was empty. My mouth went dry. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. I blinked, looked again. Nothing. The seatbelt was still buckled. I threw the door open and stumbled out of the car, my shoes crunching on gravel. I opened the rear door. No one. The seat was warm. And there, on the floor, was a single thing I hadn't noticed before. A small, cracked phone. No case, no lock screen, just a dead screen. I picked it up, hands shaking, pressed the power button. Nothing. I stood there for a long moment, in the cold, under a sky full of stars I hadn't even realized were there. And from somewhere deeper in the woods, I thought I heard footsteps. But they were walking away. Not toward me. I didn't get back in the car right away. I just stood there, holding that old phone, trying to convince myself that maybe I'd just been tired, that the man had gotten out quietly, that I'd imagined his voice, that I'd misunderstood the whole thing. But that wasn't true, because I remember what he said. "Keep going, even if it feels wrong." And I'd never said a word about it. Not until now. I got back in the car after maybe 10 minutes of standing there. Could have been longer. Could have been less. Time had started to feel a little stretchy out there, like the woods had their own clock and I wasn't on it. I was still holding the dead phone in my hand. I didn't know why I'd taken it with me. Maybe because I didn't want to leave it behind. Maybe because part of me thought it would light up and explain everything. It didn't. I started the engine, half expecting it not to turn over, but it purred to life like it always did, normal, familiar. The heater clicked on, blowing stale warm air into my face. I stared at my reflection in the rearview mirror for a few seconds. My eyes looked strange, hollow. I looked like I hadn't slept in days. I took a deep breath and pulled back onto the road, heading toward the city. I didn't look in the back seat. Couldn't. It was like a rule I didn't know I'd agreed to. The drive back was silent, too silent. No bugs, no owls, no trees rustling like they should have been. Even the tires seemed quieter than normal. I kept glancing at the dash clock every few minutes. But it was stuck, said it was 2:39 a.m. the whole way back, even though I knew I'd been gone longer than that. Eventually I made it back into cell range, and my phone buzzed violently in my pocket like it had been holding its breath. Notifications poured in: texts, app updates, a voicemail from my brother asking if I was still coming over the next day. I opened the rideshare app first. No record of the trip. No fare, no pickup history, no in-progress ride. My last logged trip had been the airport drop-off 2 hours before I'd met him. Nothing in between. I sat at a red light near the edge of town, blinking at the screen. I hadn't imagined it. The warmth of the back seat, the words he spoke, the sound of his voice, they were all still with me, heavy and clear. I tried the GPS history. Nothing. No route saved, just the line from my last legitimate fare. No winding road, no pin. I turned the cracked phone over in my hand again. It had no branding, no SIM card slot, just a faint indentation on the back like it had been jammed into something hard. I tried pressing the power button again. Still nothing. I opened the glove box and tossed it in, slammed it shut harder than I meant to. I didn't tell anyone about what happened, not right away. What would I even say? That I'd picked up a passenger who vanished in thin air. That I'd followed a ghost into the woods because my app glitched. That his last words made my chest feel like it was being crushed. I drove home and sat in the driveway until the sun came up. Then I went inside and showered with the door open. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. The next day, I found muddy footprints on my welcome mat, not mine, too small, too narrow. I'd cleaned the place the day before. They hadn't been there then. They led right up to the door and stopped. No matching prints leading away, just a single trail in and nothing else. That night, my hallway light turned on by itself around 2 a.m. I heard the click from my bedroom. I live alone. I keep the hallway switch taped because it used to flicker and drive me nuts. It didn't flicker this time. Just glowed solid. A few nights later, I was driving again. I'd taken a break from rideshare, but figured I needed to push past it, get back to normal. It was late, and I was doing a loop around the city when I got a ping. This time it came through the right way: name, pickup location, destination. I checked the name. Noah. The same name from the cracked phone's lock screen. I hadn't told anyone about it. I hadn't even opened the glove box since. I let the request expire without accepting. My heart was racing. It was probably coincidence. There are thousands of Noahs, but I couldn't bring myself to take the risk. The next day, I opened the glove box and pulled out the phone again. Still dead, still cracked. But this time, when I tilted it toward the light, I saw something I hadn't before. Faint. Like it had been written in dust or grease on the screen's edge. Finish the job. I dropped it like it burned. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. My apartment was quiet, but too quiet. Like everything was waiting. At exactly 2:39 a.m., my bedroom light turned on. Not flickered. Turned on. There was no click, no sound, just light. I sat up slowly, chest pounding. The hallway was dark, the door was open, I hadn't left it open. And for a second, just a second, I swear I saw someone standing at the end of the hall. Tall, still, watching. Then the light went off. I didn't get out of bed. The next morning I opened my rideshare app and deleted it. But it reinstalled itself that night. I don't know how. I didn't touch it. It came back with a single notification. You still have one ride left. I haven't driven since. But I keep seeing him. Not just at night, during the day too. Reflected in windows, in the shadows behind parked cars, standing at bus stops, looking the wrong direction, not moving, just waiting. I tried talking to a friend about it, told him about the strange ride, left out the supernatural parts. He laughed it off, said I needed sleep. That night, he called me. Said he'd gotten a ride request. No name, no destination. Just a pickup point in the woods outside the city. He didn't take it. But when he got home, there was a single word written in dust on his windshield. Go. It's spreading. And I think I know why. That man Noah, whatever he wasn't just a passenger. He was something else. And now he's looking for someone new. I've always thought I was a pretty logical person, like not the type to fall into ghost stories or superstition. I'm the kind of guy who triple checks facts before believing anything, especially the weird stuff. So trust me when I say if I could write this off as a dream, or stress, or sleep deprivation, I would. I've tried, believe me. But every time I start to convince myself I imagined it, something else happens. Something small, something subtle, but just real enough to snap me back into it. I didn't even tell my friend Jason the full story at first. I just said I'd had a weird ride one night, and the guy creeped me out. Told him the guy had no destination and said something unsettling. Jason just laughed it off, like I expected. Said maybe the dude was on something. And yeah, to be fair, I've had people get in my car higher than a kite before. Happens. But this wasn't that. I thought about telling him more. About the app glitch, the man disappearing, the cracked phone. But the minute I imagined the words coming out of my mouth, I could already hear the reply, "Dude, you need to sleep." And maybe I did, still do. But then Jason called me. That was 3 nights ago. His voice was different on the phone, quieter. He didn't make a joke, which for him is like a cat not hissing. Something had to be seriously off. He told me he got a ride request late at night, just like I had. No name, no destination, just a blinking pickup pin. And it wasn't even on the map, it was in that weird gray no man's land, where the roads kind of blur and the app stutters. He didn't take it. He said the second he saw it, his stomach dropped. Felt like the air got thicker, he said, like something was watching through the screen. And that would have been bad enough. But then he got home and found one word scrawled into the grime on his windshield. Go. Not something you can laugh off. He was freaked. I could hear it in his voice. I asked if he still had the message, and he said no. He wiped it off right away. I get that. I would have too. That's when I told him everything. Not just the creepy ride, but the missing record, the empty back seat, the cold silence, the same line the guy whispered, "Keep going, even if it feels wrong." I told him about the cracked phone I still had stashed in my glove box, and how it never turned on, but had that faint scrawl on the glass. "Finish the job." And Jason went dead silent for like 30 seconds. Then he just said, "Man, I think you passed it on." I didn't have a response for that. I spent the next day doing what I always do. When something doesn't make sense, I Googled it. I started looking into similar stories. I dug through forums, Reddit threads, even creepypasta sites I normally roll my eyes at. I didn't care. I just wanted to find someone who'd experienced something even remotely like what I did. And I found a few scattered comments, buried deep under unrelated posts, people talking about ghost fares, passengers vanishing mid-trip, GPS routes leading nowhere, clocks freezing at weird times. One post stuck out. A guy from New Mexico, username long deleted, wrote that he'd been driving late one night when he got a ride request that came through, already marked "in progress." He picked up a man who said, "It's not about the destination, just keep going." The man never made eye contact, never spoke again. That driver said he made it 30 miles outside the city before realizing he wasn't following any road he recognized. Then his app crashed. And when he looked in the back seat, the man was gone. Just like me. He ended the post with, "Now it's my turn to find someone else, because that's how it works. I didn't finish the job, so it's not over." And yeah, I know how it sounds. Like a chain letter or some urban legend. A dumb story meant to get a rise out of people, but it didn't feel like that. The way it was written, the tone, the pacing, it didn't read like fiction. It felt like someone unraveling, someone real. Someone like me. I couldn't stop thinking about the phrase, "finish the job." What does that even mean? Is it literal, metaphorical? Am I supposed to do something or not do something? The not knowing is the worst part. That night, I went out to my car again, just to sit, just to, I don't know, feel connected to what happened, I guess. I didn't turn on the engine. Just sat in the driver's seat, staring at the dashboard, like it might blink to life and explain things. I was there for maybe 10 minutes when the smell hit me. It wasn't strong, not at first, just a faint scent in the air, like dirt, wet, earthy dirt, the kind that smells like it was just turned, like something had been buried and recently dug back up. It wasn't there before. I checked under the seats, floor mats, glove box, nothing. Then I looked in the rearview mirror. Nothing in the seat. But it looked off. The seat belt. It was buckled again. I know I unbuckled it. I remember it being loose. But now it was perfectly fastened. I got out of the car so fast I nearly tripped over myself. I didn't even lock the doors behind me, just went back inside and slammed the front door like it could stop whatever was happening. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that back seat, the way he sat there, so still, like he was waiting. For what, I have no clue. But it's like the moment you notice something is wrong and can't unsee it, That gut-level panic that makes your spine feel hollow. The next morning, my phone had a new notification. The rideshare app had reinstalled itself. Again. Same message. One ride left. And this time, the pickup pin? It was right outside my apartment, like 20 feet from my front door. I watched it blink on the screen for over an hour. I never opened the door, never checked outside. I was scared, not just scared, but that weird kind of fear where it feels like you're on the edge of something. Like if you look, you'll see, and once you see, you'll never unsee it again. That's where I'm at now, writing this. I haven't left my place in 2 days. I turned off my phone, threw the cracked one in the trash behind a grocery store 2 towns over. I've locked the doors, closed the curtains. I haven't dared peek outside after sunset, but I still feel him. I don't know if he's waiting for me to drive again, or if he's already inside. Maybe that's what they mean by finish the job. You drive long enough, and eventually he stops being the passenger and becomes the one behind the wheel. I don't really know what normal looks like anymore. Before all this, I used to have routines. Morning started with a strong cup of gas station coffee, followed by a scroll through my messages, checking rideshare bonuses or promotional boosts for the day. Then I'd head out, drive around the city, maybe pick up 5 or 6 passengers before lunch, take a break, back at it until midnight if the tips were decent. That was my life. Simple, repetitive, predictable. Now I wake up and the first thing I do is check the locks. Not my phone, not my email, just the locks. Then I go to the window and stare at the street like it's going to move, like it might change. I know that sounds weird, but after everything I've told you, you can probably understand why. 2 nights ago, I found my car unlocked. That might not sound like a big deal, but I always lock it, always. It's automatic at this point. It's like muscle memory. I press the fob before I even get out sometimes. But that night, I looked out my window and saw the driver's side door was cracked open just an inch. Just enough to be obvious, enough to make a statement. I didn't go down to check right away. I stood behind the curtain, staring at it like it might close by itself if I waited long enough. I didn't move for a solid 15 minutes. My hands were shaking the whole time. Eventually, I forced myself to go down. I brought my phone in one hand and a hammer in the other, which is dumb because I've never hit anyone in my life and probably wouldn't know how. But I needed something, you know, something to make me feel like I had control. The car was empty. Clean even, like too clean. The passenger seat looked freshly wiped. The back seat was pristine. No wrappers, no receipts, no trace of life, except for one thing. A single ride receipt had been printed and placed on the dashboard, like old school cab receipts, except I didn't have a printer in the car. I don't even own a printer. It had no date, no location, just a name, Noah, and under it, one line, trip incomplete. That was when I realized I wasn't just being haunted, I was being tracked, monitored maybe, or chosen. And here's the thing, I never picked a guy named Noah up, not officially, not on any log, not on any record, but I remember him, the way he looked straight ahead, never blinking. The way his hands gripped the seatbelt like he was holding on for more than just the ride. I tried looking him up. I don't know why. Maybe I thought if I could find something in obituary, a missing persons report, it would make this feel less insane. Like there was a reason, something I could hold on to. I didn't find anything useful, but I did find something. A post on an old paranormal forum, dated 5 years ago. Title was simple, "Rideshare Glitch Anyone Else?" I clicked it. Most of the replies were jokes or people sharing creepy stories that were clearly fake. But the original post, it was different. The guy described a night almost identical to mine. Passenger shows up without a request. Long silent ride, gives no destination, repeats the line, "Keep going, even if it feels wrong." Ends the post by saying he saw the man again a few days later, standing outside his apartment. The post ends with, "I think I picked up something I wasn't meant to. It's not a person, it's a job that passes on. I didn't finish it, so now it's following me." That part hit hard. Because yeah, that's exactly what it feels like. Like I got handed a task I never signed up for. And every time I ignore it, every time I pretend I'm not part of it, something else goes wrong. Jason hasn't answered my texts in 2 days. Last I heard from him, he said the rideshare app reinstalled itself on his phone again, just like mine. He didn't even open it. Just powered the phone off and tossed it in a drawer. I called him yesterday, straight to voicemail. His social media is still up, but no new posts. I even DM'd his girlfriend, asking if he was all right. She replied with just one sentence. He said he was going for a drive. That was 2 nights ago. That same night, my doorbell rang at exactly 3:14 a.m. I didn't get up to answer it, just lay there under the covers, holding my breath. It rang once, then silence. I waited until the sun came up before checking the front step. Nothing was there, except for tire tracks in the street, right in front of my driveway. Not mine. I've thought a lot about what the rules are, if there are any. Like, what happens if I do pick someone up again? What if I go back to that place where I first found him and wait? Would that end it? Or would it make it worse? The note said, "Finish the job." But what job? Give someone a ride. Deliver him somewhere. What if I already did and failed? Here's the part that's really messing with my head. I think this thing wants to be noticed, that it needs a driver. It doesn't just show up randomly. It waits for someone with enough curiosity, someone willing to push a little too far, ignore a few too many red flags. And then it climbs in. And you don't even realize you've agreed to something until it's too late. I keep replaying that moment in the car, when he said, "You picked me up because they told you to." I brushed it off as weird rambling, but now I think he meant it literally. Like the app or whatever's behind it chose me, like I was being tested. Maybe I failed. Or maybe I passed. I don't know which would be worse. Last night, I slept in my car. I didn't mean to. I was sitting there, engine off, just thinking, and I guess I dozed off. At 3:14 a.m., I woke up. The car was ice cold. My rear view mirror had been tilted slightly, just enough that I could see my own eyes, but they didn't look like mine. I reached for the door handle and paused when I saw the cracked phone. It was back in the glove box. I hadn't touched it since throwing it away 2 towns over. And on the screen, one new message. Ready when you are. I shut the glove box and started the car. And now I'm writing this from the parking lot of an old gas station outside city limits. I don't know why I came here. It just felt right or expected. I've got half a tank of gas. My phone's at 80%. And there's a man standing under the streetlight across the road. He hasn't moved in 10 minutes. I think he's waiting for me to unlock the doors. I didn't unlock the doors. I sat there, both hands on the steering wheel, my foot hovering over the brake, heart thudding like a drum beat in my throat. The guy under the streetlight just stood there, staring. Or maybe not staring, I couldn't see his eyes from this distance, but I could feel it. That heavy pressure, like I was under a spotlight and he was waiting for a cue. I kept telling myself to start the car. Just leave. Floor it, don't look back. But I didn't move. It was like my limbs forgot how to respond to me, like I wasn't completely in control anymore. It was the cold, maybe. The air had this wet bite to it, like it had rained hours ago and everything still clung to that damp weight. The windows fogged slightly from my breath, and I wiped a circle clear with my sleeve. He was still there, still unmoving. That made 2 of us. And then he did move. 1 step forward. That's all. But it felt like a decision had been made. I finally broke out of it, turned the key, threw the car into reverse, and backed out of the lot faster than I should have. Tires skidded a little, and for a second I thought I'd clipped something, but when I checked the rear view, it was just shadows. Or maybe not. I didn't wait to find out. I drove for almost an hour, no destination, just moving. I turned off the GPS, turned off the music, drove until I didn't recognize any of the signs, took random exits, followed roads just to lose myself. And still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every now and then I'd glance at the rear view, half expecting to see someone in the back seat again. Sometimes I thought I caught a glimpse of something, just a shift of shadow, the suggestion of movement. But every time I turned to look directly, there was nothing there. I finally pulled off at a rest stop, one of those older ones with vending machines from a different decade and bathrooms that make you consider holding it in. I sat on a bench outside and stared up at the sky. I couldn't tell you what I was thinking, really. Everything was tangled, a million half-thoughts and questions. Why me? Why now? Was there a pattern? Was I supposed to do something? Or was this punishment for something I didn't even remember doing? Then my phone buzzed. No notification this time, just a buzzing like a text that didn't show up. I checked it anyway, mostly out of habit. There was a new message. You're going the wrong way. That's it. No name, no number. And that's when I noticed something else. My rideshare app was open again. I swear on everything, I didn't open it. I deleted it. Twice. But there it was. And it had a route already set. Starting point, me. Destination, unlisted. And underneath the route line was a little blinking icon, a passenger. No name, no details, just the word. Noah. Again. I stared at it for a long time. I don't even know why. It was like watching something slowly catch fire and not doing anything about it. You can't look away, even when you should. Eventually, I got back in the car. I didn't start it right away, just sat there, hand on the keys, trying to steady my breathing. I told myself I wasn't going to follow the route. But I did. I don't know if I chose to or if something chose for me. It's a blurry line now. The road it took me down wasn't on any map I'd seen before. Long stretches of cracked pavement, the kind with grass pushing through. No signs, no lights, just tree after tree, pressing in closer with each mile. I was maybe 15 minutes into the drive when I realized the GPS arrow was gone. Just the line now, a road to nowhere. And that's when I started hearing it again. Breathing. Not loud, just faint, like someone was sitting behind me trying not to be heard. But it was there. I turned the music up, hoping I could drown it out, but that only made it worse somehow. Like the sound had learned to hide underneath the noise. I pulled over. I needed out of the car, out of this story, out of whatever this was. I flung open the door and stepped into the dark. No lights anywhere, not even stars, just pitch-black trees and the hum of the engine behind me. And silence. I turned to look at the car and the passenger door was open. Not wide, just slightly, enough to see that it had been closed before. I didn't hear it open, didn't hear anything, but now it was ajar, and that was enough to spike the adrenaline in my throat. I walked around to check. Nothing. Back seat was empty. But the seatbelt? Buckled. Again. That was it. That was the moment I broke. I slammed the door, got back in the driver's seat, and screamed into the steering wheel. Not even words, just noise. A raw, panicked attempt to push the fear out of my body. When I looked up, the dashboard clock read 3:14 a.m. Every damn time. Something shifted then. I don't know how to explain it. The air inside the car thickened. The windows fogged instantly, like I was in a freezer. And in the rearview mirror, I saw movement. I didn't want to look, but I did. There was no one in the seat. But there was a shape in the mirror. Not solid, not clear, just wrong. Like the air had folded. And then I heard it. That same voice, dry and low, whispering from the back. You're almost there. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The car was suddenly freezing, and all I could see was that mirror, that shape, that thing that had once been a man. I don't know how long I sat there, maybe seconds, maybe longer. But then it stopped. No voice, no fog, just silence, and the sound of a new notification. My phone screen lit up. Trip complete. Underneath a single message. Thank you for driving, Noah. And then everything closed. The app, the route, the GPS. It was like nothing had ever been there. I sat in that car until daylight, shaking, staring at the empty seat beside me, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. I think I finished the job. I don't know what that means. Not really. but for the first time in weeks, I felt like I wasn't being watched. At least not by him. Still, I haven't opened the glove box. Not since that night. I'm afraid there might be a new name inside. I didn't open the glove box for 3 weeks. Not once. Not even when I needed my registration after getting pulled over for a busted taillight. I gave the cop my license, smiled, apologized for not being able to find the paperwork, and drove away with a warning. The whole time, my hand hovered near the latch, but I couldn't do it. I was terrified that I'd see another phone, or a name written on old paper. Maybe something worse, something that didn't belong to me at all. After what happened that night after Noah, I needed to believe it was over. I needed to believe I'd closed whatever door I'd somehow opened. And for a while, it felt like I had. The app never came back, not even once. No more strange messages, no 3:14 a.m. wake-ups, no more open doors or whispered words or footsteps outside my apartment. Nothing. It was quiet. Not the eerie kind of quiet, not the something's about to happen kind, just peace. I started sleeping again. I deleted every rideshare-related app and changed my number. I moved to a new place across town, got a job working security for a storage facility. Night shift still but stationary, locked gates, no strangers getting into my car, no destinations to follow. I even started going to therapy. I didn't tell my therapist everything, how could I? I mean, who would believe me? But I told her enough, about the ride, about how it felt, about how afraid I'd been of things I couldn't explain. She listened. She didn't interrupt, and after a while, I started to feel like I had my feet on the ground again. I still thought about Noah. Not every day, but enough. I'd catch myself looking at the rear view when I was alone in the car, or checking the dash clock out of habit, but nothing ever happened. Eventually, I let myself believe that maybe, just maybe, it really was over. Until last Tuesday. I was doing inventory checks in one of the back units at work, big metal containers, mostly filled with old furniture and boxes no one ever comes to claim. Most of the time it's boring, but I like the quiet. That night, I was cataloging the lock codes when I found something taped to the inside of one of the unit doors. It was a receipt, just like the one I'd found on my dashboard. But this one had no name, just a time, 3:14 a.m., and one word scribbled across the top, almost too light to see. Passenger. I felt the bottom drop out of my stomach. My hands started shaking, but not from cold. Someone had been there. Someone knew where I worked. And maybe they weren't done with me after all. But then something else hit me. The handwriting. It wasn't the same. This one was sloppier, sharper. I stared at it for a long time. Then I folded it neatly and slipped it into my pocket. I went back through the storage logs for the last month, found out that unit had recently been rented just for a week, paid in cash, no real name attached, just initials. J.W. Jason? I hadn't heard from him since he said he was going for a drive. That was over a month ago. I tried his phone again, straight to voicemail. I started digging, reached out to a few mutual friends, One of them said Jason had dropped off the grid, left town maybe, told people he needed space. No one had actually seen him, not since the night he disappeared. I think he picked someone up. I think he became the driver. That's how it works, right? That's what I started to understand. The ride ends when it's passed on, when the next driver takes the wheel, when someone else picks up the fare. That's why it left me alone. Because it wasn't about me anymore. It had found someone else. I didn't know whether to feel relieved or sick to my stomach. I kept the receipt, put it in a drawer with the other one, the first one. They sit there now, side by side, proof, I guess. If I ever forget it happened, if I ever need to remember how close I got. I don't drive strangers anymore, not for money, not for favors, not even when friends beg. I sold the old car and got a new one. No ride history, no connection. I still check the back seat every night. Still wake up sometimes at 3:14 a.m., sweating, heart pounding, even when nothing's there. But I'm here. I'm alive. And I think that matters. I don't know what it was. I don't know if Noah was a ghost, or a curse, or something worse. But I do know this. It wanted to be remembered. That's why it kept leaving traces, notes, receipts, that weird fog in the car. The ride was never about getting somewhere, it was about passing through, taking something with it, leaving something behind. Maybe I finished the job. Maybe I didn't. But it's not my ride anymore. It belongs to someone else now. If you're reading this, if this somehow sounds familiar, if you've seen the same route pop up on your app, or found a cracked phone in your glove box, or if your dashboard clock freezes at the same time every night, don't accept the ride. Lock your doors. And for the love of God, never look in the rearview mirror.